Show you what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your ray your light. Open your heart and show your eyes that you're the sea. And throw your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you're the sea. what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your ray your light. Open your heart
everybody. I am here. Yeah. Kind of had a last minute change of plans as far as what I was going to cover. Just to be able to cover something that I really need to cover, and I'm sure something that is on a lot of your minds as well. And it's like the worst thing for me, right? Because I don't deal super well with tragedy. Like, I mean, and you know, tragedies happen to the trans community like every single day, and that is something that I wanted to mention, right? That, like, I mean, this has got a lot of attention, and it's important to talk about this stuff when a story like this gets a lot of attention, because there's so many other stories that don't get noticed at all. And I want to make sure that I want to make sure that I'm using this chance to bring attention to those as well. So yeah, like I mean, if you've been looking at Twitter, if you've been following the news, you know kind of what happened. It's something that YouTube literally like won't let me mention in the first like few minutes of stream. But yeah, like I said, the trans community, we're you know, this stuff happens all the time, and I just, like I said, I suck at dealing with stuff like this. It's a little too real. Would you have to censor yourself to talk about it immediately? Well, I'd have to refer to things like in code, and I like chat does not deal well with code. Okay, so let me change the subject a little bit, right? Yesterday I streamed for a very long time, and I was talking to one of my mods in code, and it confused the fuck out of chat, right? If anybody was in here when I was like talking about like turtles eating corn, okay? The turtles are couples, and the corn was like ending stream, okay? So if you weren't here yesterday, yeah, you were confused about the turtles and the corn, yeah. So if you were here yesterday, you like couples came into chat, yeah, that's the best way to describe it. Couples came into chat, followed by Bad Empanada, followed by Jessie Gender. We had a bunch of you know, celebrities, e-celebrities. In our chat yesterday, and corn and turtles, right? Yeah. So the first person was Keffels, and what Keffels was after from me, I'm guessing, because I didn't end up talking to her. I don't even know what to say, right? I have so many mixed feelings. Right? She was, I think, wanting me to come on stream and like debate her. I'm pretty sure that's what she was looking for. I don't know what it was about. I don't know what set her off. I don't know, you know, what she wanted to talk to me about. But in general, those kind of interactions aren't good, okay? And you all saw what happened with Polly when Polly came on Keffel's stream to talk about Finster. Right? So you can imagine what Keffels had in store for me. And I'm guessing that some of my coverage of her, something that I tweeted, something that I said, you know, made her mad, right? I mean, I don't know if that's for sure. Like, I'm pretty sure that's I'm pretty sure it was not like she didn't want to have the odd to be like shoot the shit. Like, hey, no comment chick, what's up? It's been a long time. I haven't talked to you in forever. You know what I mean? It wasn't gonna be like that. It wasn't gonna be like, so you know about that debate that we were gonna do. I still think that cat boys are better than cat girls. You know, like I don't think it was gonna be anything like that. I don't think she was gonna, you know, be like, you know, you like Waluigi. Okay, and clearly, like, Wario is, like, way better than Waluigi, so what the fuck are you even thinking, girl? It's Wario. Wario is better, right? I don't think it was going to be anything silly or meme or anything else. I think she was legitimately upset about something. You know, that's generally when she wants to do content with somebody. It's when she's mad at them. And she was on stream yesterday. She was actually on Twitch, so I guess what happened is she tried to stream on YouTube, and she was having trouble with her technology, with her internet, with something. She was having trouble making the stream work, so instead she ends up streaming on Twitch, and I think that stream was like really troubled as well. That stream was very tenuous, and the reason that I was streaming until she was done streaming is that if she doesn't get to talk to me and she's mad at me, there's a good chance that she'll cover me, she'll talk about me, she'll watch something that I've done with her chat and get really mad and like direct that hate towards me, right? And so when somebody does that, the idea is that, you know, they maybe even put you in the title or something like that, right? So if she puts me in the title, then there's like a, you know, people searching no comment chick might run into that stream, right? And she, like, let's say that she just like makes a bunch of accusations at me, about me, that I'm unable to answer to because I'm not on stream, and she's mad, and she wants to punish me for not doing content with her when she's mad. Then, you know, people could run into that. Like, right, people who are like, oh, no comment chick, and they're like, ooh, what's this? Keffal's talking about no comment chick? Oh my gosh, no comment chick's bad? Oh my gosh, no comment chick's really bad, right? So, you know, it can be aggressive. It's not necessarily aggressive. I don't know for sure that that's what Keffal's had in mind, but there's a pretty good chance that it was something like that. And so, you know, when another streamer is going off on me, I generally stream at the same time, so that if somebody's like typing in no comment chick, if somebody's looking for no comment chick, they're gonna find me first and foremost, right? And so that the damage to my community that's gonna be done by something like that is gonna be minimal. So that's why I was streaming. The turtle is Keffal's, the corn is stopping streaming. And so when I said, did the turtle eat the corn yet? What I was really asking is, did Keffal stop streaming? Because it's kind of unsafe for me to stop streaming you know, while another streamer is like going off on me. I have heard no comment chick is bad, but some people are saying that are libs. True, right? And I am bad in my own way, right? Just not in the way that they think I am. I'm a bad girl. And I do need to be punished, but not by the likes of them, okay, right? So yeah. Anyway, that's what was going on yesterday, and that's why I don't like to talk in code, because apparently it's very, very confusing. It's very, very confusing to chat. And I wasn't trying to, did I say anything, did she say, I don't know. We'll have to find out if anybody in chat today might have run into her stream yesterday. I think she just had technical difficulties, so I don't know if she said much of anything. It could be that I might be making too much of this, right? Maybe she was just looking for content, right? And since she couldn't do content with me, she went on and you know, did content about somebody else. Like, maybe she's not as mad as I think she is. But I know that a lot of times when Keffals confronts somebody like that, it's because Keffals is mad about something. And I'm sure there's tons of stuff that Keffals could be mad about, at me about. I've criticized her heavily in the last week because she, you know, has done some messed up shit. She and BE got subs, true. Yeah, that was awesome. That was awesome. I think the safest thing is just to ignore her for the time being. I mean, that's what we're gonna do, right? If I find out that she has covered me, you know, we'll watch that on stream and see what that's all about. But until then, I'm just gonna like kind of ignore her. It's not really productive. I don't think that I'm ever gonna have a productive conversation with Keffels. I wish I could, though. I honestly wish I could. I wish I could talk to her as from one trans person to another. And I wish I could, if I was to talk to her, the thing that I'd like to say is that, look, I know that you probably feel judged by me, and I know I've said some harsh things about you, but I don't think that I'm that much better than you, right? I have a lot of regrets of the kind of content that I did when I was walking on eggshells around the Clout Network too, right? I was way too nice to Destiny. I was way too nice to Vosh. I wasn't there when, you know, some of these people were attacking good people, like, right? Like when DGG canceled Chaos's Mel, I ran. Like when Shark came on stream to you know, shout at Mel, I was stoned eating rice crackers. I was useless, and I was just neutral there. Did I say DGG? No, DGG. I'm sorry. It was actually DGG. I mean, obviously, like, Vosh had her on, and so I guess VGG canceled her too. But what happened to me after I had Chaos's Mel on, right? And like I said, I was a coward. I didn't stand up to Shark because Shark was saying some bullshit, but I just felt like Mel could handle it, and I didn't really want that smoke, and I didn't really want that heat, and I didn't want that attention. So I let Mel handle it, right? And then and then I had somebody come into my chat, somebody from DGG, yeah, not VGG, for sure, DGG. This toxic asshole from DGG came into my chat and started complaining and saying that I was platforming a genocide denialist, okay? The reason that they call Mel a genocidal denialist is unironically because she answered a question about China with a pleady face. She answered a question that she basically about information that she didn't know and I don't know and the person accusing her didn't know, because the information that we get out of a geostrategic enemy of the United States is gonna be flawed, right? China's not interested in, like, you know, the correct, I mean, like right, so there's two filters, China and the United States, right? So when you're talking about you know, something like you know, the Uyghur situation, there's like a lot we don't know, and Mel answered those inquiries, answered those accusations against her, like, with an emote, and that was why she was supposedly, the emote is what makes Mel a G-side denialist, right? So she didn't do anything wrong, but she got canceled by DGG, and they didn't just cancel her, they canceled me for having her on, even though I totally didn't take a stand in her conversation with Shark. The fact that I was nice to her after she got savaged by Vosh and his community, because she was a friend of mine, right, was like enough to, you know, enough to get DGG really mad at me, right? And when that happened, like, I was a coward. I didn't stand up for Mel, okay? And so, like, right, I don't think I'm that much better than Keffels, right? I mean, obviously, I'm not saying, I'm not doing harm to the community in the way that Keffels has in the past week, but, you know, her getting sucked into the Clout Network is kind of something that almost happened to me. Like, I've taken the easy path myself, right? So that's kind of what I would have, you know, wanted to say to Keffels, right? Is that she can change the way she lives. And it's not too late. And not everybody's gonna forgive the fucked up shit that she's done, but enough people will if she's honest. And, you know, if she speaks from the heart. So yeah, I mean, that's the kind of thing, that's the kind of conversation I'd like to have with Keffels. I don't think that's the kind of conversation that Keffels is interested in, though. I don't think that Keffels is interested in having that conversation with me. So yeah, I mean, it's not really gonna happen. Yeah, of the 7.5 million people on the planet she chooses to bully NCC, she did this on purpose. I would like to see one person on that. I really would too. And maybe I'm a sucker, and maybe I'm naive, right? And maybe I have like freaking Disney Care Bear values or something like that. Maybe I'm just like not tough enough or something. You'd have a more conversation with Stephen Destiny Bonnell III than Kerfuffles, because at least he will tell you who he is. Anyway, we're kind of out of the danger zone here as far as like I mean I've only said like 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 demonetizable things. I just feel like shit today, and you know, it's because of the story that I'm about to cover. So we're talking about Brianna Ghey. Brianna Ghey is no longer with us because she was unalive in a park in the UK where she lives. She's a young like you know, trans woman, and she was also on TikTok, and apparently, you know, in the 16 years that she was alive, she, you know, she touched a lot of people enough that her TikTok became kind of a site for people to, you know, mourn and to talk about, you know, who she was and what she did. And her TikTok got banned because transphobes reported it. And TikTok's system is so bad that it's just like, I don't know, we got a lot of reports about this person, I guess we better ban them. Right? So even that got taken away, from us, right? A lot of the media in reporting this has been misgendering her. A lot of transphobes have latched onto the story and they're talking about it in the most ghoulish way imaginable. And part of this, you know, misgendering and misreporting about her has to do with the fact that the UK has something called gender recognition certificates. So if you want to change officially your gender in the UK, you need to apply for a gender recognition certificate. You have to be 18 to apply. So a 16-year-old can't get it. Right? A 16-year-old cannot get, you know, their GRC in the UK. And, so, yeah, I mean, just like, what happened to her is horrible, okay? And we don't know the reason, right? We don't know. Like, I don't want to, I don't want to lead you into thinking that, like, you know, the attack on her, like, that we know why she was attacked. I'm sure, you know, we could all guess, but we don't know, right? It's too early to know, like, what that was all about. But even after no longer being alive, we get harassed and we get lied about. And I want cis allies, especially any of the cis allies who might have had their feelings hurt, you know, by having their allyship questioned in the past week in relation to, you know, what was going on with the video game, right? I want you to think about what we have to go through every day of our life, and then even after our life is over. Before you turn around accusations against us of us being like horrible people for asking you to do the bare minimum of allyship, please consider what we're facing every day. And that's all, right? Yeah, she was attacked. What is this bump in music? Oh my god. I have like a little discordance with my music going on in the background. Yeah, so I just wanted to talk about this situation, and like if it's hard for you to deal with this, understand that I'm right there with you. Understand that this isn't easy for me to deal with either, and I'm a little out of sorts. Okay, let me start us off here with by reading a news article. Maybe that'll help me be less emotional. Probably not though. Tributes have been paid to Brianna Ghey as trans groups and charities react to her murder. Transgender woman Brianna has been mourned by her social media followers, including on TikTok, where the 16-year-old star was followed by 31,000. Her body was found on a path at Linear Park in Colcath, Warrington, at 3:15 on Saturday after she was fatally stabbed. Cheshire police confirmed on Sunday that a boy and a girl, both age 15, were arrested on Sunday on suspicion of murder and are being questioned. So again, like we don't even know the, culprits, right? There's a lot that we don't know now, and I'm going to avoid jumping to conclusions. I'm going to avoid making assumptions, and I'd ask you to do the same. We just don't know what we don't know at this point. Brianna had been living as a girl for several months, according to reports. She had amassed an online following on TikTok for her videos where she was seen lip syncing to songs, trying different outfits from her channel, her TikTok channel. Fans shared their grief on the social media platform. One follower, Amy, said, "Okay, so gorgeous, so sad to see people in the world taken too soon and in the worst ways." Another said, "Rest in peace, Bree. You deserve so much better and will be missed. So much. I hope you can finally be at peace." Another TikToker said, "My heart is absolutely breaking for you, Angel. I'm so sorry. Rest easy, beautiful soul." Year 11 pupil Brianna had shared her final video on the day she died, and the short film has now clocked more than 8,000 comments. Cheshire police said at this time there is no evidence to suggest that this was a hate crime. So again, we don't know what we don't know, and I'm gonna avoid making assumptions. Labor MP Jess Phillips tweeted, "Utterly tragic. Love, especially to the parents of Brianna Ghey. Unimaginable loss." Trans rights activist Santhoorun Raj tweeted, Young trans people deserve to thrive in a world that nurtures their humanity. Their lives must be protected, not debated. We all have a responsibility to challenge the insidious ways that the media and politicians dehumanize trans people. Charity Stonewall said, "Our thoughts are with Brianna Ghey, a young trans woman, and her loved ones, following her tragic murder in Cheshire. We urge anyone who may have information with which to help the police to come forward." Okay, so here's a tweet. Because Britain does not have self ID. Now, this has been an issue lately, right? Britain doesn't have self ID. Very few countries in Europe do. I think. Wait, let me see if I got this right. Denmark, Belgium, Luxembourg. I are there any more? I don't. I'm not sure that there's any more. I think those are maybe the three countries in Europe that have gender self ID. Scotland voted to also have self ID, and the way that the Scottish, Scotland is a part of the UK and is under the UK, but has a certain amount of autonomy that's respected by the British law. And something like the Gender Self ID Act, they are supposed to be able to pass. However, they were basically vetoed by the UK. So this act that passed in Scotland was not allowed to take effect. And that's the act, and this is the cause celeb. If you've seen the picture of the TERF raising her dress, and with the merkin underneath, exposing herself in I guess the Parliament after the act passed. I mean, that's what that's from. That's what people are up in arms about, right? That's what. She won't be allowed to have the dignity of having beloved daughter on her gravestone, or a correct death certificate, all because the mob oppose something they don't understand. Thank you, Ross. This gender recognition thing is so wrong. If trans people have to do it, then cis people should have to go through one too. Yeah, I mean it's a messed up thing, and it's been characterized as like putting women in danger. That self ID would make the world a more dangerous place for women somehow. And meanwhile, they don't even care about the danger to trans women of not allowing us to have self ID, and horrible outcomes of that policy like this. Like, so here's the takeaway. Here's the important fact, okay? To even have this gender recognition certificate, which is not a self ID, it is a, something that you apply for. But to even be considered for it, to even have a chance of being able to have your gender recognized, in the UK, you have to be 18. So in this situation, somebody that's clearly trans had the wrong gender on her death certificate, wasn't allowed to have beloved daughter on her gravestone. Like, these are sickening and absurd consequences of fear-mongering by transphobes. When they say protect women, they're harming women. That shit is Orwellian. Loose Women guest India Willoughby, a self-described as the world's first trans newsreader, tweeted, "Because Britain does not have self-ID, trans teenager Brianna Ghey cannot be buried as her true self. She won't be allowed the dignity of having beloved daughter on her gravestone." Okay, so they're just summarizing the tweet. Charity Derbyshire, LGBT said on Twitter, "We are truly devastated by the murder of 16-year-old Brianna Ghey. We send our love to her family and friends during this heartbreaking time. Hate should not be allowed to go unchallenged. She should still be here. We need to protect trans kids." Cheshire Constabulary told The Independent that at 8:40 a.m. on Monday that there was no update after the initial arrest about potential charges or motives. Both the boy and girl arrested are from the area and remain in custody. Detective Chief Superintendent Mike Evans said the force was doing all it could to establish what happened to her, and patrols had been stepped up in the area to provide reassurance for the community. At this time, there's no evidence to suggest the circumstances surrounding are hate-related. I would ask for anybody with any information, no matter how big or small, that they believe could help with our investigation to get in touch. We are also keen for people and businesses within the local community to check any CCTV or dashcam footage for anything that may aid our investigation. Charlotte Nichols, the Labor MP for Warrington North, said that she spoke to police and urged anyone with information to contact. Okay, so there's more information about contacting the police. It's awful how the news changed from teen girl to transgender teenager after they found she was trans. And look, I mean, this is The Independent. I'm sure there's worse news sources out there. You know, like I've heard there's, news sources that are straight up misgendering her. A lot of transphobes have latched onto the story in a really ghoulish way. Um, but like transgender Brianna, right? I added woman there. It's just like saying transgender Brianna. I mean, I know that like, in the UK they have different ways of talking about things, but I don't know. Something about this really messes with me. I mean, like I said, there's probably, worse stuff out there. I'm not calling out the Independent as being like. I've also got um I've also got a video of her last TikToks. And I so don't trust like UK news sources. The problem is that it's as a file, and I am not set up to look at files, TikTok. So I was hoping. Nope. I was hoping to be able to find this uploaded to YouTube, but it looks like I'm not gonna be able to. Okay, so this is gonna take a little bit of doing, but no, I think I just have to set up a media source here. Let's see if this works. For some reason this... Wait a minute, that's so weird. Can you hear the audio? I can't hear the audio. Oh, I know what I gotta do. Like, you could probably hear that audio, right? Yeah. Oh, it was the same. Yeah, it was this on-demand news one. I was thinking it was just the TikToks for some reason. Um, but like I said, I mean, every like I mean, it hurts me to talk about this as a story because it's not just the story, and it's a story that ended too early, and it's somebody's life. Okay, and in saying this, I don't want to take anything away from this, but I do want to use the fact that people are paying attention to this story to talk about all the other trans people taken from us too soon. And especially POC trans women who are afflicted by violence and murder at a much higher rate, and whose stories almost never get talked about. Okay? The TikToks are in my inbox. Wait, in my TikTok inbox? Yeah. So, I mean, like, yeah, the media is going to pay attention to certain stuff and not other stuff. And that doesn't take anything away from the tragedy that happened. But there's a lot that's not Discord inbox. I didn't know Discord. Oh, I mean, I guess that's an inbox. I never think of it as an inbox, but I guess it is. Anything with DMs is an inbox, right? Oh, okay. So here we go. We can see the tributes and remembrance under the TikTok this is a hashtag. So like I said, that account's banned because of transphobes. Transphobes thought it would be really funny after she was killed to get her TikTok banned. And I mean, particularly because trans people were using that as a place to talk about this and to mourn her. But yeah, it's a hashtag now. And it looks like some people have like re-uploaded. That it's deranged, but this is what we're facing, okay? Understand, right? Understand. This is reality. This is what trans people deal with every day. And like I said, every axis of, every intersection of oppression is one level more that the majority of the people outside that intersection do not see, are not aware of. And so there's a lot of tragedy that is going on all the time. But yeah, these are, some of these are her TikToks, being re-uploaded, and some of these are, people's commentary on what happened. Yeah, why did they ban her account? Here we go.
None of it was real. It was all an illusion. None of
My name is salmon, like the fish. First name, Susie. I was 14 years old when I was murdered.
Okay, I don't know. Like this is just a hashtag, right? So anything that gets hashtagged with this gets uploaded to here. You can see what here seem to be like trans meds trying to get say, I don't know what they're trying to say with this hashtag, right? There it's not curated in any way, right? There's not a filter of like, so I'm a little bit nervous to click on any more of these, right? Because people get weird on TikTok. Yeah, yeah. Well, like I'm saying, like, like it's just like anybody can use the hashtag, right? So there's no. But somebody was saying comments. Are there comments like separated out? Not like, right. Like this. These seem to be just like, I I should have curated some. Okay, I just don't know how to find them. So like there's comments on some of the videos, I'm guessing. I just don't know which of the videos are like okay to click on, and like, I want to be respectful because like I said, this is someone's life that we're talking about. And I can't even like really like look at this stuff on TikTok because like I said, a lot of like transphobes have like globbed onto this. I don't know, like I really don't know how to cover like this story for a lot of reasons. Earlier, it was just her friends and fans. So anyway, like I said, I don't know where to go from here, but something needs to change. Cis people need to realize that if you don't live our lives, you don't see what's happening to us, and you make a lot of assumptions when something hurts your feelings, okay? And that needs to stop. You sent me a link to a discussion on the situation. Thank you, Vamps.
And tonight, I'm joined for the first time by Sam Bright. Sam is a journalist and author of the book Fortress London, Why We Need to Save the Country from Its Capital. We have lots of very important stories to cover tonight. The tragic story of the trans schoolgirl who was killed yesterday. We're also talking about the racist riot outside an asylum hotel from Friday night. We're talking about the political context in which the earthquake in Turkey and Syria took place. And we're, I suppose, on a lighter note, talking about Lee Anderson and the row which has emerged by his appointment to become deputy chair of the Conservative.
The sickness of people working to remove TikToks just so another can't mourn the loss of a teenager. I hope one day they will see their evil and have to reckon with themselves.
Party. A murder investigation has been launched after a teenage girl was found dead in a park in Warrington, Cheshire on Sunday. 16-year-old Brianna Ghey was found lying on a path with multiple stab wounds. A boy and a girl, both 15 and from the local area, have been arrested in connection with the killing. Brianna was a trans girl, and the police initially described the incident as a targeted attack. They also said this: "At this time, there is no evidence to suggest that the circumstances surrounding Brianna's death are hate-related. Patrols have been stepped up in the local area, and officers will remain in the Culture area to provide reassurance and address any concerns that residents may have." The family of Brianna have since released this statement. Brianna was a much-loved daughter, granddaughter, and baby sister. She was a larger-than-life character who would leave a lasting impression on all that met her. Brianna was beautiful, witty, and hilarious. Brianna was strong, fearless, and one of a kind. The loss of her young life has left a massive hole in our family, and we know that teachers and her friends who were involved in her life will feel the same. We would like to thank everyone for their kind words and support during this extremely difficult time. We would like to thank the police for their support and witnesses for helping with the investigation. Reports have been circulating online that Brianna was subject to alleged bullying at school. The Liverpool Echo reports that the school, Birchwood Community High School, declined to comment on those allegations. And though the precise details of the killing are yet to be determined, this tragic incident has understandably refocused attention on the transphobic attitudes frequently broadcast by Britain's mainstream press. And some of the media have now faced allegations of transphobia even in their reporting of Brianna's death. For example, the Sunday Times included these two paragraphs in their initial report. So they wrote, "A murder investigation is underway after a teenage girl was found with stab wounds in a Cheshire park on..."
I'm gonna read some chat here. How is it not hate related? The thing is, we just don't know, okay? And I don't want to jump to any conclusions. It's early on in the investigation. And it's a tragedy regardless. And I just don't want to say anything that I don't know for a fact, right? We're just kind of going with the information that's available right now. So yeah, that's this guy here. Just wanted to let you know I'm thinking of Brianna and all the trans people out there who are mourning her death. Solidarity. Thank you. Thank you. It means a lot.
Saturday afternoon. A few hours later, they updated that report to remove all explicit references to Brianna being a girl, instead describing her as, quote, a transgender teenager. That updated version of the article also dead-named Brianna, which means to state her name as it was before her transition. Now, following...
Okay, do you see what's going on here? That's a publication that, you know, like, didn't mention the fact that she was trans, I think, in their initial reporting. And then when they found out that she was, instead of just adding, you know, that fact in there, they retconned her to her dead name, and they misgendered her. Oh, okay, we got some more of her re-uploading her old YouTube in... Okay.
A backlash, the dead name was removed, and Brianna is now described by the Times as a transgender girl. To discuss the significance of this tragedy, earlier today I spoke to Ugla Stefania. Ugla is a journalist, author, and co-director of the non-profit film company Genderation. My Generation. I began by asking her what she makes of the police stating that there was as yet no evidence this killing was hate-related.
It's hard to tell because obviously it's hard to speculate. But I think as a trans person living in the UK at the moment, where there has been a real rise in discrimination and hate crimes towards my community, I wouldn't be surprised if it turned out that it was hate related, because I know that trans people have been suffering due to increased transphobia in the media, and partially also, you know, by the government and so on. So I think it wouldn't surprise me if it turned out to be hate related.
And I want to talk about that question of transphobia in the media and in politics, because, you know, we've talked about this on the show before. It does seem to be rampant in certain broadsheet newspapers and among certain politicians. But it's difficult to see how those attitudes would directly feed back into younger people. You know, you don't normally see teenagers reading the Sunday Times or listening to Suella Braverman's speeches. So could you sort of describe how this broader climate might be impacting how younger people feel?
Yeah, I think the way it will impact young people is that when we look at bullying in schools, for example, there has been a real issue in schools in the UK with both homophobic and transphobic bullying. So I think the way that young people will start to feel the impact of this is through their peers, you know, subjecting them to discrimination and prejudice and so on. And I think young people are on social media a lot, so they do see a lot of different things online, for example, on lots of social media platforms. So I think it does feed down to the younger generations in a different way, even if they might not be, you know, reading the mainstream news sites. Some of these things will still come to them. And I think especially when you were talking about young LGBT people, because they will hear of this, you know, through social media and so on. So I think it will really make a lot of young people feel quite unsafe because, you know, being a trans person already is quite vulnerable. And when you're hearing about a person your age, you know, living in a small town that can be a target of such a horrendous crime, whether it was a random attack or a hate-driven attack, it's going to really make people feel quite vulnerable, especially, you know, given the climate that's currently in the UK that young people are very much experiencing. You know, we've seen healthcare for young people being taken away and being affected by a lot of the transphobic sort of media debates that are being had. So their lives are being impacted in many different ways by all of this. And I think this will only make them feel even more unsafe and even more afraid of being themselves in society and at school and at home and everywhere they go.
So it's never been safe to be, you know, trans, at least not, you know, in this culture, in this society. But there was a time when, like, media information about trans people didn't really have a reach outside of the trans community. Wouldn't catch any attention outside of the trans community. And that changed when trans people became more visible, like as you know, as famous people um, came out as trans, that's when things kind of changed, right? That's when um, the existence of trans people became something that was in the public consciousness, right? And ever since then, I mean, there's been, more support, more awareness, but there's also been a lot more hate. And it's kind of hard to talk about trans issues now without, some hater finding it and wanting to put their little smudge on like our dignity. Yeah.
I've also seen commentary which I found quite persuasive, sort of suggesting, even if it's not that teenagers are sort of generating a hatred of trans people because they've listened to Suella Braverman and read the Sunday Times, it might be the case that where you might have had teachers proactively trying to encourage an attitude of gender inclusivity in classes, there's now a bit of a proto Section 28 style environment where teachers feel worried about being more proactive about challenging transphobia and that kind of thing. I don't know if you think that's sort of plausible and relevant here.
I think it definitely is because, schools are where young people are, spending a lot of their time. And I think a lot of teachers that are speaking quite actively and positively about trans issues are going to get impacted by it because there might be other colleagues or there might be other people that might start to criticize what they're doing and it might start to affect their work. So I think anybody that is, fighting for trans inclusion, whether that's in schools or in their workplace, is going to feel this and is going to feel the pushback and the backlash. So I don't think, I think there's definitely a feeling for people working in these sectors that there is, this sort of unspoken Section 28 coming back in a way. And I think that's what people are afraid of because some of these sort of anti-trans groups have actively campaigned, for protections that trans people have to be removed from UK legislation. So it isn't surprising that people are afraid that things might go back and there might be something similar to Section 28 where, they'll ban talking about trans issues or trans inclusion will become a thing that teachers won't really be allowed to talk about.
So I should clarify, just because I didn't, make it clear in my question. Section 28 was the policy introduced under the Thatcher government, which essentially banned what they called, I think, the promotion of homosexuality in schools. Obviously, it meant that teachers were very scared of talking about that kind of thing. Obviously, no one was ever promoting it in the first place. We were talking about inclusivity. I want
Thank you, Hilmandra. Hey, what's up, V?
to move on, though, to talk about the coverage
Yeah, teenagers hear it from their parents. Yeah.
of this tragic killing. And in particular, I know there's been lots of upset about the Times having decided to initially dead name Brianna. And yeah, I want to get your perspective, I suppose, for an audience that might not be aware of why that's seen as offensive or upsetting. Why is that a problem that they chose to do that?
When someone dead names or misgenders people, it's using names that they don't use anymore. And I think in the case of Brianna, she was a young woman that had come out earlier in life and was living as herself and was supported by everyone in her family. And there was no reason to mention her old name because that was a name that she wasn't using anymore, and no one in her life knew her by that name anymore. So it seems almost quite really disrespectful for them to drag out that old name because that certainly wasn't a name that she was using. And I think when we talk about dead names and misgendering in general, it's a fundamental thing of who you are to have a name and a pronoun, referred to you and have people use those to refer to you. I think, we only talk about names and pronouns in terms of trans people most of the time, but we all have pronouns that people use for us and names that we want people to use. But for trans people, it becomes a bigger issue because people have been known by a different name and a different pronoun, and getting people to change that can often be quite challenging for trans people. And there is a lot of hurt that can be carried with that, especially if people are refusing to use the right names and pronouns. And that's essentially signaling that you don't really respect who people are and you don't really believe that this is who they are. So, for example, when the Times uses an old name, it is a sign that they fundamentally, in my mind, don't fully respect that she is who she is, and they're taking the opportunity to signal that they don't fully believe she is the woman who she was.
And this is the difference between like the culture in the US, which is transphobic, is dangerous for trans people, is disrespectful and dismissive, right? And you see, even our own allies, right, dismiss our concerns a lot of the times. But this is it's a little bit more institutionalized in the UK. In the United States, somebody with trans exclusionary radical views is, yeah, there is like a social price for expressing those. And so, you will see this stuff on the internet, and yeah, like, hate crimes occur and discrimination occurs, but it's kind of like it's a little bit more tucked away. Whereas in the UK, like, this is in the news media. Like, not that the news media in the US like is like super trans affirming or like really cares, that much about trans people, but there's a certain brand protection that goes on that prevents those kind of viewpoints from being boosted in a super public sense, or being officially put forward by an institution. Whereas in the UK, it just never got to that point. We always call people what they want to be called. It's not unique to trans people. That's unique. What's unique to trans people is that cis people don't.
And I think that's really sad in the case of a 16-year-old whose life has been cut short and was ready to live as herself and will now never be able to grow up and live fully as herself. And for a media outlet to disrespect her memory in that way, I think is really quite serious, and just quite really horrible, to be honest.
One other issue which I've seen sort of mentioned online, which is the idea of a death certificate, and this is a conversation we've been having recently when it comes to
The US has been far worse, says Mary Canary. I mean, they're both bad in different ways. I feel like the media in the UK in particular, the press is what carries a lot of the transphobia. A cousin lost anywhere is a cousin lost everywhere. Shouldn't compare which is worse. It's a death sentence in both areas and thus unacceptable. The UK is trying to block laws to protect. Yeah, so they don't even have they can't even get even after Scotland voted for gender self-ID, the UK has denied the Scottish voters their right to autonomy just on that issue. I don't think that has been carried forth on any other policy that Scotland has voted to implement. UK is trying to block laws to protect trans people in Wales, Scotland, Ireland, and likely unofficially abroad too. Oh, the corn thing. Okay, so the corn was okay. The turtle was Cuffles. The corn was ending stream. The reason I was saying that is that I couldn't end stream until I knew that Cuffles was done, just because of the nature of the kind of harassment that Clout Network channels do to people that piss them off, right? She'd be trying to do something like talk about me on stream potentially, and I don't think that she actually did, right? I think she had actually she had some bad karma, I guess. I don't know. She had trouble streaming yesterday, and so I don't know what she talked about, but from what I've heard, nobody saw my image on Kuffle's stream. So, but I just kept streaming until I knew that she was done with her stream out of caution, right? And in general, whenever I run into anything like a hate stream on me, which there's been a few, usually by much smaller channels, but in this case, Kevels is a fairly large channel, right? So I just generally try to provide an alternative. If somebody's searching no comment check, I want them to find my stream before they find the hate stream about me potentially, right? So, that's what we were doing. That's why I was waiting for the turtle to eat the corn before I ended stream. But good question. Yeah, sorry for being so confusing. Right? I'm glad you have some countermeasures in place. Yeah, I've been through. This is not my first rodeo, right? Well, I mean, like I have been attacked by larger streams. Let's see, Dylan Burns quite a bit. Aristocracy, at least once or twice. Stardust, Sanderhall. Oh my God, Sonsol. I mean, I don't know if Sonsol's really a bigger stream than me anymore, but at the time, maybe Sonsol was, right? Um, I'm trying to think. Am I missing anybody? Oh yeah, Shark 300. Shark 300 just repeating Aristocracy's lies about me, right? And so I've dealt with this before, and I kind of know how to handle this, right? And the big thing that I want is like, for people to if there's a controversy about me, I want to be the one talking about it rather than just like ceding that ground to somebody else. Shark has no issues repeating lies about people. Yeah, that's the thing is people think that Shark is so nice, and I mean, I guess compared to Vosh, maybe Shark is nice compared to Xanderhall, like, right? But that's a pretty low bar, right? And obviously, he's friends with these people, and he will absolutely, attack people that are on the outs with them. So yeah, that's Wait, who is an amazing hero?
To gender recognition reform and gender recognition certificates.
Sorry, I missed.
And as far as I understand it, if someone doesn't have a gender recognition certificate, which
he attacked Cat Black too, and oh yeah, that's right. He repeated Aristocracy's lies about Bad Empanada as well.
If you're 16, then you'll be recorded in your gender that you were assigned at birth, not the one you identify with. This, I think, is understandably caused a lot of anger and upset. Could I get you to talk about that, please?
I think this case illustrates.
Wait, what's up, Silent Storm? Good to see you. Yeah, the ship for attacking NCC sailed a long time ago. I mean, I guess, look, she's probably mad about something that I said about her, right? And I don't want to like underplay that. Like, I mean, I understand what it's like to have people, talking about you in a way that maybe doesn't represent the way that you see yourself. That's probably how Keffels felt. And I do still view Keffels as a human being. She's done a lot of harm. She's really undercut, everything that she did in terms of her advocacy for trans people early on. Not to say that like it erases it by any means, right? But yeah, it does kind of it's hard to stand up for one marginalized group while you're shitting on another, and that's kind of where she's found herself, and she's in this position where she got sucked into the clout network. And I want you to understand, once you sign that, once you sign those papers with White Nervosa for your website, they got you. You're theirs. If Keffels had second thoughts about Vosh, if Keffels had second thoughts about the Clout Network, right, saying so on stream would risk her ability to use her website. You've seen what happens to people who piss off White Nervosa. You've seen what happens to people who piss off Vosh in terms of if they have a White Leaf website, right? So she's in a tough place. I do have some compassion for her. I hope that has not been completely obscured by my criticism of her last week. She did some really messed up stuff, and when she got called on it, she just doubled down. She's got Vosh in her ear, and he's like her mentor. He's like telling her how to handle this stuff, and she's like believing every word she hears from him. So it's a sad thing. She's somebody that I have a lot of compassion for. I have experienced some degree of harassment, not the IRL stuff that couples experienced, but some of the stuff that was in terms of the online harassment and the threats and the just all that stuff. I do still honestly feel for her for what she's been through, right? And I do want her to understand that it's never too late to change your mind, okay? I did some of the stuff that you did that burned bridges with people that care about you, right? I reacted, with fragility. Um, at certain times, I was also a coward, right? In the face of the overwhelming lies about Chaos's Mel, I, I mean, I don't think I, criticized her or added to the dog pile against her, but I definitely didn't stand up for her. And I definitely, did things to make things easier for myself. Um, just, at the, with, without thinking about, what she was going through in terms of that harassment. She could just, that's true. She could just not go after her. After people, and she could still change. Let me tell you, okay? Like, so, um, in that clout network, if you have a White Nervosa website, most people cannot say no. Cannot say no to Vosh. Cannot say no to White Nervosa. Most people are locked in there. Kevels is actually a big enough streamer that if she really wanted to, she could break away. It wouldn't be easy. It would cost her some money. It would force her to, reassess her website situation and go through somebody else. And yeah, they'd probably charge her more than White Nervosa is charging her. But she could change the way that she lives. And as somebody who did finally at some point stand up for what I knew was right, I would love to see her do the same thing. And like I said, not everybody's going to forgive you, and not everyone forgave me. When I finally stood up to the Clout Network, when I finally stood up to Dylan Burns, but enough people have that it's in the long term, it's made my life better. I don't know if I'd be able to live with myself if I was still caping for Vosh. Well, I mean, I didn't really cape for Vosh as much, but if I was still caping for people like Dylan Burns, if I was still going super easy on Destiny for, his weird harassment of trans people, right? I don't know if I'd be able to live with myself. And I'm sure that Keffels is at least experiencing some of that regret, right? So I just wanted to, like, let her know that, I haven't written you off. I'm really not a fan of what you've been doing lately. I cannot emphasize that enough, right? That the stuff is wrong. But you have done good things for the trans community. You have shown yourself to be brave in the face of overwhelming harassment, and I think you could change the way you live, and I think that I think that would be better for you as well as, those that you're affecting with your reach, right? If that makes sense, right? Because I know, like, I thought about it some more after Keffels came in here, and, like, on one hand, like, it's scary. She's a much bigger streamer than me. If she starts talking about me, if she starts lying about me, like she's lied about Polly, like she's lied about my mods, like she's lied about a lot of people, honestly, that's some really scary stuff. And I would hate to lose somebody in my community who heard something that she said and believed it, rather than really looking into it and seeing where she's coming from, and seeing that, this is motivated mostly by my pushback against the things that she's done to marginalized communities. But at the same time, I had to step back and kind of look at things from her perspective, think about what she's been through in terms of that kind of harassment, and the fact that her joining up with the Clout Network, her signing on with White Nervosa, might have been motivated a lot in a large way by fear. Oh my God, Young Black Economist, thank you for the community subs to let's see who got Cyber Quaker. You got a gift sub. Iron Orchids, you got a gift sub. I still don't know how to pronounce your name. Quo33A, you got a gift sub. Kruplik, you also got a gift sub. Thank you, Young Black Economist. But yeah, just like I want people to understand that, like, I it takes a lot for me to write people off, and I haven't entirely no chance of losing us. Thank you, Mixed Secular. That means a lot to me. That means a lot. Um, I'm never going to have to be a falafel friend after what she did to Zara, Polly, and others, but I'd be fine with not bad mouthing her if she stopped going after people with smaller platforms. Yeah, that's the big that was what I was upset with her, right? And she wanted me to come on and talk to her, and you know how that would have gone, right? She would have did me dirty like she did Polly. I'm like 99% sure that was what she had in mind, right? That that's what she wanted. She wanted to farm me for drama like she did with Polly, right? But that my biggest complaint about her is the bullying, right? Is attacking people with no platform, attacking people like Zara who are just getting started as streamers and now have been introduced to tens of thousands of people as this bad person who hates gender non-conforming people, when I know Zara and she doesn't hate gender non-conforming people, like, right? She wasn't trash talking any group, like any group of trans people, right? She was just standing up for what she believes in, and she's a brave person, and that bravery, got her attacked like that by somebody with a much larger platform. And like I said, and that offer still stands, couples. I will come on and do whatever you want, talk about whatever you want. If you make an apology video, I want an apology video on your YouTube channel, addressing the lies that you told about my friend, the misinformation you spread about Zara. She would be better off if she just did not think she speaks for all the transgender community. Lashing out at others in the community just because they disagree with her is not productive for anyone. Acting out of fear can do a lot of harm. But yeah, I mean, like, this is the thing. I'm ready to fight if that's what she wants, okay? And I know how to fight. Had a lot of experience. I've had a lot of experience fighting much larger channels than hers, okay? If we're being real about it. But I also would love to see her, I would love to see her do right by the people that she's hurt. And like I said, not all of them are gonna forgive you, but enough will that it's worth your while, right? The things that Vosh is telling you, couples, are lies, okay? Like, he's a hurt person. He's a fractured person. And he thinks that the only way that he has of surviving is to dominate others. He's wrong. And I think you know that. And I would love to see you recognize that. If falafels come at you, we'll have to watch Not My Warrior Princess, fake react. Wait, Not My Warrior Princess? Is that like a... Oh, yeah. I know who you're talking about. Yeah, I know who you're talking about. Also, you practice kickboxing. True, and true. Yeah, no, that means a lot to me, chat. Like, your support means a lot to me.
It's quite clearly some of the issues that we're facing in the UK in terms of trans right and legal gender recognition. Because as you said, if you don't have a gender recognition certificate, you can't have your birth certificate changed. And if you don't have that changed, then when you die, it will be recorded what's on your birth certificate. So in the case of Brianna, she was only 16 and you can only apply for one when you're 18. So in her case, it's likely that her death will be recorded in the wrong gender. And I think that's a really big issue that, even in death, trans people won't be respected and recorded as who they were. And that was one of the reasons why some of the campaigns were to lower the age limit so people could get a gender recognition certificate at 16 or even younger. And I think that illustrates quite clearly why it's important, because for lots of people they're just debating this in a online on social media or in the parliament or whatever. But now we're seeing a case of a young woman who is going to be adversely affected by this because the government hasn't been able to commit to making life easier for trans people. And it's really quite sad, because there are countries around the world that already have much more progressive laws which allow kids and young people to change their gender markers, often with parental consent, but often at much younger ages than in the UK. So it's really quite shocking, how we never really talk about the real life cases and how it really impacts the lives of real people. And now we have a case of that, but sadly, it's because of an horrific murder that happened, and it really illustrates that the debates that are often being had in Parliament or in the media aren't really taking into account the lived experiences and the real experiences of trans people, which in the case of Brianna is really, really tragic.
The police have arrested 15 people after a violent racist riot erupted outside a hotel housing asylum seekers. The suspects, aged between 13 and 54, have been detained on suspicion of violent disorder.
So yeah, this is more UK news here. This is we're looking at Novara Media. Should I give them if you want to check out the news source that we're watching here, that's Novara Media. It's kind of hard to, it can be difficult to find UK news sources, and see, so we got one more thing to take a look at here. Okay, yeah. Okay, that's the one that... You can kind of get an idea of her content here.
One last try. I'm giving life one last try.
Puppies! Oh my god!
One last try.
Only love makes you that crazy, sweetheart. And that damn stupid. Only
It's not even like you. You were doing so well. Did the dog eat your homework?
So a lot of this was like, a lot of what she did was like lip syncing and dancing videos, it looks like.
It's not even like you. You were doing so well. Did the dog eat your homework again? I'm kind.
I can't find the strength that I need it right now, and I just pray to God. I can't find the strength.
I don't wanna talk right now. Don't know where you are right now.
Yeah, so yeah, that's here, should I link this account? They're re-uploading her videos here. Let me just like let me just copy the link from Discord. If anybody wants to follow this. It's crazy how Mexico, a country, white people, US and UK love to act like it's a horrific, backwards, primitive kind of country, has a federal law defending gender ID just by accepting people. Like you just go to the state offices and ask them to change your gender marker and it's changed on everything. Oh my God. Oh my God. No, that's like so like I mean I don't want to bore you with my stories of my life, right? But when I when I changed my name and gender markers, I was going to school and yeah, I'd like gone to school before and I took some time off and came back. And the problem is that your information, at least at this school, it wasn't just like one set of information, right? It wasn't just like here's your all your records, and when you change one thing, it gets changed everywhere else. Like I had to track down all the instances of my information being like right because like what would happen is like I'd think like okay so I've officially I gave them my name change I talked to the admissions people or whoever was like handling that right I thought I had it all done and then I'd be somewhere and somehow my old information would come up and it would be really horrific and embarrassing and just like mortifying and I would go back and ask the school and they'd be like well you got to change this with like this department like these like we don't change all of your information right and this was a school that could have just like had it all centralized and kind of or had a policy in place to change all your information at once and they didn't right and I had to go down and try and every time I thought that I had every single instance of my old name eliminated I would go someplace new and I would see be called my old name or it would just kind of come up again or like I'd go somewhere and somebody'd like look at me funny and turn around their computer screen and it says here you're male like and the fact that like yeah Mexico has a one stop gender change procedure is quite amazing actually like you just go to the state offices and ask them to change your gender marker and it's like changed on everything no certificate yeah that's what the UK does is like a gender recognition certificate that you have to obtain and one of the prerequisites is you got to be 18 right so this is the huge problem in this case this kind of video I would make if TikTok existed when I was that age she was a child and had her whole life ahead of her. It's so sad. Did her videos on TikTok have overall supportive comments? Yeah, I don't know if we have that. I don't know if we can look back at that, right? Like I said, her TikTok got banned, and from what I've heard, because there are people petitioning TikTok to get her TikTok unbanned, because it was being used as kind of an unofficial place of grieving and mourning. Right? They seem to be implying that the only way to and like from what I know about their policy as somebody who's been unbanned on TikTok as somebody who's been permanently banned by a mass report from I think Matt Walsh fans and then unbanned subsequently when I told them what was going on but you yourself the person with the account information you have to be the one to submit that request. So I don't know if TikTok's good. I mean, maybe if TikTok, yeah. Does anybody know if there's a tweet? Because the way to get TikTok to do something here would be to go to Twitter. Like this is what Twitter's really good for. If there's a tweet there that everybody can like and retweet, that might be the best place. Did TikTok take down Oh no, it wasn't her family's request. It was at the mass report by transphobic trolls, from my understanding. That's why TikTok took that down. What's up, everybody? Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm a little bit sad, not a little bit sad. I'm kind of devastated right now. And you know, like you've gotten me in a little bit better of a mood, honestly. Like I didn't know how I was gonna do the stream. Because I don't deal with this stuff very well. I may have missed it, but did she delete? No, no, she didn't delete. Okay, so everybody knows by now. It was mass reports by transphobes. And that's what I'm talking about, is that these transphobes can't even leave her alone, like, now that she's dead. They're absolute ghouls. These people have no heart. Have you ever read Sandman? No, but I've heard, wait, is that Neil Gaiman that writes that? Sandman? Oh my god, thank you, Paul Squall. I don't know why the Twitch sounds aren't happening, but I can make some sounds if you'd like. Um, the first time I ever saw trans people treated with compassion rather than as a joke was in Sandman. It wasn't perfect, it was the 80s and 90s, but oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. A lot of that early trans representation, like yeah, you know, there's a heart to it. Like right, there's a genuine love. There was a genuine, you know, expression of love and empathy. But you know, some of the ways that you know they handle things are not how that we or speak about things are not how we would speak about them now. Neil got so much better as he learned and grew too. Thank you for covering the story. I know it's on the other side of the world. But it means a lot for me to see that people care. You know, thank you for bringing me the resources I need to cover this story. It means a lot to me. The real question I have is, why do IDs even need gender markers? Seems borderline useless. Wait a minute. I'm not sure if I could think of a reason. Paul Squall says, thank you for covering this. I know it's difficult. That happens to me all the time. They're a relic of the past when gendered rights were a thing. Yeah. I actually can't, I mean, medically, like, I mean, I guess, you know, you need information, like, about your, you know, anatomy, but that's not all just, like, you know, sex and gender, right? There's more to a person like anatomically and physiologically than that. She was very fashionable. Definitely didn't. Oh, I did not have my shit near. Oh my god, I was an embarrassment at that age. Like I can remember going through puberty and like looking at my face in the mirror and kind of like tripping out at how much I didn't relate to, you know, the person that I saw. Wondered what she wanted to do when she grew up, but thinking about that just makes me more angry. Why would they say that out loud in front of people? 0 cents. I would ask somebody to stay after class. Yo, okay, the worst thing that I had, okay, and I'm not gonna name names here, right? But a teacher that I really liked, a teacher that I really looked up to, when I came back to school, and this was like, you know, this was like a 2-year program that I was in, right? So everybody from my class had graduated, but a lot of the teachers were still there, right? So I, you know, started, I took a year off, and then I came back. And when I came back, there was a teacher that was the thing that you do when you show the class roll and you say, okay, so this is the class roll that I have. If your name's not on here, you need to fix this because according to records and registration, you are not registered for this class. So you need to get your ass registered, right? If you're not gonna get credit for this class unless you fix that, right? You know, so you know it's this thing that needs to go on. But he ends up showing, you know, the role, and for some reason it has your name, and I almost think I remember seeing social security numbers. Maybe I'm not remembering that right, because that seems like a vast, like, violate, like a totally unnecessary violation of privacy, and just like something. Maybe I'm misremembering that. Maybe there weren't actually social security numbers. Um, but that was how I found out that the school had not changed my name in all the places necessary. Was the fact that my dead name was there on the roll. And when he said, let me know if you don't see your name here, I said, my name's, I don't know why. I don't know why I handled it this way. He said, my name's not there. And he said, oh wait, no, isn't this here, you right here? And it was on one of those overhead projectors, right? He was old school, so he had an overhead projector from the AV department, right? And he points to my dead name, and I was devastated, right? That was, yeah. And like, he had kind of a smirk on his face too. Like, yeah, this guy was a dickhead. TikTok listening to family requests. Yeah, right. I know, right? It's hard to get a person on TikTok. Maybe if you're a big million follower account, maybe you can. Neil Gaiman, yeah. Nobody deals with this stuff well. It's horrible. It really is. Patriarchy is the real reason there are markers on ID in the States. We know who holds the power, and have to be reminded of it continually. Yeah, no, it definitely did hurt, and especially when it's by somebody that like I liked and respected, and like I didn't think they had any reason to like dislike me. IDs aren't medical documents anyway. Yeah, exactly, right? There's very few reasons that that information would be pertinent. Every time someone becomes gendered, I question why it's not just non-gendered. This is the weird thing, is that I think I think that like we're so inundated with that being like crucial information, with that we just don't like even notice. Same, mirror disassociation was real. Um, yeah, no, definitely. How that sucks. He sounds like a bully. How many adults enjoy bullying trans kids, and it's disgusting. Yeah, that betrayal, that sense of betrayal. Only cool teacher I ever had came out as gay after I graduated. Yeah, the thing is, like, in terms of like I think I went to, like, there was like a I don't remember if there was a school counselor or like an advisor or something, but like somebody that's basically paid to be compassionate to students. And I went to them, and they were like, listen here, I'm gonna walk with you to records and registration, and we're gonna get your stuff sorted out. And like, he had the best of intentions, but at the end of the day, there was just no follow through, right? At the end of the day, it was my problem to deal with, right? Yeah, I mean, he did walk me to records, and it didn't really help that much, right? To just like, I mean, I guess like the morale boost, because like, I mean, I was scared. Yeah, was in college. Oh, are you asking, Zara? I got dead named by someone in a big meeting at work. It was absolutely destroyed me live on camera. I was writing, I was part of writing a submission that was thrown out years ago in New Zealand by some as too radical, literally asking for gender to be removed from non-medical stuff because it just really wasn't relevant. God, that sucks, Sarah. That really sucks. It's not like it's the only time, but it was a place where I felt safe. Yeah. Okay, so speaking of this, like I alluded to this earlier, right? I alluded to the allegations that trans people standing up for our dignity and for our rights is some kind of form of bullying, right? and you've heard this meme spread around a lot. Like, this is like, but by trans allies, by people that have done trans allyship in the past. And like I said before, I consider allyship to not be a state of being, to not be like an identity, but it's an action, right? Some actions are allyship and some actions are not allyship, right? And you know, we had people who have in the past done a lot of allyship absolutely drop the ball, absolutely fracture in fragility, and blow up and join the chorus of voices condemning trans people for trying to stand up for our dignity, for trying to ask people who care about us to put their money where their mouth is. If they're going to talk the talk, they should walk the walk as well. And you know, what's worse than them just like not doing that, you know, failing to do that, is the fact that they felt so, you know, there was so much like disconnect there that they turned on trans people. And I'm talking about Hassan, I'm talking about Xander Hall, right? I'm talking about people like that absolutely just like, and that's when I said to Xander Hall's community, if you're in his community and you're sick of getting negged, you're sick of being talked shit to, you're sick of being talked down to, you're sick of having to sit down in the back and have your voice sublimated under his advocacy for you, understand that you do not have to put up with this shit. Understand that there are other communities that do not do this to you, right? And that we don't need Xander Hall, we don't need Vosh, we don't need Hassan. If they're not going to be allies, then that's that, okay? And us supplicating ourselves to their failure of allyship is not helping anyone, least of all them. Not to ask, but well, I was busy yesterday, couldn't be on. The Beau of the Fifth Column story. So wait, can somebody tell me about this? This is Bad Empanada talking about some stuff that Beau did in the 90s. He actually went to jail for it. I don't know that much about this story, right? And I had a lot on my plate yesterday. Still have a lot to get through, and haven't been able to do the research to responsibly cover this. I think I did cover the Mike from PA allegations like a year or two ago, but I don't know how much Beau the Fed. Bad Empanada talking about Beau. Let me read some more chat here. I was part of writing. Oh, okay, I read that. I saw in a comment, don't buy the Wizard game. And I got a response of, do you oh my god, do you want to shop at Walmart or Target? Do you have a cell phone? Do you literally do anything that contributes to harm, even if there is not another option to do less harm, right? Because like that's what they're comparing. They are comparing a video game, which you do not need to play, to like a cell phone, which you kind of need to exist in this world. Yeah, pretty ridiculous, right? I've seen rallying stands in the comments of post mourning Brianna being disgusting. Yeah, Linehan too, right? Celebrating it and being like, see, this is what you get. This is trans people's fault. Oh my god. It's just victim blaming. They don't want to do shit. They just justify it, and Darvo for cis sympathy. Which they usually get. Yeah, that's the thing. It's so easy for a privileged person to get sympathy, right? The people who need sympathy the least are the ones who are getting the most of it. That's the irony of it all. That is the irony. Bad Empanada made a video showing how Beau committed all these horrible things that in BE's opinion were akin to a form of slavery in the Gulf monarchies, and was defending... Okay, now that's the one thing I don't know about, is is defending Modi, right? I'm kind of surprised about that. Beau is a trafficker. It's true. Yeah, and he's addressed some of this, like, right? So Beau did, you know, like admit to stuff that he'd done in the 90s and early 2000s, stuff that he had gone to jail for, and you know, expressed regret. But yeah, I haven't really looked at this in a while. And I haven't really paid attention to Beau's content in a long time, right? It's been known for years, but BE kind of went over it in detail, and it was worse than a lot of people thought. Oh wow. I heard that he helped people sneak into the country or something. Well, yeah, that's what I heard too. So I wasn't sure, like, you know, the nature of what Beau did. Um, why do I feel like this is going to make me, the Beau stuff is going to make you feel very disturbed? He scammed female workers from Eastern Europe and got away with a sussy short sentence, then started being an activist with a fake accent? Wait, you mean like Southern accent is fake? Wait, he didn't defend Modi? Wait, what exactly did he do? I mean, maybe we'll have to watch the Bad Empanada video just to... It might have been related to his contracting work too. I haven't seen the video yet. Oh, you misunderstood. Video game which you heard me say over a week ago was just gonna be a shitty reskin. Even people in Polly's chat told me, seems to be getting good reviews though. A week later, everyone, including the reviewers, are saying it's very similar to Dark Souls games and just not as good. If he wasn't a Fed, he would have gotten... Oh my god. Yeah, I don't know anything about this. He defended India like a foil to China. Okay. Beau was saying that India is going to check China. Yeah, I don't think that we need fascists to check China. I don't know. That sounds sus. He didn't speak with that accent in the videos of him years ago, but I don't know. Okay, so let me okay, so we're gonna watch this. Let me put the Beau of the Fifth Column stuff. We've also got something to go over with Loserbox. Do y'all remember Loserbox? Loserbox? Or some people say Denial Box, right? So talk about fragile, right? Apparently, yeah, Keffels is not the only one talking about Zara, myself, and Polly on stream. Yeah, Loserbox is mad at Zara for talking about his role in his role in resurrecting Lauren Southern's career. And I don't want to overstate it. He wasn't the only one to debate Lauren Southern, right? But we do see a trend of Lauren Southern's views on her videos on YouTube going up after having debated Xander Hall, the Surfs, Loserbox, etc. And he's trying to like wash his hands of it and stuff, and it's absolutely ridiculous. Not only did Loserbox do content with Lauren Southern that, you know, like as small as the amount of help might be, yeah, did get like, essentially, here's the deal. Like, when you don't post a lot on your YouTube channel, or you're just out of like discussion, people aren't talking about you, people aren't thinking about you, when you do a video again, it tends to not have that much reach, right? The kind of thing that'll change that is if you've got a foil, right? So for a sussy right-winger like Lauren Southern, you know, for a racist like Lauren Southern, doing debates with lefties is that foil, makes them more interesting, brings people in, gets people watching, right? So, you know, and he's trying to minimize it, right? But and he's trying to act like, no, I debated against her, you dumbass. Like, you know, we got to stand up to this stuff. Like, I'm a hero, right? No, you're not a fucking hero. You brought her producer on, who is like the one person of you know, all the people that, you know, of the people that harassed me during the Dylan thing, the one person that admitted to doing hate raids against me, Samantha Banana, you brought her on to spout transmed talking points with no criticism because you don't have the ability You don't understand trans issues, and yet you talk about them anyway, and this is what gets you in trouble, right? Either educate yourself or stay in your fucking lane, Loserbox, because as far as trans people are concerned, you do more harm than good. We'd rather have you not talk about us at all. So, you know, yeah, and I mean, like, what kind of complicity is that? You know, I didn't do content, you know, like, I wasn't helping Lauren Southern, I was debating against her. You had her fucking editor. You brought her editor on. You platformed her editor, who's, like, in a lot of ways, like, I mean, bad in a whole lot of other ways that Lauren Southern isn't, right? So we'll talk about that in a second. But yeah, let's do the Beau of the fifth column stuff next. BE on Beau. Sure, why not? Still scared of exiting my house because I'm black and trans, even though nothing happened to me yet. I'm not gonna wait and find out. I'm not. Yeah, I mean, like, that's understand. Not waiting to be a statistic. Did you finish the Jessie video? That's actually what we're gonna do next. So yeah, we're gonna watch the Jessie video from last night. That was trans bullies, I think. Wait, let me see what's that actually called. Trans bullies, streamers, and right-wing tactics. Yeah, we didn't really finish this, so I did want to let's just start it over again, and maybe make a segment. Who knows? I need to be putting out more videos for y'all. I've just been on such a roll with streaming, and it's been going so well. And like, I mean, I'm starting to see, like, I don't know, like, just to give you a little background of where I've been and where I am now. I was a streamer who was used to getting 70 to 100 people in her chat every night prior to the cancellation that Twitch pull enacted on me, right? And I went from that to, I don't know, like, you know, I mean, like, I've definitely had, you know, some really, like, really small streams. And a lot of that was from the fact that when you're nice to these people, when you're gentle, when you're really, like, slow walk your criticism, and you know, praise, you know, people like, you know, Vosh and Loserbox and Dylan, and, you know, when you're cool with all the people, you know, that have the power in Twitch poll, you get a lot of raids, right? You get a lot of people from other communities coming in to check you out because, you know, Dylan said something nice about you, or you were on Dylan's panel and you punched, you know, CTV, you know, like, not literally, but like you put the hurt on one of the sussy bakas on Dylan's panels, or you know what I mean? They know about you from other people, right? And so it kind of makes you feel like you're doing really well, but that's all fake. That's all ephemeral, right? Their support is very conditional, and the condition that denied me that support totally, right, was speaking truth to power with Dylan, right? I went from being, like, you know, getting, you know, like 70 to 100 people in chat to, like, I don't know, having trouble, you know, getting to 20 a lot of times, right? That's a huge difference, right? A lot of lies were told about me. A lot of people were shamed for being fans of mine. There's, like, screenshots of Samantha Banana denying people entrance to Discords based on the fact that they were perceived as being NCC fans, right? So, you know, like, I went through a lot, and like, it didn't seem like there was a clear road to get back to where I was, but I can say now safely that I am there. My concurrent numbers on both of these platforms are now matching the numbers that I used to get, and I'm getting there without kissing anybody's ass, without doing anything that I have to regret later, right? Without, like, abandoning somebody like Mel when she gets canceled by DGG because they're trying to cancel me too, right? Like I said, like, there's some of the stuff that I did in the past that I'm not super proud of, like debating Vivian and like, you know, the things that I said to her in that debate, right? 70 to 100 is when they came after me. Well, I mean, yeah, 70 to 100 plus being slightly critical, and you know, like, they'll exaggerate that. They'll call you. What did Dylan say about me? Oh my God, should we look at this really quick? We're gonna do Jessie Jitter on trans bullies. We're gonna do Beau of the fifth column, Bad Empanada talking about Beau, and then we're gonna take a look at what Loserbox had to say about myself, Zira, and Polly. But here, first let's take a little detour and look at no comment clips, which you all should be following, because right, my VODs are going up there. My VODs are going up there as real videos, and we're gonna try to get that channel monetized too. I need your help. I need your help with that, right? So yeah, here's the videos from last night. Wait. Okay, yeah. I'm like making sure they're all in the right order. Oh god, no, like this is really funny right here. All right.
I can't look at like Demon No Comment Chicken chat and not see red. I can't look at like Demon No Comment Chicken chat.
Now, isn't that funny, right? Because he's talking about me. Like, at this point, Dylan has no problem with Demon Mama. Demon Mama absolutely covered up his bullshit. Like Demon Mama, like, you know, minimized fucked up shit that Dylan said about her for his benefit, right? To help him cancel me, right? But he can't tell me and Demon Mama apart. Huh, I wonder why that is. What is it, chat? Can you think of what is it about me and Demon Mama that's like similar? Like, right? What would he be getting confused about? Right? Can you figure that out? We have our own little clout. We do. Yeah, absolutely. Oh my god! And somebody else just just subscribed. Yeah, I wonder. Yeah, it's the glasses. It's white girls. It's definitely that we're white girls with glasses. I'm pretty sure that's it. Let me show you the entire context for this, though. It's pretty funny. So this is how much Dylan hates me. Okay, and do we need to turn the volume on this up? I didn't realize my clips are like so. I feel like my clip should have a better like. Let's put the gain on, give it a little bit more, give it about 3 decibels of gain. That should do. Okay.
I can't look at like Demon No Comment Chicken chat and not see red. Like it is. No, look. If there's anybody on Twitch that I actually think's like a complete scumbag.
Oh my god, I'm gonna have to boost it even more. Okay, let me try. Like I didn't realize my clips were this quiet. What about 7? What about 7 decibels? 7.5 decibels. Let's try that.
I can't look at like Demon No Comment Chicken chat and not see red. Like it is.
So I'm just in chat, right? He's talking to Chud Logic. I'm in chat, and he's seeing red, right? That's how much this guy hates me. Same vibes as Vosh confusing Cat Black and Professor Flowers. Oh my god. Can you hear this all right? Does that mean I'll get canceled if I grow my streams more? I don't know. A lot of people said that you tend to get canceled when you hit 1,000. But I don't know if that's just like like that's just lore or whatever. The FD video has really brought out the sussy bakas. I'm taking note. Is the volume loud enough? Do I need to turn this up even more? Imagine being Dylan and calling anybody a scumbag. Do I need to turn this up even more? Volume is good. Okay, cool. Let's actually watch this. Okay, so this is Chud Logic stream. Dylan's talking to Chud, and I come into chat. And here's what Dylan says.
I can't look at like Demon No Comment Chicken chat and not see red. Like it is. No, look. If there's anybody on Twitch that I actually think's like a complete scumbag. Wait, no, I want to be able to say this. I think it's her. She is genuinely like fucking garbage. I actually think's like a complete scumbag. Wait, no, I
complete scumbag, says the guy that hangs out with the right-wing transphobe that boosted the groomer panic against trans people. the racist piece of shit, pro-segregationist scumbag whose career Dylan Burns created. Understand that CTV did not become known to Twitch on his own. He only became known to Twitch because Dylan needed to create a right-wing ecosystem where there was none. And this guy was part of it. This was part of Dylan's stupid wrestling kayfabe bullshit, right? What was having fucking CTV there, right? And the people in Dylan's audience that followed me, it was because I actually fucking made this guy look bad. I actually went hard on this guy. You weren't, I didn't know it, but you weren't supposed to go hard on Dylan's friends. He became friends with the right wingers that he brought on because there was like so few of them. There were so few right-wingers he could bring on that wouldn't turn out to be a Proud Boy January 6ther or, say the N-word on stream or do something else that's TOS. Like, he had so much trouble finding right-wingers that, he had to become friends with the ones that would actually come on his show. And, it's really funny for this dude to call me a scumbag while he's having this piece of shit who took a pride flag and turned it into the swastika because he thought that was fucking funny, right? So anyway, yeah, that's how much Dylan hates me, lest we forget, right? I don't want to talk about him that much anymore, but yeah, I'm sure he's still every bit the scumbag that he was back then. Anyway, Jessie Gender.
Hello, interwebs.
And I probably need to attenuate my volume again. Filters. And turn off the gain. All right, there we go. We're good. We're good.
I hope you're all doing well, truly and sincerely.
Dollar Store Gaston? Oh my god.
Especially right now, considering what my morning just was.
I mean, the most dishonest bitch in the planet. That's probably what he thinks of me.
And I'll talk about that in a little bit, but I have to talk about something else first.
Really weird for him to say that as he's lying about me, though.
So, there's been a lot of discourse online that I myself jumped into with my last video on this channel surrounding people bullying people playing the wizarding game on Twitch. There's been a lot of articles written up about it, about transgender people bullying people who are playing the wizarding game, saying that they're bad people, making them cry, making them feel bad, calling them transphobic, calling them bigots, things like that. That's been basically what the discourse has been going
What's up, Iron Orchids?
On right now. And I want to start off by being very, very clear, considering there are people that have literally stated that Jessie Gender has been supporting people going out and bullying people. I've seen that in a lot of comments and Twitter feeds and things like that.
That's right. Noted hate monger Jessie Gender, right?
Don't bully people. Bullying is wrong. Harassment is wrong. Like I said in my last video, we don't harass people in the name of, fighting for transgender people. We fight people, we push back against people, we call out people, we do all of those things, but harassing people isn't the right thing to do. Oh, and to be very, very clear, since I saw people saying this on other videos, that is not me saying when they go low, we go high. We use any means necessary to fight back against oppressors and those who would harm us and actual bigots. But to make the distinction against using that as a tool to fight back versus harassment is the distinction that I'm making. That being said, though, I do really feel like people are just calling transgender people bullies and harassers without actually checking in on what's been going on.
Like I said before, he looks like a dollar store version of a Gaston. Oh, from Beauty and the Beast, with less muscle mass, a quarter of the charisma, and also probably can't speak French as well. I'm just guessing.
And in a lot of those streams where people are supposedly...
Wait, how much chat did I miss? Oh my god, I feel like I missed a lot of chat here. 1K followers. Oh great, I'm halfway to getting canceled then. Tips to prepare. Oh my god. I mean, it doesn't happen to everybody. It's just like, this is why a lot of creators, even when they realize what's wrong with a larger creator, they won't say anything, right? Some people just try to kind of keep a low profile. But at the same time, you end up in this position where you're like, if you're like me, you feel a lot of regret for that. Like, I did that for a while. I played their game. I played nice with them. Like, I bit my tongue so damn much. And the one time I asked for a little bit of trans rights as a treat, from Dylan, could you could you not platform this person? Could you not use our pain and suffering as part of your fucking game show? But if you're gonna have the transphobe on to say transphobic things, can you limit him to like 3? Can you limit him to saying 3 transphobic things at a time? Because otherwise what you've got is this guy pushing a bunch of tropes that your liberal audience doesn't even know are tropes. That's what we call a brainworm. It's a belief that you end up internalizing without realizing that you've internalized it, right? And like, I was honestly trying to help him out, throw an olive branch out to him. That I wasn't the only person criticizing him, but I was the only person who refused to back down, right? In his apology tour. Even Chud Logic, you know, had a few choice words for Dylan, but at the end of the day, you know, Chud Logic, Kevin Logan, all the rest of them knew to kind of like bow down to King Dylan, to Vince McMahon, to Twitch's Vince McMahon at the end of the day, right? And I didn't do that, and that's why I got targeted for more than a year.
Crying.
It's kind of funny how libs treat Dylan and how Chuds treat elderly veterans who show up at Denny's in uniform for the discount on the early bird special. Yeah, I don't even want to talk about his Ukraine thing, right? Fascists have the best food, says Dylan Burns. Also, NCC is a complete piece of garbage scumbag. Yep. Also, I think reviving Lauren Southern's career helped her deny G-side in Canada when they started finding unmarked graves of Indigenous children. With this week, poor Jessie, she's become a lightning rod. Yeah, right? Who looks like a son? They're talking about Dylan Burns. Dylan Burns is he used to do a panel show on Twitch. I think he still has a YouTube channel. He went to Ukraine for a while and did coverage of Ukraine. So yeah, that's who we're dealing with. Oh, good night, Spark.
Getting upset, being called transphobic bigots for playing the wizarding game. Because if you actually go and watch a lot of those videos, what you will end up finding is that people in these streamers' chats are literally just pointing out, hey.
Okay, so here's what, let's take a closer look. Let's take a closer look. Let's get a little closer here. Let's see if we can zero in on what's being said. You shouldn't play this. Trans rights. Why are you playing this? I've lost so much respect for this channel. I'm unfollowing. Yeah, this is the thing. Unfollowing. That's a viewer. That's a fan. That's your chat. And you're acting like trans people are conducting some kind of weird like brigades or some shit like that. That's your chat. And like let me put this a little bit lighter, okay? You've got trans people in your audience. So that means you did something right. At some point, at some time, you made trans people feel comfortable in your audience, okay? Congratulations on that. But they don't like you playing this game. I know you might have nostalgia for it. I know you might feel like this is the big game on Twitch and you're losing out, you know, if you don't play it and stuff like that. But this is your community. Trans people are in your community. Please stop thinking of us as this like weird outside force. Like that's kind of like a right-wing trope or something, right? We control all, right? We're gonna cancel you. We're gonna wave our wands and poof, you're gonna get canceled. No, like they're saying trans rights. You know, this is not the game looks like crap. All right, I don't know, right? I don't see that as being you know, what's being described as bullying and harassment, right? And like I said, Twitch is known for its hate raids. Twitch is known for people impersonating other people, or in this case, maybe even other groups, right? Like impersonating trans people and being kind of toxic in order to throw the shame on trans people. So please be a little bit more savvy. I mean, maybe like people like Polly and I, since we've had to deal with this a lot, maybe like it's easier for us to understand. But like, I mean, if you're on Twitch, you've experienced this stuff, right? You've had somebody come into your chat with a name like, you know, I'm a fan of such and such streamer saying toxic shit. And you know that that person isn't really a fan of such and such streamer. That person is trying to hurt that streamer, right? You know this. You know how the shit works. You know how the sussy bakas, work on you know, with the alts and stuff like that, right? Please be a little bit more savvy than that, and please trust your trans community a little bit more. They're telling you that they're disappointed in you, and in some cases it looks like unfollowing you. You don't have the right to their views. You don't have the right to their acquiescence, okay? They're there in your community because they want to be, because something that you did made them feel safe there, made them feel comfortable, made them want to be part of your community. Please don't lose that for a shitty game. Like, people recognize now this is not a good game. People were talking about this is like the game of the year or something like that. There's a lot of hype around it. There's a lot of advertising around it. But from what I've heard, it is like, what is it, like warmed over Dark Souls, but not as good? Like that's what we're dealing with here, right? This is what you're sacrificing the goodwill of the trans people in your community for, right? I don't think it's worth it at the end of the day. But again, I'm not calling anybody a transphobe. I'm not calling anybody a chud. I'm not calling anybody a TERF for playing the game. It's just, you know, you're not doing allyship. And if you value being a trans ally, realize that it is not being a trans ally, it is doing allyship. And in the moment when you're playing the fucking TERF game, you're not doing that allyship, all right? So you're gonna get called out for it. Please try to be less fragile. Like, if you watch the beginning of the stream, you know what trans people deal with on the daily. You know what kind of harassment, what kind of violence that is part of our lives, right? Please be a little bit more understanding and stop trying to center yourself in this discourse, right?
This game is made by a transphobe. I don't really feel comfortable that you're playing it. Maybe play another game, which is something I also spoke about in my last video, that you could easily play another game. You don't actually owe this game your time and attention, especially at a time where trans rights and trans people are under attack. And I'll talk a little bit more in just a moment about that element of these things too, but I want to keep going on this specific point around the bullying. Because you see, when people pointed this out, this is when streamers got upset, started crying, saying, you're calling me a bigot, you're calling me a terrible person. And this is also a lot of what I see people saying on my take that I did on my J.K. Rowling video, or the last video that I did, where people are saying like, oh, Jessie, this take of you saying that people are bad people for playing the Harry Potter game is really wrong.
Xander Hall, good thing I don't care about being an ally who farts, belches, vapes in his Shadow the Hedgehog pajamas.
Over the top and just ridiculous and making you lose allies and things like that. But if you actually go and listen to what trans people said, and this is what I said, quite literally,
oh my God,
is that I didn't call anybody a bad person for playing Harry Potter. I didn't say that they were bad people, like core inherent, like they were some evil person just deep down inside waiting to be unleashed, and the Harry Potter game finally announced it to the world. No, what I did say is don't proclaim that you are an ally for trans people while buying a game that does support an economy of harming us. And that is...
I watched Lucy Hayes' video last night where she was talking about Chud Logic. She says his name and it just kills. Oh my God, Lucy is the best at roasting sussy Bacchus. Lucy is the best.
It's a clear distinction. I am not saying you are a core evil bad person. What I am saying is that you are contributing to a system that harms transgender people quite directly. And you have to wrestle with this cognitive dissonance that says, oh, I support trans people, but I might be directly contributing to a system and a person and the person's attention economy and her platform that is directly harming trans people. And I'm not going to go over, for the people who are going to leave in the comments, what did J.K. Rowling say wrong? I've talked about that numerous times. Go check out those videos. J.K. Rowling is an anti-trans bigot who is actively harming the trans community. And if you play her game, you're supporting her attention platform and enabling her to do more. So when you're playing the game, people have this cognitive dissonance between understanding that trans people are marginalized, wanting to help trans people, but also having to wrestle with the fact that they might be contributing to an economy of hate. And when their audiences push back and say, hey, this isn't the right way to go, or this is what you're contributing to, they have to be confronted with that cognitive dissonance. That sort of thing in their head of being like, well, I'm not a bad person, but I might have contributed to a bad system. And when that cognitive dissonance occurs, people need to resolve it. And the way that people will typically resolve it is by trying...
So yeah, this is important, right? Because this is the mechanism that she's describing of how they end up with these, like, fragility freakouts. How they end up going from, like, I am a trans ally, I just want to play this game, to just, you know, insulting trans people and attacking trans people. Right, it's this kind of game of the year at the beginning of February. It's not safe to tune into their streams for like 10 months because they've already peaked. Actually, subscribe to her YouTube channel. I haven't done the membership thing yet, but I just might. I saw someone on Twitter call spoiling the shitty wizard game abusive. Oh my God. Was it Xanderhall? No, just kidding. I'd be angry at the misuse of misuse as a survivor of actual abuse, but the absurdity of it is just too funny for me to take it seriously. Though, of course, the impact of such statements is frustrating. 9 out of 10, but buggy and lack of enemy variety add a bigotry and controversy, and it's game of the year? That sounds like cope. Yeah, it's like, I mean, that was one review. Somebody gave it 1 out of 10. Didn't it get 1 out of 10? From one of the review sites. It's true. I didn't feel angry when I unfollowed about 9 streamers. I felt disappointed. I tend to follow streamers who I think care about trans people, and when I see them streaming the game, I realize that I didn't know anything. They didn't know anything about J.K. Rowling, or they know but they don't care what it looks like when they play Turf Legacy. I don't care. Yeah, good point, Zara. It doesn't matter if it was a good game. I can't quite place Lucy's accent. It sounds vaguely Eastern European. I mean, she's talked about, like, I mean, like, right, she's talked about where she's, like, I can place the accent for you. I just feel a little bit weird giving, like, you know, information on locations of streamers given the kind of harassment that I've dealt with. I was sad when there was like 5 or 6 streamers that I needed to unfollow, but on the bright side, I just followed a small streamer who was playing Banjo-Kazooie yesterday. Was that Amanda Panda Sensei? Amanda Panda Sensei is an old friend of mine, and it was really cool to finally be able to... I don't think I've hit her with a raid before there. Then, yeah, chat knows where Lucy's from. Heard Lucy likes Vosh. You know, I've only heard her talk about Vosh once, right? And it was with, I guess, what you'd call critical support, but it was critical, right? So, you know, respect for that at least, right? She's been public about the countries that she's from. Okay, yeah, she's from Poland. That's as specific as I want to get. Vosh will hear this and go, you think not buying a game will bankrupt J.K. Rowling? Lamau. Jim Stephanie Sterling made a really good video today about the Fairweather trans allies who couldn't not pay $70 for an anti-Semitic turf wizard game. True. Streaming with her was fun. Oh, with Lucy? Yeah, Lucy's great. I enjoy Lucy's roast of Chud Logic. That was a lot of fun.
Not to put the moral baggage upon themselves. And this is an understandable thing. I get it. We don't want to view ourselves...
Oh, yeah, she did that video on Bad Empanada, and I started to watch that, and, like, I don't know. Yeah, a lot of people hate Bad Empanada just because other people hate Bad Empanada. And, like, granted, I've had my issues, okay? I've had my issues, but, you know, Bad Empanada does call out a lot of the bullshit that other people are afraid to call out. So respect for that, right?
As bad people, because no one is. You know, people aren't bad or good. Even I think of like the worst person in the world. You know, we could say they're bad, and it's sometimes helpful to call them bad, but at the end of the day, people are people. And to moralize about like the inherent evilness or goodness of people, I think is trying to undermine that we all exist within systems that push us in ways or another. And that's not to say that we don't have responsibility for actions. We very much do. But it is not talking about there's this core essential morality within a person. We talk about actions being harmful. So when people have to face this cognitive dissonance by people telling them this, they get upset because they have to wrestle with this fact that they are imperfect people imperfectly living in a world, and have to resolve that cognitive dissonance. And the way they typically will is not to, you know, introspect, because our culture tells us not to introspect. It tells us not to sit with these things. It tells us to have an immediate reaction. The immediate reaction will be to lash.
They want to push it away. They want to deny it. They want to undercut the people making what they take as a criticism of their character when it's really not. It's really not. It's criticism of their action. Okay?
Are the people making you uncomfortable in the moment. And that will generally be transgender people and our allies pointing out to you that what you're doing is contributing to harm. And so they will start attacking and calling these people pointing this out harassers, bulliers, attackers. And that becomes the narrative, because it's then, oh, trans people are bullying me because they made me cry. But really what's happening, what's really making you cry is trying to resolve this cognitive dissonance. in your head about wanting to help trans people, but understanding
You disagree with which part? Them not being bad people? My only frame for reference for Lucy Hayes was her dumbass response to. Then she coined the hilarious nickname for DJ Mule as Weird Beard Guy Xanderhall Denier. Oh my god.
that we live in a system that is going to make you contribute to anti-transgender harm quite directly. And your desire to play a very popular game that should be normalized in our society. I wish everyone could play the Wizarding game without having wrestling with moral decisions. We shouldn't have to deal with that. And people want to just focus on that because they aren't trans. They don't have to deal with this stuff directly. Or Jewish, by the way. I want to point out.
Yeah, but I understand the nuance. I think it's an issue of character. I mean, there is like your actions do, you know, that is like part of what makes up your character. But the people that react to this, they act like Jessie said, that we're like essentializing them as bad people. That like, okay, that right there, bad person for the rest of your life. And I don't think that's what anybody's saying, right? I don't like bad empanada because he's very toxic on Twitter. You're not wrong, and has a white savior complex. I mean, like, you know, I have complicated feelings, right? I wish he'd apologize to Zara. Okay, like I think that Zara was on to some bullshit that Keffels was doing before he was, and
The game is also...
he lashed out against her and called her a moron, and then blocked me for coming, asking him to maybe either like find out more about the issues that you're talking about, or stay in your lane, right?
has anti-Semitic tropes.
But I mean, in his lane, you know, he does tend to do some good stuff. It's just that he doesn't really stay in his lane, and he doesn't realize when there might be a subject that he's talking about that he's lacking some vital information. I think it might be think of how someone responds to when you point out a problem. Tells you a lot about which one they are. If someone won't abstain from a video game to show their support for the trans community, it would be foolish to expect them to show support for the trans community when the situation changes and the point that solidarity will actually cost them something. Yeah. I don't think that the way to take your... I don't think it has to take your entire life to unlearn discrimination. So I agree in that someone can make the action of deciding to change their mind. True, yeah. Sure, it doesn't make them evil to play the game, but it does mean that we shouldn't... Oh, yeah, well, I mean, that's just it. And that they need to understand that that's going to be the consequences of that action, right? They're people that place some faith in you. And, you know, just think about it like this. You got jars or cups. Every time, you know, somebody does something that makes you want to have faith in them, you put a marble in there, right? Marble, 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 marble. Every time they do something that makes you question that, you're taking some marbles out. So do you want marbles in your cup or not? Do you want me to have faith in you? Do you want me to believe you? Do you want me to trust you, right? Because overall, the totality of your actions and the things that you say on stream, you know, contribute. I mean, just like with anything else, right? Just like with anything else. Thank you. Oh my god, let me see if I can pronounce your name right. Oh my god, I'm gonna mess up your name. Coatilq? Coatilq? Oh my god, I'm probably mispronouncing your name, but thank you for the membership, right? Oh yeah, I am gonna try to do, just so you know, like I talked about the FD Signifier video. I want to do that stream today. So if you know, like, we're gonna try it. It's the first time I've ever done like a members only, subs only stream. We're also gonna get the Patreons in there by putting the link up on Patreon. I think I can do this. I think I know how to do this, but there's gonna be some, you know, we're gonna have to work out some kinks, and not the fun kind of kinks either.
There's that as well. And so they don't want to deal or think about that, so they lash at the people making them uncomfortable, transgender people and marginalized people around them. But we're just the ones making you uncomfortable because we're in the room telling you what's going on, and you don't want to face that. And unfortunately, it creates the narrative that trans people are bullies and harassers. And that is something that I spoke about in my last video that the right wing uses very directly to vilify transgender people.
So how does this work? When you're a bad person, when you're a harasser, when you're an attacker, when you're a bully, nobody can have sympathy for you. right? If something bad happens to you, well, that's good then. You brought it on yourself. That's what they're trying to do. I've experienced this on a personal level, but the right wing is trying to do this more systematically to identities, to trans people, right? This is like one of the things, I mean, they do like, this happens to black people all the time, right? This same kind of thing of tone policing, or in some cases, like, in some cases, the trope of black people being violent is used as an excuse for violence against black people, right? So this is something that the right does.
One of the most common narratives around
one of their main tactics,
transgender bigots talking about trans people is that trans people are bullies and harassers and trying to control you and what you do, that we're trying to destroy free speech, that, oh my God, we can't talk in this society. And also, there's this cabal of people above you, they, the mysterious they, often run by transes, and guess what? Jewish folks, again, their narrative, that's not what I'm saying, just being very clear, that they will sort of take that narrative and be like, oh, they're trying to control you and push this sort of idea into society.
And they canceled her because she said in an interview, and this is not exactly what she said, but effectually, she said gender was a fact. And then the trans community got mad as they started calling her a TERF. I didn't even know what that was. But I know that trans people make up words to win arguments.
The way that you can tell who holds all the power in a society is by who you can't make fun of, right?
That's right. So his speech is violence, their violence is speech. See how that works? What's interesting is that the number of people who really care about this issue enough to assault someone over it is tiny. And yet they have disproportionate power. 350 million people in the country, maybe 1,100 feel that way, but they're running everything. Why is that?
And so they see all of this stuff going on around this Harry Potter game and this cognitive dissonance going on, and they're like, oh, great, this is perfect. We can use this to vilify trans people more, which is why you see people like Ben Shapiro quite literally using the words of Hassan to frame transgender people as the bullies.
In their reviews, Jessie Earl, one trans YouTuber and writer, tweeted in December that unlike consuming previously owned Harry Potter books or films, purchasing Hogwarts Legacy while Rowling is, quote, using her ongoing platform to target and also justify her continued targeting of trans people is hateful to trans people. Rowling responded, accusing her of pure think. Some streamers on Amazon-owned Twitch platforms, including Will Overguard and Nicotine, have publicly voiced opposition to the game. And the idea here is that we have to make sure.
You can pronounce it Shakespeare. Oh my gosh, you just changed your name.
Sure that no one engages in a game because the creator of the game does not agree with you on a very radical point of view. Okay, it's kind of an amazing thing to go on your own show and then just admit that you're a coward and that you won't say the thing because you're so afraid of your own fan base. I mean, he literally said the only reason he's not playing is because people who quote, quote, chirp, chirp, chirp are basically bullying him into not playing the game.
And we saw how Hassan had the worst possible reaction to this criticism by Ben Shapiro. Instead of lashing back at Ben Shapiro, he lashed out at trans people.
Also wield things like, oh, they added a token transgender character to the game to try to obfuscate the fact that this game again does...
How do you conjugate Shakespeare? Nicotine got the Shabibo shout out. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah. Nicotine actually stayed off the platform for a week because of the advertising that Twitch allowed of this game on the. There's just like a massive amount of. In fact, somebody tell me, did they advertise Hogwarts Legacy on my channel? Like, I'd actually be surprised if they didn't.
Support J.K. Rowling's continued attention platform, and the fact that there's been reports surrounding behind the scenes of the game that character was literally only added to try to just head off anti-transgender criticisms and not with an earnest desire to include transgender people.
All of this despite the fact, by the way, that apparently there is a transgender character in the game. I'm not kidding you. Apparently, Hogwarts Legacy actually does have a transgender character named Serona Ryan, is according to Forbes. That, by the way, would be the middle managers at Warner Brothers deciding that in order to avoid the flack, they're simply going to give in to the woke left. But Serona is a witch who runs a tavern in Hogsmeade Village, an NPC that the player can speak to. Serona doesn't outright say she is a trans woman, but she implies it through her dialogue when she talks about her old classmates and says, took them a second to realize I was actually a witch, not a wizard.
Reading the article.
Now, is that going to buy off the woke left? Of course it's not going to buy off the woke left.
Oh my god, Ben Shapiro is right. I should feel included because there's a character that the player can speak to. They can speak to a trans person for a whole 5 seconds, and in those 5 seconds, the character quite literally states, "Hey, I'm transgender. Did you know? I'm transgender. I wanted you to be very aware that I'm transgender." Oh, I feel so represented because, you know, that's how I like my representation.
Oh my god, McSecular, thank you for the gift sub to Dweeb-chan. Dweeb-chan, you just got a... Oh, you're giving... This is like a... I didn't know you could re-gift gift subs. That's awesome, though.
And they'll also use the "you need to support the devs" argument as well, ignoring the fact that it is not people's job to support devs with buying a game. We don't owe devs our money. That is their employer's job to pay and protect the devs. I spoke about that in my J.K. Rowling video. But again, it goes all to framing transgender people as the harassers and targets of harm, as I spoke about weeks ago before this game even came out.
And again, I'm not saying that Hassan is saying this. In fact, I think Hassan has gone on record to be very clear that that's not the case.
No, no more ads for you.
That's the narrative that is being used around people like him and other streamers by the right wing to vilify transgender people, when in actuality, that's not the case. And again, I'm sure there's some transgender people being assholes and bullies, and I do not want to underplay that. Those things are absolutely wrong and horrible. But I am a little bit more forgiving right now of transgender people who are angry and upset and hurt at the moment because of how much we've had to deal with, actually. People are upset that streamers are getting quote-unquote harassed when they're just dealing with cognitive dissonance. Let me tell you what my day has been. I woke up this morning having to deal with deleting endless amounts of hate comments, death threats, people telling me to kill myself, people telling me that I'm, doing a bad job fighting for the transgender community. And I'm not saying that I'm perfect, but it hurts to try my best right now to fight for this community. When I see this thing around the stupid fucking game being used as, I don't want to overblow it, but it really feels like another Gamergate type of situation that's being used to galvanize.
Wait, what comment got auto-modded?
Right-wing people into mobilizing against a marginalized group. I've had to deal with all of this shit right now. And being honest, it hurts, but I get through, and I'm doing okay, and I have plenty of friends that are caring for me, and I want you to all know that I am okay in that sense. It sucks and it hurts, and I'm certainly going to have a lot to talk about with my therapist over the next few weeks, but I'm getting through. But what kills me most is that there are transgender kids out there who are dealing with everything that I'm dealing with and don't know how beautiful they are. I am older. I have been out as a trans person. No one's going to ever make me feel bad for being trans, ever in my life. I have that confidence in myself because I know who I am, and I know how beautiful and amazing and cool of a person that I am. And I'm not trying to aggrandize myself. I'm imperfect, but I know I like who I am. And trans kids haven't had the chance to discover that yet. And they're dealing with this. They're seeing their friends playing the wizarding game and made to feel like they don't matter because their friends care more for their entertainment than them. They see a world vilifying transgender people as harassers for trying to say the basic thing of, please don't play a game that directly harms us. How little so much society sometimes cares. That hurts, and that scares me that trans kids are facing that right now. It tears me up inside. And if you are a trans youth right now listening to this, know that you are beautiful and that you are amazing and you kick ass. And society can be cruel and mean sometimes. And we live in a society that makes us all contribute to harm. Not to downplay people willfully ignoring that fact, that they can do things within that system. But know that you are amazing. So me dealing with all of that is why my sympathy is very, very low for the people who are upset that they're being bullied.
You were just saying that you've only seen ads for the game a couple of times on my channel, or just like in general on Twitch. Finally got to reading an academic book that gives like a historical and such look at Gamergate. Interesting how it all ties together. Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah, that is interesting. Not on my channel. Yeah. Oh, because you're subscribed. Yeah. No, I mean, like I worry because I don't think we have any choice. Like what gets advertised on us, we literally do not have any choice.
For playing the wizarding game. And I've said, bullying is wrong and people shouldn't do it.
I feel bad
but
for Jessie. I still worry about something bad happening. to her because of this garbage heaped upon her. Yeah.
You made a choice to play the wizarding game, and I'm not saying that it's right that you get harassed or bullied, but I also think most of you probably aren't. You're just dealing with cognitive dissonance, and transgender people are literally getting death threats right now.
Exactly. Scratch a debate, bro, and find an anti-SJW skeptic. True.
For being trans, for existing, for being alive.
Oh yeah, I've definitely seen those ads on YouTube.
Understand that what you are facing and dealing with right now for playing a wizarding game, a choice that you could choose not to do, is nothing compared to what trans people are facing right now, have been facing, will face. And I'm not saying that you deserve to be harassed if you play the wizarding game. You shouldn't be. But understand that that is but a taste of what trans people get every day. Maybe focus on that. And to those of you who will use the argument,
this kitty definitely wants food. I was like, I had no appetite this morning, right? I woke up, heard the news, and I just like, I couldn't really eat anything. Now I'm a little bit hungry, so.
Oh, there's no ethical consumption under capitalism, so play the wizarding game. It's like, no, ethical consumption under capitalism is not something to say that we can do whatever that we want, fuck it. What it is to say is...
That's what I'm saying, is so much of this discourse where you're picking up your cell phone, those are minerals mined by exploited children, right? You're gonna use a computer, same thing. Like you're gonna do, right? There's a lot of things that you have to do that like have an element of exploitation. In fact, there's almost nothing that doesn't have an element of exploitation. And you got like one choice, I guess, is to take the black pill, the nihilism solipsism pill, and say nothing matters. And they're like, that's the most frustrating thing of all about these debate bozos, is that they seem to be like, although they talk about ethics and stuff all the time, they seem to be anti-morality. Like in total, their stance is that like morality, get that shit out of my face. And I get it if the morality is like, you got to worship Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior or something. You're like, right, okay, that's not, no, you don't, right? But we're talking about morality as it affect, like in terms of, effects that our actions have on other people. I mean, certainly, like, I hope that matters to you. And if it doesn't, I don't really want to be talking to you. If you're really that black-pilled, if you're really as black-pilled, as nihilistic, as solipsistic as you say you are, I'm scared of you, right? I don't want to be around you. I don't want to have anything to do with you, right?
We need to be aware that we all contribute to systems.
There's a great book by Australian journalist Van Batum called QAnon and On. Oh my God, that's cute. A short and shocking history of internet conspiracy cults. It talks about Gamergate and its links to QAnon and the Trump White House. Interesting. They often substitute empty words about utilitarian rule utilitarianism. Yeah, that's right.
And that cause harm, and that we need to understand
a double dose of nihilism and unmitigated cynicism,
and that we're never going to move through this world perfectly, but we do have control over some of our choices. We can try to be self-conscious of how much harm that we do. It's not a thing to say, fuck it, I don't care. It's a thing to say, be aware so you can try to do your best. And playing the wizarding game...
What is my ideal Valentine's Day? I mean, I guess, like, King would be my ideal Valentine's Day, right? That's how I would prefer to spend Valentine's Day is all day long, right?
And then calling transgender people harassers is not your best. And look, if you want to play the wizarding game, that's fine.
I've been told by Arvash V that morality is liberal. Great.
I'm not telling you not to. Like I said, I said this in my J.K. Rowling video. I'm not demanding what you do. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm telling you how I feel about your actions. So play the wizarding game if you want. Please do. Go ahead.
Realistically speaking, like, no one can all day long, right? You're probably gonna do some other like cute things and sweet things, and like, just spending time with somebody that you care about. Spending time with somebody that you like to be in like physical contact with, or just like, okay, let me tell you the best story, okay? And if my ex ever finds this channel, they're gonna be shocked that I still have these like fond memories of them. All right, because our breakup was not good at all, and we weren't good for each other at the end of the day. Like, breaking up was the best thing for me and the best thing for them. And like, you know, we did not need to be together any longer, right? But there was one Valentine's Day where my ex bought me an absurdly large card. Like this card was like more than half my height. Like this card came up to like my waist, right? A big ass Valentine's Day card. And I was just so surprised by it that like I was just like, I've never had anybody like give me something that like actually made me feel like aw, and that actually did the job. And that was like I still remember that fondly.
Head, but own it. Own what it is. Own the fact that you are contributing to a woman who is causing harm to the transgender community. If you do that, then I will at least have some modicum of respect for you. The people who send me death threats and say, I'm playing the Harry Potter game, go fuck yourself, tranny. Those people I at least have some level of respect for, in the sense that they at least own their choices. They're terrible, horrible, disgusting human beings, but they know it. They're aware of it. They gleefully revel in it. And I'm not here to, again, I won't want to come across as like, go fuck yourself if you play the Wizarding game. I just want you to recognize...
My ideal Valentine's Day to be served the still warm heart of my nemesis on a silver platter beside a tall glass of chocolate milk.
That if you're playing it, you are contributing to harm.
What's your favorite way to drink chocolate milk? Do we have any Nestle Quick fans in the audience? Do we have any Nestle Quick fans?
And be aware of that fact. Just be aware of it. You know, and I'm not saying that you're a terrible person. I'm not saying you're a bad person. And I'm not saying that maybe down the line you won't show up for transgender people. I hope you do. I really want you to. And maybe at the end of the day, this is all insignificant to you, and you'll be the person that's at the front of the line fighting for transgender people.
I'm vegan. Well, I mean, like, do you like? I mean, there's oat milk. There's like there's soy milk. There's almond milk. There's macadamia milk, which is way too expensive to buy. But I think I've had it once and it was really good. Hershey syrup. Yeah, Nesquik. Okay. I tried to. Oh, Nestle. That's right. Nestle. That owns all the water, all the world's water sources. There's got to be a better place. Solicious is an excellent vegan chocolate milk. Oh my god, milk. I mean milk. I wasn't thinking of milfs. I promise. I wasn't thinking of milfs at all. Solicious is an excellent, chocolate milk. Exactly. Have you tried Whitaker's chocolate milk? I don't think so. I don't think I've ever tried that.
But I have to question that.
Hershey syrup. That was the kind of chocolate milk I grew up with, right? That's how I knew to, like that's how I made chocolate milk as a kid.
I have to question whether you will do that if you're not even willing to acknowledge the systems of harm that are causing harm to trans people right now. And maybe I'm wrong, but I need people to wrestle and understand that, because if you don't, then I really am worried about...
What's up, Phoenix Dragon?
When when things get harder for trans people, because they will, I wonder whether you'll understand why you need to be there.
It's impossible to completely avoid buying Nestle, so I don't think badly of people who don't. Isn't there like another Nestle... I feel like when I was in France, like there was something called like Bosco chocolate sauce. Where have I heard about that before? What's up, Dragon Princess? Meow. Wait a minute. 2 dragons enter the chat at the same time. Is that a coincidence or no? There's such a thing as megacorp. There's 3 food mega corporations and they all suck. Oh, I've seen that chart. I know what you're talking about. Yeah. I took my dog to the beach and she rescued 6 rocks from drowning. Oh my god, they love to do that, don't they? Still laughing at Xanderhall's brain short-circuiting when somebody in chat asked him if he should buy as many Nestle products as possible if he thinks of boycotting the wizard game is pointless.
Well, you need to show up for us.
On the map it says there be dragons. We're normally not far apart. Okay.
You look at things in history like...
Most dragons tend to travel in close circles. I need to finish, what is that dragon made, anime? Miss Kobayashi? George Costanza's password for his key card. I was watching one of your VODs and I missed the... Oh, You missed the going live notification. Oh my god. Yeah, I don't know what the deal is with that. I've heard other people say that too, that they don't get all the going live. I don't know. On YouTube, you can click the bell. Okay, so if you're missing notifications on YouTube, I've heard that like you could, there's like the bell icon and you can click that. I don't know if Twitch has the like the same thing. Is there a bell for Twitch? Is there something like that on Twitch too? Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid. Yes. Oh my god, that anime is so cute. I didn't get the notification from Twitch. There is a bell on Twitch. There is a bell. I'm not talking about somebody named Isabel. I just said there is a bell. Is there a bell? It's even a bell. Okay, so they have that and it still isn't working? That's really annoying. That's really annoying. If you're on Twitch's website when someone goes live, you don't get... Oh, okay, wow. So wait, if you're on your desktop, you don't get mobile push notifications. Do I have a favorite genre of anime? I end up watching a lot of shonen because that stuff's really popular, right? And I do like stuff like JoJo's, and I kind of like Dragon Ball. I got into Dragon Ball for a while. I watched like the new Dragon Balls that came out, and I really liked them because they have girl Super Saiyans now, right? Those are my favorite characters, Caulifla and Kale, and you know, then they do a fusion dance and become, wait, what did they become? Like, wait, is it Caulifla? I'm trying to remember what the Kefla. Yeah, they become Kefla, right? And yeah, so I really liked the new Dragon Ball, but then I tried to go back and watch the old one, and or the not the really old one. The really old one is when they're kids. But the one Dragon Ball Z, okay, I went back and started to watch Dragon Ball Z, and I kind of liked it, right? You know, like I got into like, you know, you got to see Vegeta's like, because he was a bad guy. Vegeto's a really bad dude, okay, and then he became a really good, really awesome dude. But he's still kind of an asshole, right? But I totally understand what Bulma sees in him, right? I don't know. But anyway, Bulma's libido and my libido being like the same aside, I got, what was it? Okay, so I started to notice it in the Planet Namek, the Frieza saga, that like they draw things out. They really draw things out. But I got through the Frieza thing, okay? And I got through the Android thing, and I got through the Cell thing. And I got to the Majin Buu thing, and I kind of like Majin Buu, okay? Like, at least at first, Majin Buu is incredibly adorable, right? Like, until he gets split and becomes evil Buu and good Buu, right? Majin Buu is adorable. But the problem is that fucking part of the series, like, it is so drawn out. Like, they legit need to do, you know how like there's Dragon Ball Abridged, right? But it's a parody, so it's not the real show. It's like a parody version of Dragon Ball Z, and it's shorter. They need to legitimately do like a shorter version of Dragon Ball Z so you can actually get through the Majin Buu thing, because holy crap did that take a long, like I don't think I finished it. I don't think I watched the Majin Buu thing till the end. I saw the last episode and I see how Buu becomes Oob, and then Goku's like, someday we're gonna fight together again, and you're gonna be by my side, and it's gonna be really fucking cool, you know, like, and he becomes Oob, and then he meets Goku again and stuff, like, right? But I didn't see like how they defeated Majin Buu. Oh yeah, okay, so Ghost of the Shell, what do you call that stuff? Is it what's the name? Cyberpunk genre. Okay. Oh yeah. And also there's a genre called the mindfuck genre, and there's not that many series that like really fit into this. These are the kind of series like the prototypical mindfuck anime is Lane, Serial Experience Lane. That is still probably the best anime that I've ever seen, right? And yeah, what is it? 90s anime. There's some like really good 90s anime, right? And so Serial Experiments Lane is like one of these mindfuck genres. And the first time I watched it, I was like, what? I didn't understand it at all. Layer 6. Present time. Present day. Oh my God, I don't understand. What's going on, right? You know, wait, is she alive? Is she dead? It's like, what's going on? Is she hallucinating? What's going on with Lane? I don't understand, right? Yeah, and then like you have to watch this multiple times. It's Cyberpunk. Yeah, Ghost in the Shell. Okay, so I've never seen the original Ghost in the Shell was a movie, right? Or well, okay, God, it was probably an anime for. What am I saying? Manga. It was a manga first of all, right? And I think I found like an old Ghost in the Shell manga, but they're all in the military, and it's super weird. It's like the same characters, but they're doing different stuff, right? They're like legit in the military doing military stuff, and then I never saw Ghost in the Shell, like the actual. No, wait, I have. I've been to so many parties, okay? So many, like, you know, parties, right? You know the kind of parties I'm talking about. Some of you have been to these kind of parties. The kind of parties where they serve party favors, or where there's some party favors, or where you bring your own party favors sometimes, right? Yeah, and you party, right? And at all those events, I have never, like, it's, you know, people are always watching Ghost in the Shell, the movie, and I've never actually finished the movie because I'm like a little out of it, a little in like a different place, right? But yeah, I haven't seen the movie. I have seen Standalone Complex, and I love Standalone. I want more anime like that, right? And this, like, I'm not the only one who feels like that way. There's like a lot of animation fans, both like Western and animation fans, that want like a series that doesn't like kind of talk down to us, right? And that it's got some complexity to it, and it's a little bit more like, you know, a little bit more like along the lines of literature or something like that. Ghost in the Shell did that for me, right? Ghost in the Shell really did that for me. And I also watched, I'm trying to think, a Standalone Complex. Then there was like the Solid State Society, which is like the follow-up to Standalone Complex. I think I watched that. And then there's a bunch, Rise, Ghost in the Shell Rise, and then like there's a few more. You were transported to another realm by the essence of the party. That's true, actually. Yeah, and he was wearing sunglasses, believe it or not. But yeah, there's I was watching the TV series Standalone Complex. Yeah, I love that. That's the one. And like that's my favorite, right? And I've seen a little bit of Rise, and I feel like there's one more in between, but the newest thing is like a CGI. Oh my god, what is it called? Does anybody remember? Something Wars. Sustainable War, right? Is it like Sustainability War? It's really good. It's actually really good. I've seen Standalone Complex. It's one of the few animes I've seen. Yeah, it's actually really good. If you haven't seen Standalone Complex, that's we should do more of that, right? I'm trying to put out more videos. So like right now, what we've got on YouTube, we've got my main channel, we've got the clip channel, which is becoming the clips and VODs channel basically now, because I need to get more hours of watch time, and I need to get more followers to be able to monetize that channel as well, right? And then I've also got a gaming channel, right? And I want my gaming channel to be more like a gaming and like gaming slash movies slash anime slash like cultural commentary. Is that what it's called? I kind of want to move more in that direction, right? Because it feels like it would make more sense to do some playthroughs of games. Because like, I mean, like that's kind of like different content than I like to play games. I especially like the Persona 2. I need to finish that, right? Ever since my computer went down, I've been trying to get those files back to be able to finish Persona 2 because I was at the very end of it. But if I have to, I've heard there's another version of Persona 2 Eternal Punishment that's like even better. Maybe I'll just start again, although that's a long-ass game. That is a long-ass game, right? But yeah, I like the old JRPGs are pretty cool. Final Fantasy Tactics is getting remade, right? Shh. Like, I don't know this officially, but the reason that people think this is because somebody was asked about a Square Enix product where they were putting lots of different characters from different Square Enix series into it. And somebody was like, what about Final Fantasy Tactics characters? And the answer that they got, that's a particular team that works on Final Fantasy Tactics, and they're very busy right now. They're very busy right now. They're very busy right now. That means we're getting a new Tactics. That means we're getting yeah, Final Fantasy Tactics was really good. I actually beat that one. Oh, Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles. I haven't played that one yet. And there's a lot of those old JRPGs that like are classic that I've never like I've seen them a lot. I've enjoyed the music to them a lot, but I've never actually played through them. The one that comes to mind is Chrono Trigger. Yeah. Chrono Trigger, I did actually start playing, and I never finished it. I was in and out watching a game, and but you know how like Sophie from Mars does, like she'll play a game on Twitch until she finishes it, and then she'll do like a video about it, like where it's like a real video essay, and she's talking about like the meaning of the game and the cultural significance and all that kind of stuff. I really like that. I really like that. Yeah, Chrono Trigger is the one I'd like to play. It's one of my favorite. One of my favorites is Golden Sun GBA. Watching the game, and then I had to take my dogs to the park, so I missed the spicy guests. Oh, you missed the spicy guests yesterday, right? So, like, that's going to be weird, right? If you want to rekindle that, I mean, like, the perfect way, somebody said that they started the YouTube VOD at the same time as they started the Twitch VOD, right? And, because, like, here's what happens. Like, most of the guests, the most surprising guests that showed up came into Twitch chat. So if you're watching the Twitch VOD, you'll see Bad Empanada, or first you see Keffels, right? Keffels comes in, challenges me to a debate. I play hard to get, because like really I want an apology to Zara. Keffels lying about Zara is one of the worst things that she's done. Because Zara's just starting streaming. Zara's just getting started as a content creator. And like to be introduced to tens of thousands of people as a sussy baka that hates gender non-conforming people when you're not, that's fucked up, right? So before I do any content for Keffels, and I understand that's what that's for, Keffels is trying to use me, right? And Keffels, I will let you use me, but only if you apologize to Zara. I want a video on your main channel, on your YouTube channel, apologizing for lying about Zara Xerax, okay? That was messed up, okay? And so, like, I'm not doing shit with you until I get that. That's my deal. Pissy Akata, welcome to the chat. How are you doing?
The growing of Nazis in Germany, that didn't just happen overnight. It was a long...
Tactics Ogre. Yeah, well, somebody told me that Final Fantasy Tactics is, like, utilizing the engine of Tactics Ogre. Am I right about that? Is that how it works? It utilizes like the engine of Tactics Ogre, and the people that worked on Final Fantasy Tactics, some of them were part of the Tactics Ogre team, right? Yeah, like the problem is that like I keep on hearing about games, right? And I've got such a long list. Like I want to play through like all the Personas, maybe except for one. Like I played 2 and there's the characters for 1 are in 2, and now I kind of want to see what 1's about. But like I need to, first and foremost, I need to finish 2, I need to finish 5, then I can start 4 and 3 and the other ones, right? I want to play all the Persona games. I haven't played Catherine yet, although that one's like got some really yikes elements in it. Don't let Keffels use you. She's not worthy. Yeah, well, if I can get an apology for Zara out of it, it's worth it to me. Keffels is too racist to apologize to Zara, even privately. Yeah, she does seem to have a problem. She does seem to have that problem. Nintendo Switch, and also on Steam. Wait, what is on Steam? Oh, Tactics Ogre. Oh, I could play Tactics Ogre. Somebody gave me Dissidia. No, sorry, I'm speaking wrong. It's not Dissidia. What is it called? It's like Final Fantasy Tactics, but you're like a little devil girl. Have I played any of the Zelda games? I had a best friend who played through that old one. Like, I think it's the original one, Ocarina of Time. The one with the water temple. And that shit looks hard. Disgaea, yes, it's Disgaea. That's what I was thinking of. Thank you, Science Scientist. Yeah, it's Disgaea. Somebody bought me Disgaea. Golden Sun? Wait, what is Golden Sun? Oh, is this an anime or is this a video game? Isometric. Oh, that's what they call them. Isometric strategy RPGs. I feel like Destiny used to play one of these too. I love Disgaea so much. Oh my god, Young Black Economist! Thank you for the gift sub to Gomez 420. That's double the 420, right? You think 420 is a lot? Like, we'll try timesing that by 2, and then you've got Gomez 420, who just got a gift sub from Young Black Economist. Thank you. It's a GBA RPG.
Battle of
GBA. Golden Sun. Wait, for GBA? Game Boy Advance. Oh my god, it took me a second there. Like, yeah, look at Young Black Economist being awesome. It's a Game Boy Advanced RPG. I've never played that. Like, the weirdest RPG I think I ever played was the one on I think it was the DS. It's a Kingdom Hearts game on the DS, and like all it is you kill Heartless and you eat sea salt ice cream, and then you have to fight your friends. It's kind of sad. Need a new handle, but I haven't thought of anything yet.
Of framing transgender people, Jewish people, many other marginalized groups that were harmed
I
in the
wasn't
Holocaust.
making fun of you. I think it's cool, a cool username. I also played Rhapsody, a musical adventure on the DS. How could I forget that one? The dungeons are kind of samey trash, but the music is cute.
It was a long
I'm a sucker for good music.
Time of building to that. And hopefully things don't get that dark.
Kingdom Hearts 2, no, it was like on a mobile.
But I want you to understand that transgender people feel that. We are trying our best to be like, no,
Axe Handle 420.
We hope we're fighting for the future, but we are also just like, oh, we see this path ahead of us right now. It's not some scary, mystical thing that happened in the distant past with the over-the-top evil villain of Hitler. Ha ha,
She does the no comment chick thing, doesn't she?
Hitler was a real dude. He existed, and
she does the voice. I always do that. Have you ever played Septerra Core? That was one for PC. Never. I'm learning about all these new games. When I first started watching Twitch, I just made up a name as fast as I could, and people know me by it, but it's weird. Apparently, I'm an extremely big, mean, scary trans mask person that bullies who have smaller platforms than my non-existent one. And the only reason NCC doesn't ban me is because I gift subs. Oh my god. Yes, it's 300. It's the weird one. Yeah, I was gonna say the fraction, the bizarre fraction. 358 over 2 days. And I'm trying to remember why. There's a reason it's called that, right? Because it's like 358 days. What is the 2 though? You're not a bully. You're not a bully. It played a bit like the old Final Fantasy games? True story, not. Maybe Disney game. Oh yeah. It was Kingdom Hearts 358 over 2 days, and I got like a PlayStation, like the story up until now. And I think I also have Kingdom Hearts 3. Oh yeah, no, it wasn't just the story up until now. It was like the story up until now plus Kingdom Hearts 3. And that's when, right when I was playing that's when I got the Blue Light of Death. Oh my god, my favorite Kingdom Hearts though has got to be Birth by Sleep. Okay, so wait, there's Birth by Sleep, and then there's Birth by Sleep, A Fragmentary Passage. I think I liked Birth by Sleep better. I think that was the one, yeah. Because, well, here's a weird story, right? So you know the ending of the game? Like, where you have to fight, like evil Roxas and evil Terra, and then you get attacked by this giant swarm of Heartless. Oh my god, thank you. Thank you, Moss Burbs. It's your very regular scheduled stream? Oh my god, I can't read everything. Why doesn't it let me read everything? Ugh, I need to make that text bigger somehow. Tales of Games. No, I've never played that. I think it's supposed to symbolize the two parts of Sora, the game Sinners, around, oh, Roxas and Xion. Yeah, oh my god, Xion made me cry. Like, Roxas, look at my face. Does it look different? Do I look like a boy? That got me. That really got me. Oh my god. Oh, okay. Yeah, spoilers are abuse. Okay. I'll be careful not to say, but like the whole thing about getting attacked by like a swarm of nameless, faceless, heartless, it's a lot like what it feels like when Twitch politics comes down on you, I will say, right? And I was in a really dark place when I played through that game. So yeah, it was kind of mood. Tales of Symphonia is the only one I ever played, but it's a two-guest. Wait, is there like a? Is there an anime that's like called Symphonia? What is the anime where they sing? Like, right? They sing and their songs are like powerful. And they get this like cool armor when they sing. The Clout Network is Organization 13. It kind of is, yeah. I just looked at my Twitter and saw 25 notifications. Ew, no. Oh no. 25 notifications from cis allies, right? What is that game? Or no, sorry, what is that anime? It's an anime where they're singing. Yeah, they have to sing to fight. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? And like everything's like in German and stuff. Please abuse me then. I can't actually stand watching movies or playing games unless I know the end. I don't really get spoiled. Yeah, I mean, like I've never gotten spoiled by something and been like worse for it. All 25 are Musk sliding into your DMs. True. Clearly. What is that game called? Or what is that anime called? I can't remember. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? You're like fighting with or no, not you, because it's an anime. Like, it's just like the protagonist is fighting with these two other girls, and they have like this armor that like they do the magical girls transformation. I also like shoujo, okay? I really like Utena. Like Utena, like, you know, really touched me in a special place. That sounds wrong. That sounds wrong, doesn't it? But Utena's really good. And the guy that does Utena actually does a few other things that I really like. Yeah, Revolutionary Girl Utena. There's music in that one too. The characters aren't singing it, but like it's huge. Like it has like the same songs like every Card Captors. Oh my god, Sailor Moon. Tales of Symphonia is a fantasy RPG. I never played Card Captors is like a show, isn't it? But Sailor Moon, my ex was really into Sailor Moon. Like my ex felt like my ex wanted to be Tuxedo Mask, right? Kind of. Anyway, it's been so many months since a girl pulled a sword out of me. Interesting. What? I can't remember this. I can't remember this anime, but there was like an anime that's about like singing, and like the singing is like your power to fight the sussy bakas. I love Sailor Moon growing up. I still do, but I used to too. Card Captor Sakura, yes! If you know what's happening when you walk in, you can see little things leading to the twist reveal, and that's better than being surprised by the twist. Oh yeah, I see what you're saying. Oh my god, yeah, I always get it first before, like there's this one movie, the movie about the kid that I knew that like Bruce Willis was dead, that whole movie, okay? Like the kid that sees dead people. NC's favorite is obviously Gravity Falls, obviously. XXX Holic, where you help a chosen one companion through these dungeons, but these rituals are eroding her humanity, and there's a lot of big twists, and sorry, I hit enter too early. Oh wait, so that's going on to your last comment. Oh, Tales of Symphonia is, yeah, is that. It was something about like music. I can't remember. Sixth Sense. Yes, that's Sixth Sense. But I knew what, like, I hated that. Like, I watched that with my ex, and I hated that so much because I could tell what was happening, and I just thought it wasn't like that great of a plot twist. And I at the very beginning of the movie, I called it. I was like, oh, yep, I know what's going on. I could tell. They did not hide that well enough. The real twist was at the end of the movie. You find out that Bruce Willis in that hairpiece it was Bruce Willis in that hairpiece all along. Good memories of classic anime and games. It's meant to be pronounced Holic. The XXX there being like what? Oh, so it's like exclamation. It's like asterisk kind of. Whatever, because of the theme is people's lives being hurt by their obsessions. Symphogear, thank you. Yes, Symphogear. Yes, it was. When you said Tales of Symphonia, I immediately thought of Symphogear. And I need to see the rest of that, because I think I've only seen season 1. You know why I like it? Okay, here's how you, if you're an anime or manga like creator, here's how you get me hooked, okay? If there's like a scene where like, you know, like you try to beat the aliens or you try to beat the bad guys and they like kick your ass and you're like, oh, I got my fucking ass kicked, right? And then somebody comes along and it's like, you need to train, and you're like, that's right, I do need to train, and then they kick your ass into gear and they're like, you're gonna run, and you're like, I'm running, it's really tough, and you do this big training montage and you get really good. You get like I like the training stuff, like, right? I really like the animes that take even like Yuri on Ice, like it kind of takes you through training. Holic manga is great, but the anime is trash because of how bad the production values are. The anatomy of the characters is terrible. Everyone looks like Slenderman. Why did I say it's Slenderman? Slenderman, yes. Keffel's retweeted somebody that criticized FD. I posted a comment saying he's racist, and I provided a source of paper that talks about racist people using their racism to back up further racism, and it gets more likes than any tweet I ever made. Nice. Oh my god, I'm reading conversations. Sorry. I say Slenderman too as a joke. I mean, yeah, for like multiples of them, if you got multiple Slenders. There's an RPG that allows you to make use of montages. Oh my god. I mean, like the montages are good too, but I like it when the training. I really like it when the training is part of the anime.
These things happened, and they can happen again, and hopefully they don't. But know that transgender people and many other groups, like Jewish folks, we see that path can recreate itself. And you need to understand that. And if you think I'm being hyperbolic when I say that, Jessie, you're being ridiculous and over the top. Just remember that quite literally just a few weeks ago, former President Donald Trump, the former most powerful man in the world, released a video that announced that if he got reelected, he was essentially going to do a
Speaking of sussy bakas,
transgender genocide. That's not hyperbolic. That's literally what the man is calling for, and he literally was and could possibly be the most powerful man in the world again.
The left-wing gender insanity being pushed on our children is an act of child abuse. Very simple. Here's my plan to stop the chemical, physical, and emotional mutilation of our youth.
And for those of you saying like, oh, well, he's a joke, he's not going to get reelected again. Number one, that's what we said the first time. Number two, maybe you're all right. He is a joke of a man. But, you know, I bet you that the person right behind him, Ron DeSantis or whoever, whatever ghoul gets the...
Yeah, somehow I gotta make... the whole thing, the trouble that I'm having right now is scheduling stuff, right? Like right now I'm on a grind as far as streaming, as far as streaming politics, and it's going really well for me. Like, you know, I'm finding community that is out there that like they're like, where you been all your life? And I'm like, where you been all my life, right? And it's great, it's awesome, right? Because there's a lot of people out there that you don't have like a streamer that's like speaking for you, right? Like Polly said before, we're forming our own little clout network, but there's not that many of us, right? Because it takes a lot of courage to kind of do it on your own and to not be like underneath the like auspices, what am I saying? The sheltering wings of the clout network, right? That's why some people join those clout networks, right? Some people that are in those clout networks, like I have seen them be uncomfortable with the, you know, the times that they have to bite their tongue, the, you know, truth that they have to swallow instead of speaking, right? And I think that like, I mean, that really means something. It's huge, it's important, and it's necessary. Honestly, for me to keep streaming, it's necessary to grow like this, right? This is what I needed to see to keep doing what I'm doing, right? And it's coming, and it's great, and I'm enjoying it. I feel like I'm making a difference on some level, and definitely finding a lot of like-minded people, finding that I'm not alone out there and being disappointed and frustrated by so-called cis allies, right? By you know, so-called leftists, right? But yeah, I kind of want to find time to be able to play some video games too, and turn that into content, both in the sense of like gameplay and also in the sense of like cultural analysis, because I feel like it's a little bit of a cliche, games as literature, right? Most games aren't literature. Most games aren't that deep, right? But some of them are. Some of them, like some of the best storytellers out there are involved in creating stories for games, and that's where I really connect. That's what really, like, I mean, honestly, games have meant a lot to me. You know, growing up, and you know, like right, I've been the stories that I've encountered in games reflect my experience in life in a way that's kind of hard to describe, right? And yeah, they've meant a lot to me.
The nomination will
Don't cry.
probably
Why
not
are you
be
crying?
much further
God.
behind him in terms of transgender issues. In fact, some might even say they might likely be ahead and actually smarter about it than that joke.
She's talking about DeSantis.
Of a man. So no, I don't think I'm being hyperbolic, and it's frustrating when I see situations like these with this game being used to make people who are supposed to be trans supportive start to vilify transgender people because they don't ever want to wrestle with the
Dragon Age. Everybody tells me I should play Dragon Age. Is that Square Enix? I feel like I had a friend who I might even have one of the Dragon Age games, right? Because like I had a friend who gave me a Xbox 360 because he wasn't using it anymore, and he gave me some games along with it too, and I haven't played Dragon Age. Are you into CRPGs? Wait, what are CRPGs? BioWare? BioWare makes Dragon Age. Okay.
fact that maybe they might contribute to harm. And so instead of understanding that, they push back against transgender people, and it pushes everyone, right and left.
I kind of want to like have like, if there was an underwear company called BioWare, like that made cool like cybernetic underwear, I would totally wear cybernetic underwear. Why do I want to wear cybernetic underwear? I don't know. I don't even know what it would be like, right? Classic RPGs. Like the original Fallout. People have been telling me I gotta play Fallout, right? Wait, Fallout New Vegas, right? Is that the classic like trans girl game? Is that what I'm thinking of? Fallout New Vegas I'm supposed to play?
And whatever. To be further against transgender people.
Oh, computer role-playing games. They're only on PC.
It's how these systems work. It's what it wants you to do.
What would cybernetic underwear do? I don't know, but it would have flashing LEDs. I need flashing LEDs on my underwear. And then maybe you could like monitor my libido and remind me if I need to like, you know, do stuff, right? Because I always forget that, right? That's an important part of, you know, like being a healthy and happy human being is to engage with your libido, and I always forget to do that. So that'd be really cool if it would just be like, if it would like force me to like do that, you know, to take care of that, right? Cybernetic underwear should also be self-cleaning. Whoa, that'd be wild. That would be wild if it was self-cleaning. Like a calendar update. Yeah, exactly.
So it really scares and frustrates me.
Can you recommend a good Ripper doc for cybernetic underwear?
This is why I'm really...
I mean, that's what I've been saying lately. It's high time I chromed the fuck up.
Really upset at the constant disinformation campaign about trans people generally these campaigns are stoked upon, as well as about me specifically. I keep seeing people pop up in comments and DMs on Twitter saying, Jessie Gender is calling people who play Hogwarts Legacy a bad person, or Jessie Gender is encouraging people to bully other streamers. That's right-wing...
It would alert you when you need to clean out your cum dumpster, exactly.
Disinformation around transgender people. That's clearly what it is. If you watched any of my content, I know 3.5-hour videos are long. I'm making Lord of the Rings every week. It's frustrating for me too sometimes. But I take pains in those videos to make very, very clear that that is not what I'm saying and not what I'm doing, and make those distinctions very, very clear, which is why those videos are so long. They are so long because I feel like I have to have very clear points every single time and over.
And even then, like, I'm sure Jessie's finding out now, when you're dealing with people like Vosh and Keffels and Xanderhall, like, they will absolutely, like, they'll complain about being clipped out of context, and then they'll turn around and clip you out of context. No problem.
Emphasize things, and even then people will still misunderstand me, intentionally so, to create a narrative around transgender people. So if you see people out there saying Jessie
Gender came to my house and called my cat ugly and poisoned my crops,
is encouraging bullying, Jessie Gender is telling people that they're bad people if they play Hogwarts Legacy, it's utter nonsense and BS. It is never what I said. It's never what I told people to tell other people to do. But that's
pull me up, chum.
What people wish to say about transgender people.
But you call it slander,
frame us. It's quite literally how these disinformation campaigns get started, by framing transgender people as the bullies coming to harass and attack you and trying to control what you do or say. In moments like this, inconsequential in the larger scheme of things compared to all the other stuff going on with transgender people right now, but you also need to recognize what's going on right now. And you need to wrestle with it. Truly wrestle with it inside your heart.
See, I feel like Jessie Gender is like my ideal trainer. Like, right, you know how I said I like the animes where you do training and stuff? And but like to do that, you need a trainer. You need somebody to like motivate you. You need somebody to like, you know, give you a pep talk and encourage you, and sometimes like drag your ass out of bed in the morning when you don't want to go on your bike ride. You know, you're supposed to ride your bike, you're supposed to keep your cardio up, you gotta do all this stuff, you gotta train, right? I feel like Jessie Gender would be like the awesomest coach ever.
Because if you don't, how can I count on you to understand when it really does matter? And maybe I'm wrong. I want to be wrong. Please.
Pizzicato, you're right. Jessie is sensei.
Please let me know I'm wrong. But that's just what I'm feeling right now. So I'm expressing to you as an imperfect human being what I'm feeling and dealing with and wrestling with right now. So, and what trans kids are wrestling with now. Anyways, I didn't have a script for this, so I probably said something stupid and dumb and people will put it out in the comments. But I just feel like I need to say something.
You should be both of our trainers.
It's really frustrating. It's really just frustrating to see comments being like, "This isn't the take, bro," or whatever. Maybe I'm fucking up. Maybe I'm getting it wrong, but I'm trying. I hope you all understand. I'm trying to fight, trying to care.
I mean, you're not wrong for speaking the truth.
I know there's a better world that we can make.
Yeah, good point. Jessie Gender is like the only valid rambling person in a car, rambling in a car videos.
Oh, there's a better world that we will make.
Oh, so does everybody know about like, okay, so when somebody subscribes to my YouTube, and if somebody wants to do it right now, you'll see it, right? This guy comes up, this guy in a truck, okay? This truck video guy named we call him Minnesota Mike. I think his real name is Rex Reviews or something like that. And he says, it used to be nice up here, but now there are communists invading radicals, right? And he does other kinds of videos too. He does like gun reviews and stuff, but one of his mainstay videos is just him in his car, and you feel like dangerous because he's like doing a rant, driving around, and it doesn't feel like he's paying attention to the road very much. Now, he is in Minnesota. No, he's not. I think he's actually in North Dakota. That's the irony. Minnesota Mike actually from North Dakota, not Minnesota. But we haven't watched him in a long time. Communists invading radicals, right? Right?
And I want to fight for it so badly. And that's what I'm trying to do. Maybe I'm doing it wrong.
I don't think so.
That's what I want. That's what I want everyone out
The
there.
enemies you're making show that you're living right. You know, that's the proof. It's right there in the pudding.
To know there is a better world.
God, I
that
look
we
like
can make.
shit today, Chad. I'm just so
There's
like...
a better world that we will make. The only question is, how long will it take to get there? But
Meow.
we will make it.
Meow.
All right.
Meow.
I'm gonna go get some breakfast.
Oh my god, you haven't even had breakfast. What the fuck? Okay, so I got a request from you, chat. You want to see me watch Bad Empanada talking about Beau from the Fifth Column. And I don't even know this guy. I think his name is actually Beau of the Fifth Column, not Beau from the Fifth Column. And so this is BE on Beau. There we go. Perfect. Perfect. I look pretty. I feel like I feel like you can tell that I've been crying, and like also I could do my hair better. I feel like I need to like I need to work on my hair. I actually do. You know what? Honestly, at this point, I need to get my split ends cut at the very least. Okay, and I probably need to get like do you see how like my roots are like to here? That's the last time I dyed my hair. Was like. I look cute? Really? I don't know. I feel kind of gross. Do you know what I mean? Do you ever feel like gross and gritty? That's how I feel right now. I feel gross and gritty. Gritty and gross. Okay, let's see. Beau of the Fifth Column. Let's try Bad Empanada. Because that's how that video is going to come up faster. Wait, you tried to sub twice, but you didn't see a YouTube sub alert? Wait a minute, did I turn that off? The only reason I would ever turn that off is if, like, some, like, sussy baka was a... YouTube chat, okay, is off. YouTube alerts should be on, though. Oh, that's weird, and it... No, I can't. I can't have it turned off, because this happened yesterday. Like, yesterday... A few people, like, in fact, a lot of people have been subscribing to me on YouTube, right? We're starting to get some momentum. It's really happening, and I'm not even putting out videos. Like, I need to put out more videos. That is what I'm going to be getting to as soon as I finish today's stream. And like I said, today, if you are subbed, if you are membered up, you're gonna get a special treat. I'm gonna try my best. I'm gonna do this stream where I'm watching FD Signifier, and it's gonna be behind a paywall. And you know, I've talked about the reasons for that. Oh my god, there's 2 videos. There's 2 videos of Beau of the Fifth Column. Okay, well let's take a look. Let's see what Bad Empanada has to say.
Recently in India, the Hindu...
You saw my last Gifty? Yeah, I mean, like, it's under a different setting, though. The things that happen on YouTube and the things that happen on Twitch are like there's a separate like browser source. I know this is getting nerdy. For anybody who hasn't used UPS, OBS. Yes, for anybody who hasn't used OBS, you might not know what I'm talking about, but basically the elements of my stream, like for instance, that's not one that's currently on there. Like that, like right, that's a browser source, right? It updates when somebody subs and it goes higher, right? That's a browser source, right? I can turn it off and I can turn it on, right? So another one of these browser sources is, in fact, two other ones are my Twitch alerts and my YouTube alerts, right? And they always occur like right down here, right? When you see the emotes and stuff like that, that's a Twitch alert. There's also YouTube alerts that occur down there too, and they are turned on, so they should be going. But you don't see them all the time. You only see them when somebody like subs, or if somebody donates, or if somebody any sort of action, any sort of magical thing that you do that helps me make some kind of special magic. Oh yeah, when somebody raids, we get the ora ora ora. No wait, it's wait. I'm trying to remember what. Oh my god, I haven't heard it. I'm trying to remember. The other BE video about Beau is specifically about Beau's crimes. Oh yeah, he did go to jail actually. I guess in the 90s. The one about Beau as a thumbnail is the funny one. This is the one where he talks about Modi and India. It's the main one. Okay. Wanna be. I'm trying to remember what she says when she. I feel like Spice Girl says something special. It's not. Is it Ora or is it Muda? It's not Muda. Oh my god, I'll have to look it up. Wait. No, the raid one is like my favorite, right? That one's really cool. Not the Spice Girls, but like, okay, look, I have to type in JoJo.
Sa, ゆっくりだ。トリッシュ。ナメクジのようにゆっくりだと。パニックになるな。決して走るな。急いだら攻撃される。バカな！何をやっているんだ！追いつかれる！
追いつかれる！
I can't let this run too long.
ドアが破壊される！ドアが！これは一体まさかお前
不時着するですってブチャラティその考えなら逆よ全員無事生き残ってサルディニアに到着したければこの飛行機は絶好バーナービースバイスガール
Oh my god. That's the best when Spice Girl turns everything into rubber.
お前いつスタンド能力が
Oh yeah, the walls are soft like rubber. That's my favorite. Okay, anyway, yeah, like that's what happens when we get a raid. So let's see. What am I looking at? Back to Beau, the 5th column. Oh my god, I got distracted by anime. I was thinking that she just says wanna be. I was thinking she says like ora ora or ari ari or something. But no, it's JoJo says ora ora ora, Dio says mura mura mura. Keffel's attacks Hunter Avalon. Shell is just clown on clown violence. Is it good? Does it go hard? No. We're trying to watch
fascist
this.
Government of Modi and the BJP have been getting bolder and bolder and bolder, particularly with their censorship. So I think it's important.
And people don't realize this. People don't know about the fascist government in India, and people don't know about like Modi's history of oppression against Muslims. Like, right? It's
important for everyone else to actually talk about it because people don't do that. And the main reason they don't do that is because the BJP are US aligned and they are Americans who are obviously fundamentally interested in maintaining American hegemony. So here's just a little bit of a rundown. So in India,
the caste system, yeah, there's like a lot of like return to tradition going on in Modi's India. Some spaces online are quite vitriolic to people who admit liking anime as if we condone. Oh my god, yeah, there's so much yikes shit on anime. I mean, that is actually true, right? I'm even a little uncomfortable with the like sort of obsession on like high school, just because it's like. But I mean, I get why it is. Like, if you're in Japan, your real challenging academic years are high school and maybe like cram school. And then you go to college and it's like it's a party. It's a chill out time, right? It's not as tough, right? Whereas in the US, the college is the tougher thing. Modi was complicit in a massacre of Muslims before he became president or whatever. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, right? I've had conversations with people that tried to like minimize that.
Is the BJP. In contrast to most of the parties that have governed India up until their election, they are just an outright fascist, ethno-fascist group. Their ideology is basically that India is Hindu, and their conception of Hindu is not solely religious, it's ethnic. So in order to be an Indian, you must be Hindu, being ethnic Hindu, and they see Muslims as like another ethnic group that cannot be Indian. And
anti-gay bigot Tulsi Gabbard, funded by Modi's fascist cronies.
The only possible way
He allows a religious ethnic riot. Yeah, he allowed a religious ethnic riot that was ethnic cleansing against Muslims in the Gujarat when Modi was in charge of that state.
To deal with them is to marginalize them or get rid of them. That's basically what they have been trying to do within the confines of the limitations that are put on them.
There's no room. They
by
can't
the
come
Indian
there.
state, by opposition to them, and
he destroyed an old mosque to build a larger gold dome temple in Kashi too, literally wiping away Islamic history in India.
Especially by obviously international pressure, geopolitical pressure and stuff. You know, the US probably wouldn't like how bad it would look for them if Modi just started mass genociding Muslims in the street. The people who assassinated Gandhi.
Hey, good point, Jamie SMB. Can we talk about the word ethnic? I hear people use that word mostly when talking about non-white people, but white is like white people have ethnicity, and the whole conception of whiteness kind of like erases that. And so yeah, you do have a lot of people thinking of like that there's these two things, and one is like white and the other is ethnic, right? That is some weird shit. That is some absolute like I almost want to like it's almost like, you know, whiteness realism or something. I don't know, like, right? It's just like it's this artificial horizon that people's minds get stuck under and they can't see outside of it, right? White invented ethnic. Yeah, white isn't a ethnic class. White is basically a definition which it's defined by that which it excludes. That's the only real meaning. The only real existence of whiteness is to exclude that which is not white. And that definition has changed over the years. So it's absolutely a social construction on top of a social construction. People have called me ethnic, and I have no idea what that means. I'm sorry. BE does seem... This is what people... Wait, isn't that something... This is like something that somebody's... It's like a meme, right? Didn't somebody call BE vaguely ethnic? That I think that was a meme, right? I mean, like, not they didn't mean it as a meme. They were serious when they said it, but like it became a meme. Us and the others. Yeah, it is like a us and them thing. Yeah, I think we need to change that usage. Absolutely. Call it out. Absolutely. That's a meme in case people... it's definitely a meme. I know what you're talking about. Just thought I'd mention Unicorn Riot has just premiered their video in into the Palestine rail disaster on their channel. I'm not sure if you have covered... I have not covered this yet. Yeah. But Unicorn Riot has a video. Wasn't there also like there's like a journalist that white is not an ethnicity. White is listed here in ethnic groups. White/whiteness is not an ethnicity. White people have specific ethnicities. Yeah, that they sublimate under this double social construction called whiteness. Yeah, where did the meme come from? Does anybody remember who said that originally?
Hindutva fascist. The reason why they killed him, there's plenty of reasons for leftists to take exception to Gandhi, but the reason why they killed him is because he was secular and he advocated for the rights of Muslims. Gandhi is someone who was probably the most internationally well-known and most well-regarded representative of Hinduism worldwide. Someone who outwardly presented with Hindu cultural artifacts like his signature robe and shit. He was still, for them, like a race traitor. And so they murdered him for it. And the current government led by Modi, well, another thing about Modi is that in 2002, he was the governor of Gujarat, and there were race riots where Hindus ended up rioting and murdering hundreds, possibly even thousands of Muslims. And he had the security forces, which were under his charge, do nothing. He let it happen intentionally because his ideology is genocidal against Muslims. And recently
White is not an ethnic group. Neither is black or Asian. Those are just descriptors of groups to put them under a convenient umbrella. YouTuber made a video about BE claiming he was faking Latino aesthetics.
BBC released a documentary about that because this is all in the open. The evidence is it's absolutely overwhelming against him that he allowed this to happen.
How? Wait, is it because he doesn't he have a Spanish? Is it because he has a Spanish channel?
And he did it intentionally. And Modi's government censored this documentary.
Wait, you make your videos available to a Spanish-speaking audience, and all of a sudden you're claiming you're faking Latino aesthetics? I always assumed people who called me ethnic meant Jewish, but I didn't want to say it. I'm not Jewish, but I guess white Southerners might think so.
And there is this YouTuber named Beau of the Fifth Column who made a video just today. And I haven't watched it yet, so I'm not going to assume that what I've been told about it is true. People literally said in this video, he says that if you are against the BJP, or at least, he kind of skirts around it and says that if you are against India's current position in the world,
communism is based,
then you support India being colonized by China, which the idea that India could be colonized by China or that China wants to colonize India is an utterly
because he lives in a South American country and speaks Spanish, because it's the language of the nation that he lives in. This Beau stuff is crazy. I used to watch that channel.
insane proposition in of itself, but that's obviously running cover for
Asians is such a wide-meaning word. That could mean Turks, Israelis, Eastern Russians.
Fascism. It's obviously running cover for genocidal ethno-fascism, which is ongoing right now. Hindutva fascists, in just the last 8 years or so, have done significantly worse, have hurt significantly more people than the original fascists, than Italian fascists ever did. So, to apologize for that, even indirectly like that, by saying, well, you could just let him be, let him do that shit, or you're a colonizer or whatever, that is insane.
Is that what Beau's saying?
I hope that I've been misinformed about this. I hope that this is not what is actually said here. So I'm going to check it. We're going to watch it. We're going to find out. And if it is, I will fucking grill the ever-loving fuck out of it. Let's talk about a mindset on colonialism. That's the title of this video. Now, I really hope this isn't what I've been told it is, but multiple people who watched the video did tell me it is. But, fans can be a bit hyperbolic.
Well, howdy there, Internet people. It's Beau again. So today we are going to talk about I
haven't watched this guy. I think I've seen all of, 5 videos of his.
Mindset that is becoming more common among a certain subset of people. And we're going to kind of dive into it a little bit because it kind of shows how a superficial understanding of something may lead people to develop opinions.
Please tell me this is not actually the video about India, because this framing is insane. Yep, it is about India. It's about India. Oh my God.
That are contradictory to the opinion that they say they hold.
It's a video about how
communism
being
is based
against the fascist Indian government is like a colonial mindset. I absolutely cannot fucking believe it. I absolutely cannot fucking believe it. This is supposed to be like a leftist YouTuber.
Belief that they believe.
So, like, my understanding of Beau's politics, and this is only through other people, right, is that he doesn't call himself a leftist of any kind, but he's, you know, definitely identifies as like a progressive, and he's. So, some people think he's kind of like trying to be an inroad for. Does he have kind of like an older audience too? Does he have like a primary, like his audience is a little bit like older of a demographic? He's a lib, and that like, but I've heard people say that he's like kind of trying to like draw people into being further on the left without outwardly saying it or something like that. But like I said, I've watched all of 5 videos of Beau the Fifth Column ever, right? And these are short little videos too. They list a few options for Asian groups like in the UK, but they have limited space on the census. So other census forms, so they put the main most prominent ones in the word others, but of course the form is UK centric, so the one I'm talking about, I'm from the UK. He specializes in deprogramming the right. He's a secret anarchist that appeals to libs and moderates. I have heard people say that, but I don't know. What's up, Postcob?
To be right and good and true. So we're going to talk a little bit more about India.
This framing is insane.
Their foreign policy decisions. In a recent video, I talked about how
foreign policy decisions.
Beau tries to serve up ANCAP.
India is getting ready to step into a new role. They're going.
Beau implies that he tends towards anarchism, but makes his content to be welcoming to conservatives because his look makes people assume he's going to be a right winger.
Going to become a much more powerful nation.
Oh, is that bad?
And
new role. That's just a really weird framing, because what has changed in India in the last 30 years since the fall of the Soviet Union? The only thing that has changed is India is that more secular, like liberal, secular, more secular nationalist governments and more ethnically and religiously inclusive governments have been replaced with a Hindu nationalist.
A good book to read on this is How the Jews Became White Folk and What That Says About Race in America by Karen Brodkin. It talks about everything, even the gendering of racialized jobs, etc. I do not believe he's anarcho-capitalist. Beau committed serious crimes and got a relative slap on the hands. Got to keep those profits from crime. He got to keep the profits from the crime, and suddenly he became a fake Southern drawl talking anarchist. Anarcho-capitalist is a... Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah, anarcho-capitalist doesn't... That's a meme ideology more than anything, right? It's a weird, like... It's a red flag, too, if anybody calls themselves an ANCAP. Watch out. Ethnicity is a term only people who have not been genocided can use. Even many groups that are genocided, the survivors retain some of their ethnicity and cultural heritage. He's playing a character, but he isn't perfect. Should abolish the word ethnicity, ethnic.
Overtly fascist government. So this framing here of India stepping into a new role, that's all that has changed here is that. So he is positively framing the only real meaningful change that has happened in India, which is a takeover by an overt fascist government as like something good.
Abolish white people using it to mean swarthy or whatever.
And new, and that we all need to respect, or you're colonial.
Part of that.
He doesn't use the word anarchist in any of his videos, but the ideology he talks about is explicitly anarchist.
Part of that role is basically checking China.
Vaguely ethnic, as in Mediterranean looking, super racist.
What the fuck? Part of that role is role for whom? Who is this role for? Like, if India has a role, like, we have to assume it's like part of a team or something, right? Like, it's part of some sort of wider geopolitical bloc. So this guy is basically talking from the perspective of an American imperialist, saying India is stepping into a role on our behalf. We need India to check China. We need India to like fight China on
good
our
point.
behalf to be against.
Good point, McSecular. You can abolish whiteness without abolishing white-skinned people. Yeah, a lot of people don't understand, the idea of deconstructing whiteness and what that means. I've had people, react like hearing that verbiage as if that is some kind of anti-white racism or something like that, or even say that it's a call for white people to to not exist or something like that. And it's not. It's in fact like and it's not an easy thing when we talk about deconstructing whiteness. That is possibly like a multi-generational task, but it's an important task nonetheless. And I've heard people say that if you want to call yourself anything close to an ally, and a lot of people are trying to get away from the language of allyship and talk more about collaborators rather than allies, right? But yeah, then abolishing whiteness is an imperative, or at least deconstructing your internalized conception of whiteness, right?
China on our behalf. That is an absolutely insane thing to say. Its role is to check China. I mean, India is not like a sentient entity or anything. India is like a bureaucracy which is also subject to the geopolitical.
Beau explicitly claims international politics from being of the perspective of the United States. This is not scandalous. The first time I've ever seen the term swarthy, so I had to look it up. Yeah, absolutely. That word has a very... We just need to understand that some people don't know their ethnicity.
Of other states. Right now, mostly the USA. Since the fall of the USSR, India has pretty much been just like a subject nation of the US. He's talking about India like it's not a place where people live. It's not a place where people live and die, where they have dreams and ambitions, where they suffer. It's just a place that has a geopolitical role in the service of US geopolitical interests, which is to check China. And no, India's role is not to check China.
I like co-conspirators. It sounds scary.
That is a direction that India is being pushed in by the...
NCAPs are just loser libertarians trying to sound cool, yeah. I do try to be an ally. I did find some of those anti-drag queen story hour leaflets in town, so I picked them up and reported it. I contributed to a local news article about it. When I find opportunities to do, I try to be an ally when I can. Beau's foreign policy framework is typically based on like a realistic analysis of what the goals or motivations or tactics of world powers would be considered by experts analyzing these situations. It's not always moral or idealized perspective, but it's supposed to convey a less simplified and jingoistic perspective. Ignoring this and just saying that it should be banned is similar to how gender abolition people are really transphobes. Charming to see Bad Empanada immediately doing the thing he said he wasn't going to do. Muted, because you're in class? Yeah, no worries. No worries, Amanda Panda. It was fun. I'm glad I could raid you.
Fascist Hindutva government and its Western allies who see China as their prime...
Wait, I feel like that's the other thing I need to get, right? So we had pronouns, right, for chat previously. And when I got my computer fixed, they had to delete the hard drive, so I have to reload up everything that was on there, including those. I have to figure out how I did that. I remember it was something to do with BTTV and Franker's faces. That's how I did it. But the other thing that I want to do is put captions. Put captions on here to make it easier both for people who are hard at hearing and for people who are in a place where they have to be muted. I can show you. You have to let me steal your spare time. Okay, sounds good. Sending everyone lots of love. I don't have words, but I do have lots of love to give. Aw, that's sweet.
primary geopolitical opponent. India does not have to step into a role of checking China. India could very easily play both sides if it wanted to, for example. Many countries do that. Why we might ask, would India take an explicitly checking China role? Well, because it's aligning itself with a certain capitalist geopolitical bloc, in this case, obviously by far the world's most powerful and most problematic geopolitical bloc, that of the West. And this is being undertaken by an overtly fascist government, a fascist government that wants to genocide all Muslims. So what is this video? Like, I think it relies on someone who's watching this to just be nod along and be like, yep, I believe in American geopolitical hegemony. I'm not going to think critically about this. I just, what you're saying here about India's new role sounds good to me. I'm already on board with this. But when you think about what he's saying, it is just fundamentally Western propaganda in support of Western geopolitical hegemony, because he can only see India as basically a piece in a chessboard, which the US can manipulate against China in a great game. Unfucking believable. So it doesn't matter that India is ruled by genocidal fascists. It doesn't matter, because all that matters is that they are siding with us.
Way. There were a number of people who didn't like that for various reasons. But we're going to talk about one particular reason that people didn't like it. And there were...
Can't believe I'm defending Beau here. It's usually an explainer for conservatives and moderates who don't know anything about foreign policy or theory. I can see why Bad Empanada got along with Keffels for so long, and why they seem to hate each other now. Meow. Meow, 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 meow.
Some very colorful comments about this in the comments section under that video. And then a couple of people sent messages expressing the same idea, the same take. And that take is that India's doing it wrong. They're messing up. They shouldn't be trying to check China. They should be leaning in and becoming more friendly with them because of the United Kingdom's actions during colonialism.
What? What is he even trying to say here? One, why shouldn't India want to be more friendly with China? A massive, incredibly important trading partner, very important neighbor. Why shouldn't they? Logically, if we remove this from the context of
yes, Amanda, you are a very important person.
Wider geopolitics involving the US, why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't India want to cultivate friendly relations, as friendly as possible, with every country in the world? There's no logical reason for it. So we must ask, why is it that they don't then? Well, very simple reason. They currently have a fascist government that is geopolitically aligned with the USA. This fascist government is also very militarist. Obviously, they're going to be primarily militarist against Pakistan because that's the big boogeyman. India was partitioned into two countries and most of the Muslims went to Pakistan. They hate Muslims. That's expected. But them shifting to a very antagonistic stance against China, that's not a good thing. It's not a good thing for them. It's not a good thing.
So wait, let me see if I got the Pakistan thing right. Here's my understanding of Pakistan, and anybody who's a more geopolitics Pakistan knower, let me know if I got this right. Okay, Pakistan, under Pervez Musharraf, was a close geopolitical ally to the United States, and was particularly crucial in the war in Afghanistan, right? And Musharraf did a lot of things on behalf of the United States that the country, the large amount of people in Pakistan were very unhappy about, and that part of the new government of Pakistan is kind of an anti Pervez Musharraf sort of government. He just died, by the way. I mean, it would be surprising for India to want to be open and friendly to the PCR. I mean, the PCR has been pretty imperialist in regards to East Turkmenistan and Xinjiang and Tibet. Pakistan is a puppet of the U.S. until today. Yeah, until today. The U.S. cooed Imran Khan recently for trying to get too close to China. Yeah, I don't know. Really don't like Bad Empanada. He presents this "I'm so smart, look at this video," but then he loves to harass people, call people losers with no value, and oh yeah, really goes ableist, and yeah, like I feel like you know, he gets a lot of things wrong when he talks about trans people. Yeah, I've definitely seen that. Like, he's obviously not a, this is about Beau. He's obviously not a revolutionary leftist, but he's not claiming to be, so critique of him should be built in providing better or more depth analysis or whatever he's doing. Not making videos about crimes he already did time for in the 90s.
For anyone. The only person that's a good thing for is the USA, who wants to leverage them against China in a cynical geopolitical game that is only beneficial for you if you benefit from further US geopolitical hegemony. Now, he's going to try and frame this as like some sort of social justice issue where if you don't support like India's fascist government aligning itself with the US because the US is obviously more convenient for what it wants to do domestically, i.e. genocide Muslims, than it would be to just stay neutral or align itself with China, he's going to try and frame you saying that as you being like having like a colonial mentality.
America and Pakistan had an enemy of my enemy relationship against Iran and Afghanistan. Pakistan is not a puppet, as they're using America to protect them from India, right? So did they get nuclear weapons from that relationship with the United States? Is that where because right, Pakistan is a nuclear power, as is India. Imran Khan is the PM who cozied up to the PRC and joined their Belt and Road initiative, and allows lots of investment. Also leased the port of Gwadar to China. Human traffickers trying to blend in with even vaguely rad-lib labels should carry a certain stigma if they wish to be public figures. Like, when he gets angry with someone, and he will always do this "you contribute nothing to society" speech that really, yeah, that's true. That is his MO, right? BE is chaotic. He has good takes usually, but he's very blunt and doesn't take criticism well. True. S4A can attest to the latter.
Or something. It's absolutely insane. And
Pakistan developed their nuclear weapons in secret.
The notion that like China could even could colonize India or would even want to colonize India, how the fuck would that even work? Like, he must.
Here's the real issue. BE will jump at any chance to shit on what he perceives to be identity politics, and sometimes he really gets that wrong.
Must be using colonialism as a euphemism for like Chinese investment and trade, like, or something.
I wonder if he realizes like the kind of ears that prick up when he criticizes identity politics. Now, right, there is a certain level on which, I mean, I'm thinking of like Hillary Clinton, right? You know, like, tried to leverage her identity to posture as being better on the issues that marginalized people care about, that even that women care about, than Bernie, and she's not, right? She tried to sell an idea that Bernie's supporters were supporting him because they hated women and they couldn't stand the idea of a woman being a candidate for president, right? And that's not true either. And the idea that Bernie's coalition was mostly male and that hers was, you know, like not, that's absolutely untrue, right? Yeah, there's a lot of, but like, I mean, like that's a centrist liberal, okay? That's not a leftist. It's heartwarming to see so many S4A enjoyers here. His reaction is to Socialism for All calling out his COVID misinformation regarding China's lockdowns. It was dreadful.
Something which he obviously doesn't use for the already pervasive Western investment in trade. So what the fuck is he even talking about?
Okay, that is a wild take, and we'll.
How is that a wild take? Holy shit!
We'll get to why it's. I mean, in some ways,
he doesn't know what he's talking about. I would be surprised if he could point to India on a map.
Kind of absurd, but first, I do want to point out that
I would be surprised if there's a lot of people who couldn't point to India on a map.
India and China went to war in 1962,
I'm
and they
sure,
have had
I'm sure he's being facetious.
skirmishes and standoffs.
India and China have gone to war over relatively minor disputes on border lines. That's really it. It's not like some sort of fundamental ideological conflict or anything like that. You know, it's not something like the US literally waging war in the name of ideologies on the other side of the world. These are relatively minor conflicts that are essentially over borderlines. Borderlines which of course exist because, by the way, China and India were both colonized by the West, which really muddy things a whole fucking lot. And nowadays, both of these countries have for a very long time agreed to a status quo where the places where they have border disputes, which by the way are worthless land, absolutely useless. Fighting over it is fucking useless. If I was in charge of either of these countries, the first thing that I would do is just hand it over to the other to fucking fix the problem, because them caring about this is illogical. For neither side doesn't matter. But since then, what they do is, in order to keep up appearances, both sides just send soldiers there to have like fist fights every 2 weeks. That's it. Like, trying to frame that as some sort of like fundamental rivalry between these two nations that like would inhibit them from ever actually cooperating with one another is completely fucking unhinged. Especially when he just brought up British colonialism. Like, if you're going to bring up a war that a relatively minor war that India had with China once, I would think that you would also say, okay, but the West literally colonized India and also China. And in the case of India, they did so for centuries. And they killed tens of millions of people in doing so. So by that logic, why would it make more sense for them to side with the West, which includes Britain, than it would for them to side with China? You know, whose dispute with them historically is literally not even in the same planet. Like, can't even be said to be the same thing. It's like comparing a fucking apple to a dump truck. These things can't be compared. His framing of this is very dishonest, it's very stupid, and it just boggles the mind.
On a pretty frequent basis, the most recent of which was in 2021.
On a pretty frequent basis?
It's super hard to become aligned with a country.
Let's talk about what happened in 2021. India and China did what they always do. Their troop station on the border went to the contested area, and they had like a little fight with some tiny sticks that they picked up off the ground, because that's what they do. They don't do anything serious. It's not a serious dispute anymore, and it hasn't been for a very long time. And he's framing that as some sort of war. What happened in 2021 is they were fighting each other, and there was like a landslide or something.
Seems like a weird project, weird to project this hard on a basic summary for a viewer question. Like, Beau makes like 3 YouTube videos a day.
Which I believe was possibly provoked by them being in a place where, you know, a ton of people being there engaged.
Also, Indian government has abandoned its Cold War position of neutrality decades ago and has been working actively to become closer in relations to Israel and the US. They also have territorial disputes in mountainous regions between them. A dump truck. BE does have bad takes on occasion, COVID lockdowns being one of them, but from how I see it, they're not that frequent. His issues is he's overboard in hostility when criticism comes his way. Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah.
And rigorous physical activity could cause something like that to happen. And so there were casualties on both sides, not actually caused by them hurting each other, but by basically an accident. Framing that as a war and some sort of continuation of a important rivalry between these two countries while discounting British colonialism is completely fucking absurd. And another thing is that the reason why those sorts of idiotic posturing on the border is happening more frequently, a big part of that is Modi.
You know, speaking of BA, I don't know if anybody remembers a year ago, there was like this war between Bad Empanada and Eris, and it seemed like Bad Empanada won that war, exposed a lot of the stuff about Eris that nobody seemed to recognize, and she went on to do some other things. I don't know. I have heard that she's back, right? I guess she's done a few panels. She talked to Keffels, but I haven't really seen any other evidence of that. I don't know if she's like streaming on Twitch. Is she doing YouTube videos again? How is this downplaying colonialism? It seems like dividing into colonialism in the region would make the video way longer.
who's weaponizing Hindu nationalist sentiment to not just demonize Pakistan and Muslims, but also to attack China, because Modi...
Another thing that pissed me off about Bad Empanada was when he started harassing fat people on Twitter because someone said something cringe in defense of Lizzo playing a 200-year-old crystal flute. Yeah,
is a fundamentally important ally of the US and of US imperialism.
That you are actively hostile towards at times. But setting aside the actual like foreign policy considerations that would need to be taken into consideration, I want to talk about the mindset and the attitude that led to these statements.
I just talked about your mindset. Like,
wait, he's anti-pitbull? I learned that Eris did a video stream with this one academic channel I like. Like, why?
The only possible way that his mindset and his attitude can lead to these conclusions and these statements is if he is fundamentally supportive of the idea that there should be countries whose governments, being fascists who want to do genocide and who have actively been trying to do genocide for many years now.
What's up, boiled peanut?
We should ignore. We should just let them be, because they are a geopolitical bulwark for the interests of the genocidal capitalist USA, which is infinitely worse than China. And just look at the Iraq War. That alone is proof enough that the USA is worse than China. China has not even done that much damage in the last 20, 30 years since it started to become an actual global geopolitical power combined as much as...
He's completely misunderstood Beau's video here. He's just jumping to the whole conclusion about what he thinks Beau means when Beau never actually said as such.
The US did to Iraq alone, and we're not even getting into anything else. So it's fundamentally someone who sees the world as us, the USA, the world's worst.
The other take I disagree with him about is his quick dismissals and insults towards Grover Furr.
Capitalist empire versus them. China, the yellow peril who want to take everything you know and love from you. You get the idea. It's fundamentally, it's the new Cold War, except in this...
Regardless of his issues, BE is pretty much the best consistent leftist I've seen on this list. When it comes to sussy takes, he probably has the least of them I've seen.
Case. China is not the USSR. The USSR was actually in like an ideological battle for the hearts and minds of the world with the US. China is basically just a country that...
It's not Beau reacting, it's actually Bad Empanada reacting to Beau. They're both bearded individuals, but yeah, that's the beard on the outside is Bad Empanada's beard, and the beard on the inside is Beau's.
Is trying to compete with the US in global capital markets. It's trying to penetrate into like places in terms of trade and stuff like that, where the West have historically been dominant. And
yeah, it's pretty weird for Keffels to try to hang the pro-Stalin thing around Bad Empanada's neck, considering the things that he said.
That's why that's why China is...
You can hear meow.
...being demonized. It's not so much an ideological difference. It is more that China is a competitor. It started to do what the West has been doing better. Therefore, we need to sort of have...
Bad Empanada has an agenda. He's not interested in what Beau actually says, nor in what Beau is trying to communicate. Weird beards,
these
yes.
Ridiculous mythologies surrounding it in order to delegitimize it, in order to beat it in this what is fundamentally a competition for access to markets.
Because the general tone is...
this is a Beau of the Fifth Column video. He's talking about India. He's talking about Modi. And he's saying that India has like a vital, am I getting this right? A vital role to play as a bulwark against China, right? That's kind of his, the implication being for the defense of the United States, interceding on the side of the United States and NATO, right? So yeah, I think that's what Bad Empanada is taking exception to, is particularly considering, the kind of fascist movement that Modi embodies in India. And he's also he's definitely going hard on Beau, right? And he in his next video, I think he brings up Beau went to prison for trafficking in the 90s or in the 2000s, early 2000s, and I think he brings up that too. Beau is doing Western propaganda. Sure, you could criticize the guy, but to harp on people who don't know much about stuff that he writes about, especially when he apparently read the Soviet archives. I'd at least want to.
Hey, I understand the Indian experience under colonialism better than Indians.
Oh, that was 2008. Okay, thank you.
He's using fucking standpoint epistemology to be like, dude, you are literally denying the experience of colonialism of Hindutva fascists. You want to know how Hindutva fascists see colonialism? The reason why Hindutva fascists denounce British colonialism is because the British used divide and conquer tactics where they set Sikhs and Muslims against Hindus. And what the Hindutva movement says about colonialism is basically, the fact that so many Muslims were collaborators with the British because the British gave them incentives to do so, the British gave Sikhs incentives to do so, etc., is because Muslims cannot be Indian, because Muslims innately are not Indian. They can't be Indian. That is specifically why they talk so much about British colonialism, while also paradoxically today aligning themselves with the West. It's fundamentally just a way for them to hate Muslims more. So yeah, I can talk about that. And this idea that you need to use standpoint epistemology to accept the Hindutva fascist experience.
That's a good question. Is BE cringe? Sometimes yes. Sometimes yes. Even if Bad Empanada is replying in good faith, and I'm not convinced that that's true, this whole blind review thing has limited usefulness. He is, instead of actually addressing the person's position, streamers mostly wind up just harping about their own bugbears and talking points and distorting what is actually said. That's not what Beau is saying, though. Beau is only mentions checking China because India is going to be a new power in the region in competition with China that will also break away from the West. That's React content, though. I mean, somewhat. Yeah, it's weird because, if you watch Hassan at all, his chat clearly wants him to give them fresh watches, right? To watch it fresh, to not have seen whatever content that he's doing before he actually does it. And that's that probably does lend yourself towards, just kind of not having much else to go on besides, what they're saying in the moment and then your reaction to that. But yeah, I don't know how do you all feel? How does my chat feel? Do you like it when I've done a little bit of research on stuff, or is there a value in the fresh react? I do notice that there are some videos where the first time I'll watch it, I'll say more interesting things. And then there's some videos that I watch, or sometimes that I watch videos where I'm just my head's not in the game, right? And if I watch it again, I'll give, I'll give better commentary. His chat is a black hole. Fifth column is literally a fash theme. Franco said he had 4 columns marching to Madrid and a 5th organizing within the city. I think it's okay to pre-watch it or not, depending on what you're covering. The way that NCC is doing it allows me to actually grasp what BE is saying. The way BE is doing it is preventing his audience from actually hearing what Beau is saying. Beau explains a lot of this further in what is basically a response to the video to BE's clear misunderstandings here. I don't think I've ever heard BE being racist or fatphobic before. Are there any clips of those? You should definitely watch Beau's follow-up video. Beau is not a fed. Beau is a fed. Sorry, misread that. No one should listen to him. I literally don't care if you pre-watch or not. I feel it doesn't make a difference to me. NCC's big picture and contextual view
with colonialism is utterly fucking absurd.
Because of that, I can tell them how to pursue their national interest in
their national interests? Do you think India's national interest is to try and incite a military or geopolitical conflict with China. No, India's national interest, and by India,
Oh my god, China's so sweet.
I mean Indian people, our normal working class Indian people. Their national interest is not to cause any conflicts with any other country. Their national interest would be to have no conflicts with any other country at all.
Was he on a More Perfect Union video recently?
This guy sees India, as I said, it's a piece on a chessboard to be manipulated by the US, and he's trying to use...
I'm pretty sure the trafficking stuff is real. He did go to jail for that, and he's, you know, like his explanation is like he's, you know, apologized for it, and you know, he's says that was a messed up thing to do. So I think that's kind of where you're at. Like some people, you know, are like he can move on from that. Other people are not so sure. Beau is bait for chuds to accidentally think critically. The name, the voice, the topics. Pretty sure his response to BE went up 20 minutes ago. Okay, so I guess we're gonna watch that too. We're gonna watch this. We're gonna watch that, and then we're gonna watch Loserbox come at me. That's right, Loserbox came at me again. Cannot keep my name out of his mouth, right? This time he's mad at me for liking a tweet. I kid you not. I kid you not. We're gonna watch Loserbox on stream, freaking the fuck out because NCC liked a tweet.
The anti-Chinese sentiments of the currently majority dominant Hindutva fascists, which is fucking terrifying, by the way. Something like
Beau is bait for Westerners to think that they are on the left while supporting Western imperialism. NCC investigates. That's right. Watching the Beau deepfake video, though. Wait, there's a deepfake? Did Bad Empanada make a deepfake of him?
70 to 80% of Hindus support fucking Modi. That is terrifying. That's, you know, you're trying to use their experience with colonialism. You're trying to tell them how they should manage their international affairs. Imagine saying that regarding Germans in 1935. You're trying to tell them how they should manage their international affairs? So fucking what if they want to cause a conflict with France? So fucking what if they want to take on a new role?
The trafficking stuff is real, but BE widely misconstrues the scope and nature of his involvement with the company Eurohouse that he was working for. When did he get that account up? The last account I remember him having was God. Yeah, wait, I'm trying to remember. Like, yeah, because there are also fake Bad Empanada accounts, right? But if you sort of keep up with them, you can sort of tell which ones are real. I mean, my stance on the stuff like this is that if you've served your time in prison, you should be able to reintegrate into society. If you have shown you've learned from what you did, like Hassan's take on reintegration after prison.
As a bulwark against the French menace. This is literally the same thing. It's the exact same sort of genocidal, ethno-nationalist...
Welcome to NCCIS Investigations on Twitch every Monday at 1 p.m. Pacific. Gosh, it should be 11 a.m. Pacific, but I totally, I had to change my programming up because of something that, you know, a story that dropped just this morning that we had to cover. I didn't punctuate that very well. Wait. Beau makes a video for Americans explaining the international situation between India and China from Americans' perspective. Bad Empanada decides he's actually talking to Indians because Bad Empanada is Bad Empanada. Okay. If you got a reduced sentence in return for becoming a Fed asset, then everyone should be very wary of you. Why pay attention to someone who was likely a Fed, also did human slavery, never addressed it earnestly? So sus. Beau claims he was basically running and managing it on a resume that was cited in his trial.
Fascist ideology. I absolutely cannot believe this. He's using standpoint epistemology to defend fucking saber-rattling genocidal fascists.
Better way.
Ugh. Holy shit, man.
Bad.
Like, I wanted to do this calm, but I can't be calm. Because I fucking know about India. At least I know about it more than this fucking guy does. And this, if you know a single thing about what he's actually talking about, this is disgusting and insane.
I mean, if you truly believe that's the case, your only option I mean, you kind of have a duty or a responsibility to call the Indian embassy and explain to them that you, as a white man living in the United States...
What the fuck is this? Okay, so if you are against Hindutva fascism, you should, as a white man, call the Indian embassy and explain to them why you're against it. Are you fucking serious? Are you fucking... Do you seriously think that's a gotcha? That's the dumbest... What in the fucking hell are you saying? You are literally defending genocidal fascism. Genocidal fascism that wants to eliminate Muslims, that believes that Muslims have like some sort of essential racially inferior quality that must be cleansed from India. You are looking at that and saying, well, you think you know better than them as a white man? Why don't you call them up with your fake fucking southern...
It's okay, a fake southern accent, yeah. It's okay to disagree with Beau's takes or not trust him. Why would anyone trust him? But to call him a Fed if he isn't working with the Feds or some kind of asset, we shouldn't Fed jacket him. I knew his burger memes, but I always thought it was him making fun of Americans being simple-minded and only caring about consumption. For the company's profit, but still, Beau was facing 35 years in jail for it. Come on. No, it was actually not like the kafala system. It was very exploitive and fucked up, but it was not like that. Remember now, BE says his country is Argentina, which I think would be... I think how he worded it the first time was just poorly worded. It seems more likely that Beau snitched to get out of doing time.
An accent, Justin King. We're going to get into that later. Don't worry. It's unbelievable.
Understand their situation better than them, and that you are happy to volunteer to save the Indians from themselves and teach them how...
It's not about saving the Indians from themselves. Okay, so do you know how fascism works? One, fascism manipulates the proletariat to support things that are against their interests. Obviously, it's not within the interests of working class.
I don't like BE saying his accent if it's fake. A lot of people with southern accents don't use them in certain times, certain situations, because they are seen as unintelligent. I know this because my dad does this. He speaks one way at home and another way at work.
Poor or agrarian peasant
Oh my god, Adadak, not the emus! Not the emus!
Hindus to fight and kill their Muslim neighbors, obviously. But Hindutva fascism has manipulated many of them to believe it is. And the reason why it does that, in India specifically, especially, is because fundamentally there are many, many, many upper-class Hindus who want...
Beau is adopting flawed framing of the idea of Chuds coming to his video and following to his logical conclusion. Oh my god, the legend is true!
To maintain the caste system, and for them, Hindutva is a way to return to a more conservative form of Hinduism from the past, which was also upheld and promoted by the British, by the way, to maintain the material privileges that they have as a result of the caste system. So obviously, yes, I can tell you right fucking now, Hindutva working class people, Hindutva peasants, etc., I know better than them. They have been manipulated by an incredibly complex...
These country is Argentina because he's an Argentine citizen. Officially, saying that's dumb is xenophobic. Eurohouse Company has been in operation since the 90s. With a couple of other owners running the show, Beau was hired and worked for it only the last 2 years of its existence. I've heard koalas... Yes! Well, not koalas, right? Koalas are fine. Koalas are totally... No, they're not. They're not. Yeah, I mean, like, you don't want to mess with a koala. Koalas have sharp claws. Okay, so... But, the thing that's really dangerous, though, is the drop bears. It's a certain season of the year in Australia that the koalas... They undergo this, like, weird physiological change, right, where they become carnivorous. Their teeth grow longer, their claws become sharper and start to secrete poison, right? It's just like they turn into like a whole nother animal almost, like during like during that drop bear season, and they're known to drop out of trees onto tourists, especially. Like they love tourists. Like there's something about like they, the tourist blood that just like attracts the drop bears to in order to like and they'll just like drop down on you and just start clawing you, right? It's horrible.
And pervasive propaganda machine on behalf of the BJP and the Hindu fascist ideology. Same as what happened in Italy.
Yeah,
same as
they've
what
eaten so many American tourists. True.
happened in Spain. Same as what happened in Germany. Same as what happened in any fascist country.
Hey, what's up, Lady Cat? Good to see you at work, so I'll have to appear lurking in the background. That's cool. Back in a while after I finished up eating a routine for the people I serve at work.
Country that has ever fucking existed. This is like looking at fucking the USA.
A girl at my school got mauled by a drop bear?
Being like, well, Americans voted for Trump. Do you think you know better than
You can smell if you haven't been drinking the water for a certain amount of time. Yeah, and if you don't drink the Australian beer, if you, in fact, that like even if you drink the Americanized version of Australian beer, they can smell that. Like they especially, like, if you've ever been to the Outback Steakhouse and eaten a bloomin' onion, that is their favorite kind of blood to go for. So
what Americans should do. You as a brown man from India, do you think that you have the right to denounce Americans? They voluntarily, democratically voted for Trump, and now they just want their foreign policy be.
Wikipedia says they're not real. But I mean, like, Australians have told me that they're real, though. Wait, was it Australian Wikipedia? Was it wikipedia.org or wikipedia.au? Because I think you got to look at wikipedia.au to really know. Wikipedia is on the payroll of the Australian Tourism Department. They don't want anybody to know. Yeah, it's exactly like, what do drop bears do about Nick Adams? Good question. Bloomin' onion. Yes. God, I'm hungry. I am legitimately hungry now. Wikipedia also says that gardens are legal in New Zealand. They're not?
Be carried out in a certain way. They want to invade Venezuela. Who are you to tell them that that's a bad idea, that they shouldn't do that? You as a brown man. This is literally the exact thing. That is what he's saying here. And when you remove it from his attempt at framing it in like a social justice-y way, what he's basically saying is, you can't question fascism because you're from a different country than the fascists are. You can't say that they shouldn't be fascist because you yourself are not from that country. That is insane. That is absolutely insane. Like, you apply it to his own context, and it's just straight up apologism for fascism. Obviously. It's apologism for fascism as well in India. Like, holy shit.
To interact with the rest of the world in a civilized manner.
And in a civilized manner? What the fuck? Dude, this is blood boiling. Like, he also talks about India, like, the government of India, for him, is India, right? Like, he uses those things as synonyms. So for him, the government of India is like a democratic, unmanipulated representation of the will of every person in India combined, and whatever they decide is simply what India and Indians want. Obviously, the BJP is not a representation of what India and Indians want, and even if you could say it is, because they do win majority votes a lot of the time, polls show them on top a lot of the time, the reason for that is because they have manipulated many Hindus into believing that hating Muslims, wanting to kill Muslims, is good for them. And that's not something that you should leverage in like a social justice argument. Well, look, the poll says that most of them want fascism. Most of them think that hating Muslims is based, actually. Who are you to tell them otherwise, white man? That is insane. Look, the poll from 1938 Germany says that most Germans hate Jews. Who are you to tell them otherwise, Englishman? Do you not see the insanity of what you're saying here?
It's gross, isn't it? I mean, like, that's a horrible thing.
It's gross? That's a horrible thing? What you are doing here is fucking gross and horrible.
It comes from a superficial understanding of foreign policy.
Foreign policy? Only Americans use that word.
And a reliance on wanting things to remain the way they were, and not understanding that a lot of countries are going to come into their own. And
this guy seems to use the term coming to their own to mean being overtaken by a fascist government that will geopolitically align itself with the USA, to the detriment of most people in that country, to the detriment of most people in the other country, to the detriment of most people in the world, really. Because US global geopolitical dominance is terrible for most people in the world, because the US aggressively and pervasively spreads neoliberalism the world over, and neoliberalism hurts people. Neoliberalism impoverishes people. Neoliberalism makes people hungry. Neoliberalism kills people. China doesn't do that. Even if it wanted to do that, it doesn't have the power to do that. And if China did want to do that, the US would fucking love it. The US would be in love with China right now. But it doesn't do that. So the only thing that he can possibly be talking about here in terms of coming to their own, it's a euphemism for becoming more aligned with a fascist government, becoming more aligned with the US geopolitical interests. And he's framing that as like independent Indian foreign policy that apparently Indians have democratically decided on, rather than it's something being imposed upon them by a genocidal fascist US-aligned government.
And they don't want to bend their knee to China.
Who's they? What does bending their knee to China mean? Like, this guy sees anything but like overt, enthusiastic, deep-throating alignment with US, with the US military, with US global hegemony, with neoliberalism as deep-throating China. Are you fucking kidding me?
It's not becoming a country.
Bending the knee to China?
It's going to be under the thumb of some other nation.
It literally is. It's under the thumb of the USA. That's why you're making this video. India is subject to US geopolitical hegemony. The BJP represented a general change in Indian foreign policy in that they started to align themselves much closer to the Western Bloc. You know, they are fundamentally neoliberal, in the same vein as someone like fucking Augusto Pinochet was. And that the US obviously fucking loves that. But the thing is, the US doesn't love that China is now a competitor for them in international markets.
So I have always said Pinochet, but it's not French. Is it actually Pinochet? Have I been wrong? Have I been saying Augusto Pinochet when I should have been saying Augusto Pinochet? Emus are terrifying. But not as kangaroos will fuck you up. Absolutely. I've heard koalas. Yeah. Oh my god, I'm so behind with chat. It's not a social justice-y way. Beau is addressing a particular framework that white Americans of a particular political persuasion have been programmed in. Bad Empanada is so performative here. He's done some good videos, but fuck. War drums against China are starting in the US. Only Americans say foreign policy. What a tool. Does he think that only America has foreign policy? He's not French. Yeah, it's Pinochet. It's Shay is right, but it's no big deal. Wait, it's Pinochet. You pronounce all the letters in Spanish language names, right? But okay, so I know that the rules for Spanish pronunciation are different in Argentina. We're talking about Chile here. So we're talking about Chile. Oh my god. Okay, but like, I mean, the right way to say it is Pinochet. Bad Empanada saying it wrong. The T is silent. It's Pinochet. Okay, that's what I thought. Pinochet is Chilean, not French. Yeah, right. So like that confuses me that you pronounce all the letter, or that it's Pinochet. Pinochet. That's how you pronounce it. Yeah, Pinochet. Yeah, Bad Empanada is very critical of China. It's a far left perspective. Bad Empanada is earnest and gets lathered up.
Markets. So this mode of neoliberalism.
Oh my god. Let's see. The instances of abusive or coercive treatment and overcrowded housing occurred several years before Beau was hired, and were committed by a separate defendant. Wow, some people have really been through the court case here. You shouldn't bother with chat, at least not YouTube chat. I'm reading you though, because you read random stuff out of context, and it seems like you have trouble reading what the posts say. Is the text really small? Yeah, it's tiny. It's tiny. It's like microscopic. I should get my magnifying glass out to see.
Things need to change, because previously neoliberalism meant the US and the EU, etc., would have free reign to do whatever they wanted in a country's economy. Nowadays, China is a valid competitor. So why does the US support Modi? It's not just because of the neoliberalism, which obviously they love. They also support Modi because he is fundamentally anti-China. Because excluding China from Indian markets as much as possible, etc., means that the US, Europe, etc., do not have to worry about competing with China in India anymore. You talk about people who don't know about foreign policy.
There's a separate defendant that was not working for the company when Beau was hired, and based on witness testimony, those conditions did not prevail for the period that Beau worked for the company.
You clearly have no fucking idea. You have no material understanding of what you're talking about. You couldn't even place India on a map. Why am I even watching
this? This is a nuclear power that is going to start operating multiple carrier groups. There are countries...
I'm a tanky? Yeah, I've been told I'm a fake tanky. Wait, isn't that what that President Sunday mod said about me? I couldn't understand. Like, at first I thought she was calling me a tanky, and then she came into Polly's chat to be like, I'm not a real tanky, but I do tanky invasions. It was so confusing.
In NATO that don't have a single carrier group.
What the fuck does that have to do with anything?
I think she said, like,
Dude,
I control the tankies or something. I don't know.
They're starting to operate multiple carrier groups.
Wild.
Dude, you understand, the US patrols the oceans of the entire world with multiple carrier groups already. It patrols the oceans, literally, of China with multiple carrier groups. Like, what the fuck are you even talking about here? He's trying to frame it like China is going to invade India. China is going to invade India. That is completely insane. That is an absurdity. It's like me saying, we all need to oppose the USA because...
At this point, tanky just means to the left of Hermann Goering. It's the new commie.
The USA wants
Pinko
to literally invade Mexico. That's obviously not going to happen. We all do need to oppose the USA, but not because they want to literally invade Mexico. Can you imagine China invading India? Like, what are you even talking about, dude? You think China's going to start sending aircraft carriers to fucking... bomb fucking Mumbai harbor or something? And
China has oceans now? Yeah, I thought they built an artificial island over the entire South China Sea.
They're gonna make a fucking shitty movie about it 50 years later? What insane mentality is this that you're operating from? Like, I have to fill in the gaps because he doesn't justify what he's saying at all.
They are going to be...
No. My tanky does the hanky-panky.
Become a pretty powerful country. Way more than they are now. There are some people who are like, you're kind of downplaying how much they force project using soft power. Yeah, I mean, that's valid. I did.
What's soft power? I don't think he knows what soft power is. Soft power is not sending aircraft carriers to like a nation's ocean. That's very hard power. It's literally physically existing military hardware that you're sending to intimidate another country. The US does that everywhere. Why aren't you talking about that? That's so fucking weird. China doesn't do that everywhere. The US sure does.
Because this was more focused on the military aspects of it. Because now they're going to have the carrot and the stick, so to speak.
This is incoherent. This guy, how does anyone watch this?
This attitude of...
Beau never said that aircraft carriers is soft power.
Wanting countries that, for whatever reason, the person views as lesser, to bow to a...
Okay, so, one, he says that...
Thailand, Vietnam, etc. would also likely go to war with them if they attacked India, in my opinion. China could, but, like, they have... I think soft power is when a country makes other countries like them by giving them neato treats like anime and K-pop. Oh my god, that's super effective. China could, but they have too much to lose if they do.
If you do not support the whims of the fascist, genocidal Hindutva government of India, led by Modi, who himself is guilty of acts of genocide in Gujarat in 2002, you see them as lesser. Two, he's saying that anything but like
he supports
straight up military saber rattling against China, like, just India is obviously a powerful country with lots of people, a massive economy. It doesn't need to saber rattle against China to protect its economic interests. It can absolutely.
Fun fact that Baden put out is not going to mention China recently took over Uganda's international airport. Uganda wanted to renegotiate debt payments, but China was more interested in taking their airport.
Trade with China fundamentally as equal as really any country could possibly do. So to be like these countries basically having like neutral relations is equivalent to bending the knee to, as they had before the BJP came into power, saying that is equivalent to bending the knee to China is an absolutely insane fucking framing. I guarantee you this guy would not.
Oh, they would assume that, that if they were going after India, that they'd go after Southeast Asia countries too. Like, most of the border between India and China is literally the Himalayas. Pretty sure no country like China, nor India, nor Mexico, etc. would want to go fight any wars against anyone, to be honest. Fun fact, 2 million people died in Iraq as a result of the US invasion and prior sanctions.
Frame what the US actually does, by the way, force for all of Latin America, especially Latin America, to literally bend the knee to it economically, very pervasively. It's a huge reason why, for example, Lula lost an election when he ran as an outright socialist, and the US had a secret plan to coup him if he had won that election. He came back a couple of elections later and won, and the strategy that he used to win was, okay, we're going to get a neoliberal vice president, we're going to basically gut our entire platform, and maybe doing this, the USA will let us into the presidency for a little bit. And they did. So that's just one example of how the USA...
The US is an empire that has brought death and destruction to countless countries and people for the sake of capital and force projection.
Through pressure implications, through
Did I touch
threats,
my hair too much? I
forces
feel like
every
it's bad
single
for my
country
hair.
in Latin America to be at least to some
I should just
degree
brush my hair.
neoliberal.
Hey,
They
what's
do
up, Iron
anything
Orchids?
more than that, and they are going to be subject to massive subversion, the sort of subversion that we saw that resulted in a fascist theocratic coup in Bolivia at the end of 2019. But India is not Bolivia. India is not Brazil against the USA.
Meow.
India is a massive economy, biggest country in the world in terms of population now. It is not a country that could possibly be manipulated and that would ever have to bend the knee to China. China obviously knows that too. India knows that too. The reason why Modi saber rattles against China...
Jules, I can't believe that my Australian friends would lie to me like this. I feel totally deceived. Drop bears aren't real? Never trust an Australian.
Is not because he doesn't want to bend the knee to China, because there's no fucking way that China could possibly make India bend the knee to it anyway. It's because, as I said earlier, he espouses a form of neoliberalism that is obviously pro-West.
Today's the 244th anniversary of Native Hawaiians killing British colonizer James Cook, whose voyages to Hawaii, Australia, and Aotearoa enabled the British capitalist settler colonization. Cook's death is celebrated as an anti-colonial holiday these days. Drop bears are real enough. Yeah, I mean, they're scary. What's up, Coffin Punk? Good to see you. Meow. Meow.
In terms of the companies that it supports, in terms of what its goals are. His form of neoliberalism is, okay, we're going to open up the economy, and we're going...
I am glad to see so many subs and members in my chat today, because we are going to do a premium stream after this one. We're gonna cover, I guess there's a Beau video that's his response to this, and then we're gonna look at a short video of Loserbox coming after myself, Zara, and Poly People, right? Zara made a tweet. I liked that tweet. Poly People replied, and apparently that merited us all being brought up on stream. We all needed to be brought up on stream. I'm on Magic Sands right now, which is a few miles down the road from the Captain Cook Monument. We're having a party later.
Going to block Chinese companies out because Western companies...
Flat Earthers think Australia doesn't exist, but rather a Hollywood movie set? Oh my god.
...have reservations about the competitiveness of Chinese
hated.
companies against them. So he is aligning himself with the US. And this guy can't argue against any of what I'm saying. He doesn't even mention it. He hasn't even mentioned the character of the Indian government.
A country that has historically been a major power, that leads to colonialism.
What the fuck? That leads to colonialism? Do you have any fucking idea what colonialism is? What the hell?
Leads to imperialism.
How the fuck
Could China even colonize or imperialize India? What evidence do you have that it would even want to do that? For one, it can't. For two, why would it do that? Why? How?
During the BLM protests in Australia, New South Wales government had their riot squads defend a statue of Captain Cook because that's how committed to white supremacy we are as a nation.
What in the... This is insane! Holy shit!
It leads to spheres of influence and all of that stuff.
India is under the USA sphere of influence right now. Beforehand, it wasn't under anyone's sphere of influence, really. Obviously, it was very much manipulated by the hegemony of Western capital, of US banking institutions, the IMF, stuff like that. But it wasn't like particularly overtly a declared part of anyone's sphere.
Oh, bring back the Hawaiian monarchy. It's like one legit reason to be a monarchist is like one circumstance, Hawaii.
Sphere of influence. Now it's part of the USA sphere of influence. You're not complaining about that. You're complaining about an absolutely insane scenario where China colonizes India and makes it part of its sphere of influence instead. You're worried about a hypothetical when the USA is already doing...
Beau explains... Read this. Beau explains why he didn't mention the BJP in his follow-up video, which I would highly recommend watching.
What you claim China wants to do. This is insane.
And it's a take we're seeing more and more frequently. We see the same thing with Ukraine. You see that moment where they're like, well, Ukraine is part of Russia's sphere of influence. That is a colonial mindset. That is an...
Ukraine is also part of the USA's sphere of influence. You don't have an issue with that.
Imperialist mindset. Ukraine is a country.
How is this not an imperialist mindset? This guy basically is arguing from the standpoint where when the USA does it, it's okay. That, that's not a sphere of influence. That's not colonialism. When the USA's enemies do it, that's when we need to start strategically weaponizing these terms that we don't understand, nor do we want to understand, because we only talk about them to further out when we see them as useful to further our own geopolitical interests. This is absolutely insane. How could anyone watch this and think this is insightful?
They're allowed to do as they want. Ukrainians and Indians get to determine their own...
I'm so sick of explaining this to you people, but... Okay, the government of countries, very rarely do they ever actually represent the people who live in those countries, okay? The state that Ukraine is in now is fundamentally, it's not particularly caused by the USA. Obviously, no one forced Russia to invade Ukraine. But the fact of the matter is, the state that Ukraine is in is fundamentally linked to the neoliberalization efforts in the post-USSR world, particularly in Eastern Europe, obviously. There's a reason why. To be a US-aligned government in Ukraine, you need to fundamentally undergo a series of economic reforms that the US wants you to undergo. That's why, for example, Zelensky's government has very clandestinely pushed through the destruction of labor laws, for example, during the war. They've been using it as like a convenient cover to push through some of the fundamentals of neoliberal shock treatment. And a big reason for that is because, for example, to join NATO, one of the conditions of joining NATO is that your country needs to be fundamentally neoliberal. To join the EU, your country first needs to reform your economy under the prescriptions of neoliberalism. To get a loan from the IMF, your country needs to do structural adjustments, they call them, which again is impose neoliberalism. So we're not just talking about spheres of influence here. We're talking about impositions of economic systems, impositions of, regardless of what you say about these people, Ukraine wants to do this, India wants to do this. That's not how...
My phone by my butt?
Works. The people who rule Ukraine, whether they are Russian aligned, whether they are American aligned, they don't represent like some sort of pure, unmanipulated will of a people. They represent a bureaucratic state entity known as Ukraine or as India. A bureaucratic state entity, which in the case of
I've had my phone type some weird stuff with like autocomplete.
Ukraine is fundamentally very weak and very ripe for manipulation by other countries. So when you look at Ukraine, you're like, this is just what Ukrainians want. Obviously, Ukrainians don't want to be invaded by Russia. That much is a fucking given. But I don't think Ukrainians, if you had asked them after experiencing the horrors of post-Soviet Union neoliberalization and asking them again 10 years down the line. So do you want to be invaded by Russia? Yeah, of course they'd say no. But ask them, did you like the forced economic shock treatment that came with that impoverished you and your family for generations? I bet they'd tell you no. So to act like states are like unmanipulated representatives of a people
of like a group of people, and
Damn, BE, pick a winner.
what they say about like what their country wants
Just
to do or what
kidding.
it should do is also representative
What does that
of that. It's
mean?
absolutely insane. It is, as I said earlier, it is like
I'm sure he was
pointing
just
to the
scratching.
fact that
I'm
Donald
sure-
Trump was elected president and being like, well,
I'm sure BE was just
what
scratching.
are you gonna do? You're just gonna tell these people that that they made the wrong choice, that they don't know how to pick who should rule them? Yeah, I fucking am. Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. No fucking question. Yes, I do. I will tell them that.
I sent you a link to an article on Twitter. It says Australians are liars and like to tell stories about narrowly escaping the drop bear attacks.
Happily. And I'll do it anywhere else as well.
Foreign policy. And saying that they're making this drastic error because of colonialism, something that they experienced,
What?
that's wild. This isn't...
Holy shit, this is literally, like, he doesn't have any sort of material analysis of the actual situation. All that he can do here is vague gesturing.
Cook was killed because he touched the Alii, which is big time kapu.
Towards this idiotic notion that commenting on the actions of an overtly
we got
fascist
fights in chat.
ethno-nationalist
We got
government
fights breaking out
in
here.
India means that you are like you have
I
a
didn't-
colonial mindset.
I didn't realize how divisive this was going to be.
This is absolutely insane.
saying, hey, maybe you should focus on getting your oil from a different source because it would be better for these like normal foreign
He does seem to like beef.
policy reasons. This is literally saying you don't understand your own history.
Yes, it would be better for, I don't know what he means by foreign policy reasons, by the way. Only Americans use this term. But yes, it would absolutely be better for India to cultivate friendly relations with a massive, globally important neighbor and economic power. It would be hugely
B's video on Afrocentrism was really
advantageous for it compared to and being like antagonistic towards it. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, yes, that's uncontroversially true. It's like saying it's in Mexico's best interest to cultivate friendly relations with the USA. Yes, obviously the USA is the world's most powerful economic power. It would be in Cuba's interest to cultivate friendly economic relations with the US. Yes. The thing is, Cuba wants friendly economic relations with the US. Cuba would fucking love, absolutely fucking adore being able to export whatever the fuck it wants to the US and being able to import whatever the fuck it wants from the US. But the US stops that from happening because
I personally am really hoping for a new Bad Empanada saga where he keeps doing responses, react videos to Beau. He's slightly less Krug than Demon Mama Keffels or Lucy Hayes.
Cuba is like...
Wait, there was one Lucy Hayes video, right? One Lucy Hayes.
is a nice little scapegoat that it can imperialize. So, like, there are external factors at play here that he is not mentioning. He's, as I said, speaking about India like it's like a fucking sentient being, like a sentient amalgamation of every single Indian who are all united in the cause to antagonize China. And that this is not something that is an
BE goes
imposition by an overtly fascist government that is aligned with the world's worst and most pervasive and destructive capitalist power in the USA.
But the weird beard man denied Xanderholm.
You don't understand. You don't know because you're a lesser power. Lesser people is the subtext. And they need a white guy to come in and tell them how to do things.
BE should stay off Twitter.
Holy fucking shit. This is so fucking ironic too, because the very notion of neoliberal shock treatment is literally a white guy coming in and telling them to do things.
Pugs over
It is
pugs.
like an ideology derived by Europeans to force upon other countries as a way to benefit their own countries by opening up the economies of these third world
Lug
countries
over grug?
and allowing
Pug
them
over
to do
lug?
whatever the fuck they want with them. That is literally like a white guy coming in and trying to sell you the idea that they know what is best for you when it's actually what is
checkmate.
best for them. It's the same thing as like, to put it in domestic terms, because Americans only understand this, it's the same thing as like Elon Musk trying to tell you that, tax cuts for him are actually good for you. It's the exact same sort of logic, the exact same sort of mindset. For this guy to like try to weaponize standpoint epistemology to defend fascist militaristic, genocidal Indian government and try to paint it as like the authentic, unmanipulated will of the Indian people that
Anybody
everyone
wanna
else
guess-
should respect. You can use this logic.
I'm about to open Twitter. Anyone want to guess how many notifications? Tell me in chat. How many notifications do you think I'm going to see? How many little bells?
Anywhere else, you can use it to defend Nazi Germany, you can use it to defend Donald Trump, fascist Italy, what have you. It is absolutely insane.
Things because historically, white guys came in and told him how to do things.
Holy shit, he is so fucking dumb. You think India aligning itself with the US There's no element of coercion there, no element of pressure. There's no element of white guys
100.
coming in and telling them to do things. He's just going to
69.
repeat that over and over, isn't he?
Suggests that
94.
maybe they don't need your advice.
Holy shit. Yes, I will tell you this happily. I think that fascist Hindutva nationalists need my advice. And my advice to them is don't be fascist, genocidal nationalists. And if they don't take that advice, I think that very bad things should be done to them. I'm happy to tell them that, as a white guy as I am. You should be too. What the fuck is this video? He's just repeating himself. This is substanceless, it's garbage. He's repeating himself, there's no material analysis of the situation. He doesn't know what he's talking about. And
Any
he's
other
doing this
guesses?
fundamentally because he is personally invested
Any other guesses? How many notifications am I looking at on Twitter?
in defending US imperialism. And I have a theory for why that might be. Now, there's a lot of allegations that go around in this space that, this guy is a CIA agent, this guy is a Fed or whatever. That is never true. Vorsh is not a Fed, he's just an American imperialist dumbass, because that's what you would expect of an American.
69.
Basically. It's normal. This guy, however, we have very real reasons to suspect
420, 55.
that he might actually be controlled opposition. Beau of the Fifth Column's real name is Justin King. Justin King was convicted on federal US charges in 2007 for a number of crimes, and the prosecutors also wanted to pin him with other more serious crimes that they decided not to because he pled guilty. So let's go over that. Now, firstly, I want to say
So
that if
these
someone...
are this is the human trafficking, the conviction, 85.
One is a people smuggler in that they simply get people visas in illegal ways to allow them to enter a country. I don't particularly care. That's fine, whatever. So I want to say that first. But what Justin King did was not that. If you were aware of the way that slavery works in the Gulf states, what they do is they make people from poor countries, pay them to get them like a visa to bring them into the country. And then once they get there, they are like... or often they don't even pay them and they use it as a debt. And once they get there, they do everything possible to control them and keep them working for them as much.
Wait, we're talking about the Gulf, the Gulf of Mexico in the United States? Is that what we're talking about? 850. They didn't pen him with the other crimes because he didn't actually commit those crimes.
As possible. And, they force them to endure substandard wages. They,
Stares asexually at all the 69s.
Take measures to ensure that they can't escape. Stuff like that. What Justin King did was that. He did the thing that we call slavery in the Gulf monarchies. He did the same thing in the United States of America. For his own profit, for his own personal benefit.
That's what I was confused by. So he did a practice that's common in the Arab Gulf states in the United States of America. I get it.
He victimized vulnerable poor people from Eastern Europe. He committed visa fraud to bring them to the USA, which that alone isn't the issue. What the issue is that he did this because he wanted to contract them out to hotels for his cleaning service. And the reason why he did this is because he could pay them less and garnish more of what the hotels paid them for the contracts. So this man was a modern day slaver. As much as slavery can possibly exist in much of the modern world today, he engaged in it. So when we're talking about him making insane videos like that fundamentally, and the reason why I'm talking about this after the video rather than before is because I don't want people being like, you're only attacking him on a personal level. That's not true. I fundamentally disagree with him on the politics, and I didn't want people to use me saying this is a scapegoat to avoid the politics, because I've already explained why he's wrong. Now I'm explaining to you why I think he might be motivated to be so wrong. These are separate arguments. So he was convicted on federal charges and he took a plea deal to avoid charges for human trafficking and forced labor. Let me show you. No, this is a paper from the Florida State University Center for the Advancement of Human Rights that uses his case as an example of human trafficking and
Hi, Denny Garden.
Forced labor in the USA. So Justin King, aka Beau of the Fifth Column, was at the head of his local...
it actually wasn't like what happens in the Gulf states. Dubai shit, essentially. Also, he 100% did it. His cleaning service, he wasn't an owner of the company. He worked for them.
Operation in a human trafficking ring. As it summarizes here, Justin King was employed as the frontman for Eurohouse, negotiating new contracts with hotel owners and communicating with state and federal agencies to further the conspiracy. As part of his role in the criminal operation, King submitted over 1,000 fraudulent visa applications. King and his co-conspirators were found to have brought in over 200 foreign nationals to work as hotel housekeepers through the use of these illegally obtained visas. So what he used is he used the front of a legitimate contracting business that would contract foreign workers on temporary visas, and then used corrupt contacts that he had in the US Migration Department of State to give him way more visas than what his company actually needed to fulfill their contractual obligations. And he then used these extra people who they imported, he put them into barracks and started contracting them out illegally on the side, informally, in order to basically force them to work for him, because they were indebted to him, because obviously he had done all of this for them. And they believed that their visa was real. That's another thing. They believed that their visa was real, so they believed that they had to keep working for him in order to stay in the country, because their stay in the country, at least from what they believed, was conditional on them working for his company. So they didn't really have any way to complain about this. They didn't have any way to escape. The vast majority of the workers were females between the age of 19 and 23. Fucking insane that this guy is a massive Ukraine, Slava Ukrainian guy now, considering that he literally human trafficked and enslaved young Eastern European women. Many had been promised non-existent jobs when they were recruited in their home countries. Upon their arrival in the Florida Panhandle, they were instead employed for substandard wages by Eurohouse, that is the company through which Justin King was a very important high-level worker for, and assigned to work in local hotels and resorts. Eurohouse operated as a labor subcontractor, providing services to hotels such as the Sanderson
here's the
Hilton.
beach.
Eurohouse was able to offer the low bid on labor contracts precisely because they did not pay federal...
Here's the beach where, a few miles down from here is where Captain Cook was killed.
Minimum wages to their employees. There you go. So he smuggled them into the country, and then because he smuggled them into the country, his company was able to win bids on contracts because they were paying them below minimum wage. He was stealing from them. This is
communism
forced labor.
is based.
This is exactly what they do in the fucking Gulf states. They further charge the students between $1,500 and $2,500 each for visa processing, job placement, and transportation fees. In addition, the young workers were charged to stay 15 or 20 persons per...
Enslaved is a bit inaccurate. Fishing boats in our waters have been found with slave conditions. On February 14th, 1779, English explorer Captain James Cook attempted to kidnap Kalani Opu'u, the ruling chief of the island of Hawaii. The decision to hold him in exchange for a stolen longboat was a fatal error for Cook of Cook's final voyage, led to his death in Kealakekua Bay. It's this is textbook modern day slavery. Human trafficking and lying to someone to get them to immigrate is modern enslavement. He wasn't just a chief, he was royalty.
Condominium throughout a variety of locations throughout the Panhandle. Enforcement was carried out by verbal abuse, threats of violence, and threats of non-payment of wages. This is what Justin King presided over. He was the head honcho of this local operation. This is what he did. This is making my blood fucking...
Was that his position, honcho?
Well, this is legitimately making me fucking angry. That this is I've talked a lot about what bad shit that people in this space have done. I have not seen anyone do anything nearly as bad as this. What Vorsh's shit, whoever the fuck else, it is nothing compared to this. It is completely insane to me that this guy has 800,000 subscribers on YouTube. He has so many dedicated fans. When those same people would frame quote tweeting them on Twitter as unforgivable harassment, but they're okay with this. I can't believe he only got 41 months for this. He really must have fucking ratted out absolutely everyone else to get off that lightly. The labor trafficking conspiracy overall proved
Corrupt technically, he did the dirty work for corrupt owners.
Lucrative and seemingly...
tomorrow we're making a trip to Waipio Valley and Madame Pele to give offerings. Quite thrilling.
Insulated from law enforcement oversight. Because the victims were exploited on a temporary basis, they most often simply chose to return home at the end of the summer.
What Bad and Banana is describing right now makes me think of the weird Samir video where there was a young girl who had to wear a paper bag and take care of a kid, quote unquote, who was like 24 years old, but 6 by leap years. Wait, I never saw that one. That's a Samir. And by the way, there's stuff going on in the Samir world too. We haven't had a time. Speaking of unpaid labor, right? So we all know Samir Bhavnani, right? He's the guy that made the videos that we all love, like husband dies from smelling wife's fart, or like there's several fart videos. Teacher takes a poop on student's paper. You know, these are Samir's videos, and then he has like he has a weird mishmash of like some pro-trans videos and then some straight up videos like, you know, suggesting that teachers who allow children to know about the existence of you know, gay people or trans people or somehow groomers, right? So Samir's a weird one for sure. But there's this other guy named Darman, okay? And he's the one that the news is about. Apparently Darman, who has a bigger YouTube channel than Samir Bhavnani, and, you know, like his videos are just like, you know, kind of just, you know, very straightforward morality tales of like, it's good to be, you know, a loyal friend, it's bad to steal, it's bad to lie, you know, stuff like that. Like those are Darman videos. But like, you know, with all that morality, right, Darman apparently is not paying any of his employees, and he's making so much money off of this. I can honestly, apparently the employees like they were supposed to meet with him. He agreed to meet with them. He didn't show up. They protested outside of his studios. It's like a whole thing. I can honestly understand being upset that he participated in these things because they are terrible. I'm glad that the operation was shut down and the people were prosecuted. Like, does he say anything about how to help support the survivors? Liv Agar did a deep dive into Darman, into the recent stuff with Darman. Yeah, the Darman allegations. That's what we're talking about. Yeah. The poop one was awful. Oh my god. Yeah, the poop one, I feel like Samir maybe takes suggestions from like, I don't know, like 8-year-old kids. Like, what do you think a good Samir Bhavnani video would be? And then some 8-year-old kids like, what if the teacher pooped on the student's paper? He's like, okay. I'm gonna make it happen. I'm gonna. Darman does not pay. Wait, I heard that Darman doesn't pay anything. I'm not sure which of those is right, but yeah, doesn't pay living wages. I hate wage theft and human trafficking. You think Darman or Samir? Oh my god. Well, I don't know. Samir apparently. I'm trying to think of how it works because I'm pretty sure he shoots I'm pretty sure it's in California, where his videos are shot, right? But a lot of his actors are like recent immigrants, so I don't even know. The mom and the son, yeah, they like, I don't know if they, yeah, I think that the son smells it and the mom like tastes it. Yeah, it's so gross. It's so gross. Think he can be wrong about a lot of things from a far left perspective, but if he is working to better things for the proletariat and shift people to the left, that's good.
Without reporting the exploitation or participating in an investigation. So, human trafficking charges were not a part of...
I bet that Samar pays you in food. And it's not even good food. It's, you know the chicken leg that they're eating in like every single video that looks like it's overcooked and it looks like it's been sitting out all day. It looks like it's shriveled down because it's like so dehydrated. It's like crunchy ass like chicken leg. I bet that's how he pays you.
The prosecution, and obviously this is because he pled guilty and he likely had some sort of agreement with the state as a result of the obvious fact that he was incredibly guilty and highly implicated, being the head honcho.
They have the same food in like every single Samir video. It's almost looks like it's literally the same food, and like they like pretend to eat it. They're like, and they put it up to their mouth and they have a crunching sound, and that's like they ate it. Microbiology books are so funny. Literally a whole series called Come Attack? his content isn't for me, but I can see how his discussions on police brutality, race, COVID, and community preparedness is a massive net good that he's doing right now.
Of the local operation. So the U.S. Attorney for the Northern District of Florida later noted that the criminal behavior had in fact included all of the elements that would have established forced labor under American law. In particular, the use of labor obtained through false promises through threats of serious harm, or through abuse of the legal processes, i.e. threats of deportation. This article is using his case, the King case, specifically the King labor trafficking case, as a exemplar of forced labor practices in Florida. Forced labor means slavery.
It's Dinty Moore. Wait, the only thing I've ever had from Dinty Moore is their beef stew.
Okay? It means slavery. Justin King enslaved human beings. He enslaved...
Maybe Darman should watch one of his own weird moralist mini specials and learn how to treat people better. Or maybe he should go on a spiritual journey. Right? That's what Samir would suggest.
Hundreds of humans...
That's usually... You also have to be like homeless and have a sign that says, "We'll code HTML for food."
Beings kept them enslaved under threats of violence, under threats of steal, on the threats of theft, because they were completely...
That's usually what happens when you do something bad in a Samir video.
Depended on him for work. He basically promised people like a new life where they would be able to pull themselves up by their bootstraps, and then exploited them in the same way that a Gulf monarch family would. This is absolutely insane. And why I said earlier that this is the one case where I legitimately think it might be plausible to say that this man is actually a compromised asset. The reason why I'm saying that is because he got off so lightly from these charges, and then a couple of years later just shows up as like a leftist agitator online, or a pretend leftist agitator online. And he happens to further positions that just so happen to...
All the meals from Little House on the Prairie were Dinty Moore?
Direct people
every
towards
single
siding with the
one.
US geopolitical, foreign policy, etc. line, and that are fundamentally aligned with global neoliberalism in general, etc. He got off incredibly lightly. The prosecutor themselves said that they could have literally charged him with forced labor.
Feels like he supports the Holocaust.
Not just human trafficking, but forced labor. And they chose not to. Why might they have chosen not to? Well, I think it might be related to the fact that immediately afterwards, he basically became controlled opposition on the internet. This is the one case where that might actually...
Oh no, that's weird. That's weird. Right? Didn't he just say earlier that, like, you know, he, like, people were calling him a Fed, and he was like, no, not a Fed, not an actual Fed, right? But like here he's saying, yeah, literally some kind of a, like, yeah, this is a Fed, right? Is there any other word for what he's describing than a Fed? Beau defenders have gotten pretty quiet.
Be a plausible explanation. You know, the guy is just incredibly supportive of US geopolitical dominance around the world. Obviously, as we can see from the video that he just made, where he ran cover for a US-aligned, genocidal, fascist government by being like, well, you think you know how better to run India than Indians do? You think you know that? Huh? That's a colonizer mindset you've got there. He's talking about the fucking BJP
here we go. We're
fascists who want to fucking mass murder Muslims. That is...
They weren't promised a new life. They were largely college students who were coming to the US to earn some extra money while on break before going back to school in Europe. Now we're listening to Bad Empanada giving his own opinion instead of listening to him distort a video he was pretending to react to. Yeah, controlled opposition.
Insane. Like, how could a left-presenting person possibly make such an idiotic argument like that unless they have some sort of ulterior motivation for doing so? Either he just coincidentally became like an incredibly stupid, controlled opposition, sort of American exceptionalist imperialist who is fundamentally trying to weaponize like social justice topics and standpoint epistemology to try and, like, you know, convince the youth that US geopolitical interests, good actually, US-aligned genocidal fascism, good.
Did he just say convince the youth? Did he just say convince the youth? I don't think that Beau of the Fifth Column is trying to convince the youth. Alright, so Beau's got a video that, like... He isn't really an American exceptionalist. Which one of these videos is like his reply? Oh my god, we haven't covered the whole Ohio thing yet. What the? Oh my god. Why do I always put more stuff on, that does need to be talked about. So wait, which of these videos is it that... more India questions? Is it this one?
Well, howdy there, Internet people. It's Beau again. So today we are going to talk about India and answer some...
Is this the one that people are talking about? Does it make it right? They were definitely checks docked with fees, and Beau was complicit in that BE's characterizations are inaccurate. People get off for crimes and with light sentences all the time. You just need to afford a good lawyer.
Questions about India. We've been talking about the country over the last week or so, and how it is likely to come into its own over the next 10 years or so. And it has prompted a whole lot of questions. They mainly fit into just a few, so we're going to go over them. One question in particular that came in multiple times.
His beard could be better kept.
Makes me feel like I'm not being clear about the single most important point about this. So I'm going to kind of dive deep into that.
Is this Beau's response? Is this the right one?
So first question.
It seems like he's...
Why didn't you condemn or at least point out the fact that India's government is ultra-nationalist? Okay.
Okay, so this is it, right?
A bunch of reasons. The first reason being that it was a foreign policy video, not a video about the internal dynamics of the country. The second being that the nationalist government that's there, it didn't do this. It's not responsible for this. The current prime minister there is 19, 20, when India started this journey, when it got on this path. This path started in the early 1970s.
Wait.
The current government had...
This path toward, in foreign policy, or this path in terms of its, the fascistic and traditionalist nature of the government? Meow.
Nothing to do with it.
He talks so obliquely.
To put it into a different context, NASA has done a whole bunch of cool stuff under the Biden administration. Does Biden get credit for that? No, because most of it was set out years ahead, sometimes decades ahead, building on stuff that
So
happened.
he's talking about the foreign policy direction of India. Beau means it as a military and economic advancement. Oh, okay.
In the past. So it's not really Biden's accomplishment. It's not the current administration's accomplishment. Same thing there.
It's my main issue with Beau, in addition to the fact that human trafficking is stuff that I don't really think you should be forgiven for. He wasn't doing it out of material desperation like most crimes.
More importantly, I mean, for me anyway, I don't like nationalist governments. And I would not like to make it seem as though they should get credit for something that they didn't do. So I wouldn't bring that up. And I don't feel the need to condemn it because, I mean, a tagline on this channel, nationalism is politics for basic people. I'm not exactly secretive about the fact that I don't like nationalist governments. There's hundreds of videos on that topic. Didn't feel like I needed to point it out. But yeah, so if you don't know, currently India's government is nationalist, and I don't know, I would say ultra, I mean, if somebody said ultra-nationalist, I wouldn't argue it. I don't know that that's the word that I would use. They're definitely nationalists, though. They are that. And, I mean, that's a matter of perspective. Okay, so the next part. Wouldn't it be better for India to come out under Russia or China than the United States? This question came in from a whole bunch of people, and sometimes it was phrased, come out under the West. And this is the one that I'm talking about, missing a fundamental point here.
I mean, we have to remember that it was a Hindutva, I'm mispronouncing this. Hindutva, I feel like I'm still mispronouncing it. Nationalist who killed Mahatma Gandhi, and because he was too tolerant of Muslims.
India's not coming out
Hinduvata, right? Is that right?
Out under anybody. People
Wait,
are very
who?
accustomed to a very static dynamic. The United States, Russia,
Wait, does the alert command not work or something?
and China. Before then, the United States, the Soviet Union, and China. Very static dynamic. India is going to be a competitor nation in that sense. They're going to get to that point relatively quickly. India isn't going to align with other countries. Other countries will align with India. The dynamics are shifting. That's the fundamental point here.
Okay, so the answer was actually 11. I only had 11. I kind of looked at my phone pretty recently, so I had 11 notifications on Twitter.
It is India, for those people who are looking at foreign policy, you don't need to look at India as a country that needs to align with somebody else, because it's not going to be very long, and they won't be aligning with anybody. And we're going to dive a little into this and talk about how right now, this minute, India is already making major moves at that international poker game where everybody's cheating, dealing with the United States and Russia. They're sliding both countries a card at that table that they're not really sitting at yet. Okay, and to the person who's like, India's buying Russian oil, doesn't that really mean that they're going to cozy up to them? Kind of on the right track. You're at least recognizing some weird things. But you've got to take it from the perspective of everybody's cheating as well. Okay, so if you don't know, Russian oil, most Western countries aren't buying it, right? You know, the whole sanction thing. India's buying it. India's buying a lot more than they used to. In fact, 33 times more than they were at the same time last year, purchasing that much Russian oil. That's good for Russia because they're getting to sell large volumes of oil at a consistent rate. It's good for India because they're buying it at a cut price. Because of the sanctions, Russian oil isn't worth as much. So India is looking out for its own national interests, getting that oil cheaply, right?
It really is. Okay, it really is. Yeah, said just like it's spelled Hindutva. Hindutva.
Why isn't the United States sanctioning them? Think about it. The U.S. isn't mad. Why? Because India doing this is also good for the West. They're sliding a card to the West at the same time. India didn't suddenly need 33 times more Russian oil.